Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776. Refining Madness. The thing is good, but it is really difficult to make. After wrapping himself with magic power to prevent anyone from peeping, Lee Su began to try to refine the weapon. He didn't succeed. Just the first step gave him a headache for a long time. Using red gold as a guide, he integrated those evil materials one by one to make the paint, and the most difficult part was here. Whether it was 100 years of resentment, cursed blood, or unwilling bones, these were materials with extremely heavy resentment, and they were usually only possessed by cursed magic weapons. It and the power of thunder, as Lee Su said, are naturally incompatible. However, the person who created this magic weapon took a different approach. He did not need the power of these evil spirits, but extracted their structure. Through the fusion of red gold, the evil spirits themselves were dissolved in a negative positive way, leaving only the road force. In this way, the biggest incompatibility with the power of thunder was completely weakened. Of course, he also made some changes to the thunder itself, trying to dilute the positive sound in the thunder as much as possible, mainly leaving the sound. He used these two as the core and the residual soul of the holder after death as the heart to launch a special curse. The process sounds simple, but the actual operation is quite difficult. Even Lee Su failed 3 times before he succeeded in getting the special paint. The next step is to create the thunderstone. The difficulty is undoubtedly much lower. It belongs to the scope that Lee Su is more proficient in. The Lingbao Sutra is best at smelting metals, which is not difficult for him. After the 2 materials are gathered, the next step is to start refining. Beat the thunderstone lore into a thin paper, almost transparent, and then write on it with paint. After 100 forgings, it will become thin paper again. Repeat once. After 36 times, countless runes are stacked in the thunderstone, like scriptures in pictures, with a faint glow. The difficulty is coming. Next, he needs to keep beating them repeatedly to compress them, and finally to the size of a palm. During this process, the rune pictures inside cannot be affected. Any slight mistake will cost him almost 5 minutes of hard work, even if it is ruined. Of course, time is not the point. The point is the material. He only has 1 thunderstone. Therefore, there is only 1 chance. Lee Su was very careful. As the owner of the Lingbao Sutra, it was the first time that he was so cautious to prevent accidents. But obviously, his worries were unnecessary. As the method of the shanking saint, it is usually used in places such as immortal tools or spiritual treasures. A mere magic weapon is naturally out of the question. As the bright light flashed, 9 palm-sized 3-finger white tokens covered with strange patterns appeared in his hand. After taking a deep breath, Lee Su wiped off the non-existent sweat, put away the magic weapon he had created, and lifted the formation to prevent people from peeping. Not bad. Functional magic weapon, not much material, most of it is cursed, and on the red gold, almost 100 red golds were used. He couldn't help but smile. Although it cost a lot, the value of this thing was completely imaginable. Lee Su didn't just choose it because of Langmi, but also took into account the environment of the myth world. This was an era of murder and arson. It was hard to go out once, but it might be a farewell forever. This is not only true for the depths here, but also for the upper domain, the middle domain, and even the lower domain. Therefore, this treasure can be regarded as a single-soldier nuclear bomb in a sense. Wearing it will undoubtedly greatly prevent being attacked in the wild. Boy, what is the function of your magic weapon? Before Lee Su could make any move, a voice suddenly came, and the old man who had just looked disgusted appeared in front of him at some point and spoke curiously. Originally, he had no interest in Lee Su's behavior, but when the other party retracted the formation and part of the magic weapon's aura escaped, the old man couldn't help but put down the book in his hand. At this moment, he saw his nose twitching. Functional, magic weapon. A little different, the aura seems to give people the feeling of a cursed tool. In terms of aura, it is undoubtedly a 3rd level magic weapon, but why does it feel so weird? Listening to the old man's words, Lee Su was really stunned. He put away the magic weapon first and then lifted the formation. You must know that refining is not like cooking. There is no such thing as the fragrance lingering after the dish is taken away. As a result, the other party just smelled it and actually smelled the type of magic weapon he refined and the materials used. For a moment, Lee Su couldn't help but pay attention to the old man in front of him. This old man is capable. Feeling the surprise in Lee Su's eyes, the old man smiled and was very proud. He is not an ordinary person. He is a prominent and famous person in the refining world. His disciples are in groups, which can be lined up for 10 miles. It can be said that his students are all over the world. Usually, you don't need to use the magic weapon. You can roughly know the situation at a glance. This is not just a matter of experience, but also a matter of talent. The old man's eyes were burning. Although he saw a lot of things, he was very curious about the magic weapon, refined by Lee Su. He felt the power of the curse, but the other party was surrounded by a thunder force. Under normal circumstances, this was absolutely opposite in nature. Not to mention refining, it should have exploded directly, but it was obvious that he succeeded and refined the magic weapon. Little guy, can you show me the magic weapon you refined? Don't worry, I won't see you for nothing. If it's good, I can promote it to you personally. The old man was very direct, straight to the point, and more confident. His identity was very unusual. In the field of refining, he was a leader and his words were as important as 9 tripods. It was mainly related to his personality. The old man had a great love for refining. He had read countless weapons in his life and was fascinated by this. He had a heart to rebuild the glory of the ancient times. He wanted to reappear the long-lost immortal weapon in the world. He often consulted with other refiners, so he was very famous. A magic weapon, if it catches his eye, will be immediately worth a fortune and sought after by countless people. Hearing this, Lee Su grinned. Thank you very much, senior, but I suddenly remembered that the stove at home is still on. Please wait a moment, I'll be back soon. After that, he turned around and left. As he walked, he sneered. Freeloading, and you're getting it from me? The thing is good enough. Help me promote it? Are you kidding? I'm a Taoist disciple of Jigyo, a true disciple of Shanking Saint, and I have a magic weapon. Do I need someone to help me promote it? Let alone the function of his magic weapon. As long as it is promoted, will there be fewer people buying it? Not to mention the ability of this old man to smell the fragrance and identify the medicine. Can he show it to the other party? Of course not. The other party already knows the materials he used. If he gives the finished product to the other party for a view, who knows who will own the property rights of this magic weapon next? I was careless. Not only did I forget to prevent plagiarism, I also didn't make property rights notes. I'll buy a set before selling it later. Seeing Lee Su turning around and leaving, the old man with a smile on his face froze immediately. You know, this is the first time he has been treated like this since he became famous. The old man's face flushed red, and he couldn't help but say, "Boy, do you know who I am?" Lee Su heard the voice. Not only did he not stand up, but he sped up. Seeing Lee Su leaving faster, the old man's face couldn't help but twitch, and his mouth and nose were full of smoke. He could see that this little bastard was guarding against him and treating him as a thief. He was afraid that he would see the magic weapon he refined, crack the secrets inside, and steal his knowledge. This little bastard, is he that kind of person? Who is he looking down on? A mere 3rd level magic weapon. Even if you give it to me, I don't care. Standing in place, watching Lee Su walking quickly towards the deeper center, the old man was furious for a while. The figure of the other party was almost gone. After several changes of expression, the old man couldn't help but chase after him. For him, who was crazy about weapons, whenever he encountered a magical weapon that he didn't know about, his curiosity would be like a cat scratching his heart, and he couldn't stop it. Boy, wait a minute, let's exchange, right? I will use 1, no, 2 sets of weapon refining diagrams of equal value to exchange for the one in your hand. How about that? Looking at the 2 figures going away, the old man opposite opened his eyes with a look of surprise on his face. He naturally knew the character of the weapon refining madman. The other party was indeed crazy about weapons and didn't take his son that seriously. There was a rumor that on the wedding night, because a new magic weapon appeared, the old man threw the bride in the room on the spot and ran 120,000 miles to see the magic weapon. The bride was so angry that she chased him for 50,000 miles with a knife. He is crazy about magic weapons, but the premise is that the magic weapon must be something he has never seen before, and it must be very unique. It doesn't mean that any kitchen knife on the street will attract his attention. In fact, once he has seen it once, this old man will immediately lose interest and no longer pay attention to it. Therefore, he has seen countless weapons, and it is difficult for him to pay attention to ordinary magic weapons. Interesting. It can actually make that old guy react like this. What kind of magic weapon did that little guy refine? He already has a good impression of Lee Su, and now his interest has become stronger. He has the aura of the human teachings, and he also controls the magic weapon that even the refining fanatics care about. Who is this little guy? Where is he from? Chapter 777 Gang. Lee Su couldn't help rubbing his brows after glancing at the old man who followed him naturally. He really didn't expect that the other party would have the property of sticky candy and stick to him directly. He wasn't a good-tempered person either. If the other party went too far, he would naturally not be polite. In terms of realm, the other party was indeed much higher than him, but Lee Su had faced opponents who were not at the same level as him. It was normal to be one or two small realms higher than him, and it was not surprising to be one big realm higher. Moreover, although the realm of the old man next to him was high, his strength lay in refining weapons, not fighting, so Lee Su didn't care much. Unexpectedly, in the face of Lee Su's indifference, the old man did not rely on his status to force him, but unexpectedly followed him. Of course, it didn't matter to follow. What really gave Lee Su a headache was that this old man had attracted hatred all the way here, which was too much. There were more people in the center of the market, far more than in the true immortal area. There were hundreds of thousands of people coming and going, and the huge venue in the middle was crowded with people. The things sold here were a little different. Unlike the ones outside with clearly marked prices, more of what was sold was not real things, but news. There were people on both sides of the road, and there were a lot of stalls. Lee Su himself was the type who watched the chess game without saying a word. He walked along, mostly just watching. Whether it was true or false, he just knew it in his heart. But the old man behind him was different. This old man walked very fast, going here and there. While watching, the old man was also talking, and his voice was not small. Is this the stone you got back from the ruins? TSK, you can tell it's fake at first glance. The aging level is too poor. Although the things from the ruins of the mythological world are very expensive and can be sold to several companies, it is also the most difficult to fake. Don't touch it if you don't have a certain level of skill. Well, your skill is not bad. Fire refined stone is indeed easily associated with black crystal ore. As long as there is inclusion, it basically means that there is a large piece of fire refined stone underneath. As a second level stone, even if it is just a small vein, it is valuable. However, your technique is not good. You can tell at first glance that the tiny bit of fire refined stone in the black crystal is embedded. This is not the case for associated products. TSK. Others are at most selling fake goods and false news. But not only are your things fake, you are also taking lives, selling rotten meat Gynoderma lucidum as blood Gynoderma lucidum. You know, there are several companies involved, and the deal was reached, but the old man ran up and disrupted it. It is entirely conceivable what expressions those people selling things have. In just over 10 meters, Lee Su felt dozens of angry and murderous eyes falling directly on him. These people are obviously not easy to deal with. One or two of them are incredibly strong. That's right, how can you dare to sell fakes in such a place without some strength? Most of them have a strong bloody aura, and obviously have killed many people. Lee Su was undoubtedly speechless about this. Why? It's very simple. The old man is indeed targeting him, that's right. But the other party didn't say a word to him from beginning to end, and although he followed Lee Su, the distance was not close. It can be said that two strangers were walking on the same street. Although he deliberately made some small movements and released some information, he never clearly confirmed that he knew Lee Su. The vendors on both sides of the street targeted him, mostly based on self-conjecture and brain supplementation, and finally arbitrarily linked the two of them together, determined that he was related to the old man, and hated him. Faced with this result, even if Lee Soo took the initiative to trouble the old man, or explained, it was useless. After all, this person will only believe what he sees. Once confirmed, it is basically difficult to change. Of course, Lee Soo didn't want to explain. For Lee Soo, no matter whether he has a relationship with the old man or not, in his understanding, whoever makes trouble, I will find him. Not to mention a group of people selling fakes, who were exposed, but hated him with a righteous face. This behavior itself is problematic. Okay. What? The fraud has been exposed. Are you still going to use a knife? Someone is smashing the place. I thought I heard this news wrong. I didn't expect that someone would dare to make trouble here. At this moment, very suddenly, a voice sounded in Lee Soo's ears. The cold, perverse, and slightly tyrannical voice came directly into his ears. This voice was demonic. The moment it entered his ears, the whole person seemed to be in an ice cellar. The bloody sea and the mountain of corpses were directly reflected in his pupils. Every word was extremely heavy, like a mountain, falling on the soul. Lee Soo could not help but shudder, not only because of the content of the other party's words, but also because of the attack implied in the other party's voice. If a weaker person heard this voice, he would probably bleed from all 7 orifices and his soul would be damaged on the spot. The other party actually launched an attack without hesitation, here, on the territory of the human religion. Although, he had this experience in his previous life, when the country was not rich enough, the public security could not take care of every place, which led to the gathering of gangs of swindlers and thieves at certain stations. This group of people was very arrogant. When they were discovered, they did not run away at all. Instead, they jumped directly from swindlers and thieves to robbers. Unexpectedly, he met them again today, and they were directly on the territory of the great religion, which really caught him off guard and shocked him. Not only was Lee Soo shocked, but the old man who also heard the voice transmission was also stunned. Everything he did was undoubtedly just to make things difficult for Lee Soo and make the other party compromise. Obviously, he did not know that there was actually someone who was king in the territory of the human religion. For a moment, both of them were stunned. Before they could speak, the atmosphere around them became tense and the two were surrounded. Some of these people were walking forward, some were retreating, and some were standing still. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, they were surrounded and separated from other pedestrians. The aura was taking shape. Although Lee Soo and the old man were still standing on the street, at this moment they seemed to have stepped into another independent space and were separated from the crowd. At this moment, in front of the two of them stood a gloomy man. He had a strong aura and his realm should be between the initial perfection and the middle stage of Tai. His eyes were like a wolf and his lips were only a thin layer, which seemed mean. He looked at Lee Soo and the two with a cold look. It seems that the previous deterrent effect has begun to decline. New blood and cruelty are needed to re-establish the proper order and deterrence. Without the intention of talking to Lee Soo and the two, he took out an object and pointed it directly at Lee Soo and the old man, saying lightly, "Collect." As soon as the words fell, a huge suction force burst out directly from the object in his palm, instantly locking the bodies of Lee Soo and the old man. What is this? Lee Soo was startled and felt some very special spatial fluctuations. The old man widened his eyes and couldn't help but screamed, "Dungeon? This is undoubtedly a rare thing." Even the old man who has seen countless instruments has only seen it twice in his life, and he only looked at it from a distance and didn't get his hands on it. Unexpectedly, he saw it here today. "I caught you, little thief." Just when the two were extremely surprised, suddenly, a figure appeared in this independent space. It was an extremely beautiful child. At this moment, his eyes were red. The moment he appeared, he hugged Lee Soo tightly. "You." The sudden situation not only stunned Lee Soo, but also the old man who was about to do something. The child came too suddenly and interrupted their thoughts. The next moment, the thing in the gloomy middle-aged man's hand suddenly opened, like an invisible big mouth, covering the three people at once. Damn. Lee Soo's eyelids jumped, and the old man's expression was not much better. He was distracted by the child who suddenly appeared and hugged Lee Su, and failed to interrupt the opening of the cave. The child was very excited and angry. He opened his mouth to say something, but the next second he found that something was wrong with the surroundings. He couldn't help but look up and glance around. Then he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn, what's going on? With a swish, the three people disappeared. Seeing the things in his hands return to calm, the gloomy middle-aged man's face was a little pale, and he was shaking a little. He didn't act randomly. When he came here, he had already checked and confirmed that none of the prominent figures in this alchemy conference were here, so he chose to act so domineeringly. He determined that the two were sent by other forces to provoke him, and were trying to attract attention from his street. He planned to use them to kill chickens and scare monkeys. But he didn't expect that a child would suddenly appear at this critical moment, and the most terrifying identity of this child was that he was a real celebrity, a disciple of the human religion sect, and a Xiangjiao disciple. He took a breath of cold air, and the chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his whole body was instantly cold. Chapter 778 Splash damage. Is this teleportation? Or teleportation to the small cave? Looking at the environment he was in, the child holding Lee Su had a dull face and could not come back to his senses for a long time. He just caught a little thief. How could he be inexplicably put into the teleportation of the small cave? Lee Su's face was also a little dark at this moment. This kind of teleportation could not have worked on him at all, but he did not expect that the child who had left before suddenly appeared and distracted him. As a master of space magic, he was forcibly sent away by someone using space. Fortunately, Teacher Yuking was not there, otherwise he would not be able to escape a meal of bamboo shoots and fried meat, and he would probably have to stay in the Cliff of Repentance for 10 or 8 years. Shame, really shame. Among the three people, the only one who was excited was undoubtedly the old man. As a weapon refiner, all the magic weapons in the world are his favorites, and this love will never change because of his own environment. Even if the magic weapon he likes is in the hands of his opponent, and the opponent is using the magic weapon to launch a fatal attack on him. It's really, love is deep. Small cave teleportation. This is the first time I have personally experienced it. This thing is not only rare, but also kept secret by various sects. The 2 times I was lucky enough to see it were both at the Great Sect, and I was not able to use it. After all, he is a person with a problem. Once he gets it, he will do anything he wants. Unless he understands the principle, asking him to return it is not much different from killing him. Little thief, what's going on? Compared to the old man who seemed to be addicted to playing games, the child quickly calmed down. Although some of his behaviors were unreliable and directly lowered the reputation of the human sect, as a disciple of the human sect, he was definitely worthy of it. Where are we being sent? Lee Su's face was not good either. He also wanted to know where the destination was. Damn it, I was just shopping. How could I be inexplicably trapped in this situation? Although I don't know what is on the other side of the exit, I can be sure that it will not be a good place. Someone is forming a gang and is planning to kill us. We don't know where they are going. Then, who should we call? Little thief. Lee Su reached out and grabbed the child's hand. He twisted it hard and pulled out the clothes that the other party was holding. After answering the other party's previous questions, he said with a very unfriendly face. The child was startled. He instantly widened his eyes and focused on the last sentence. He remembered that the other party had drunk a full 13 pounds of medicinal wine. For a moment, he didn't care about the small cave teleportation. He shouted directly, "Who else can I call?" "Of course, call you. Little thief, compensate me for the medicinal wine." 13 pounds, a full 13 pounds. If it was a little less, 1 or half a pound, he wouldn't say anything, but in the end, 1/5 of the good was drunk by this bastard. Looking at the child who was going to fight with him, if he didn't pay, Lee Su was completely toothache at this moment. What the hell? What time is it? Not only don't care about the business, but also want to blackmail me. Who is Lee Su? How could he accept such blackmail? With a thought, he directly extracted the scene at that time, replayed it in front of the child, and glared at him and said, "Invite others to drink, and then say that they are stealing? Brother, do you have any shame?" The child stared back without hesitation, and said without hesitation, "No, I don't care, pay me back." Lee Su's anger also came up, and he sneered directly, "Hey, you don't have money, but you have a life, or you try it?" The child's eyes turned cold, and his magic power began to fluctuate violently. The extremely terrible emotions were brewing. In an instant, the surrounding space was affected by him. Lee Su was not merciful at all. His flesh and blood shook, and his 6 billion hearts directly moved. The extremely strong vitality escaped, as if a peerless beast was awakening. As the breath of the two people bulged, the old man who was obsessed with the transmission of the small cave was startled, and came back to his senses. When he turned his head, and looked at the two people in the opposite situation, he immediately became angry. As a weapon refiner, being in the small cave at this moment, is a golden opportunity, but the two little guys next to him are actually ready to fight. Feeling the space fluctuating, because of the two people's breath, the old man couldn't help it. "Two bastards, figure out where this place is? This is the small cave, the pinnacle of teleportation magic weapons. If you want to fight, come and fight me." As he said, the old man took out his magic weapon with a face full of anger, directly infused it with mana, and activated it. Although the two people's strength is amazing, the old man is not joking. His realm is undoubtedly the highest among the people present. Although he is a weapon refiner, his use of magic weapons is definitely not what ordinary people can imagine. In his hands, even a simple magic weapon can burst out amazing power. Listening to the old man's words, and watching his behavior, Lee Su's evil anger became even worse. Originally, he was a tourist, but he was confused, and got into trouble. Among them, the old man in front of him was the most hateful. If it weren't for him, how could there be so many things? The shadow under his feet began to fluctuate, and a large amount of black mud poured out. Countless soul phantoms rose rapidly, and a peerless figure gathered in the middle. Although he did not answer, his attitude was very obvious. "I'm afraid of you. Come on!" Exclamation mark. "The two bastards are not good people. Fight together." The child's expression was violently shaken. Is he a person who can be threatened? No. In an instant, different expressions began to appear on his face, with joy, mourning, pain, and anger. These emotions were extremely extreme, pushing people's hearts to sink into them, from the flesh to the soul to the avenue, and crushing all the emotions of the opponent. He was not scared. The loss of medicinal wine was too painful. At this moment, his reason was no longer online. The moment he heard that Lee Su would not compensate, the string in his brain was directly broken. And just when the three parties ignored the surrounding environment and prepared to bulge directly, the transmission of Zayadanshan also came to an end. In the space, the three people were directly vomited out. "Two little bastards, I'm so pissed off." Faced with this scene, the weapon refiner screamed first and went berserk. Lee Su and the child were so sensitive that they attacked almost at the same time. With a hum, the void was filled with golden light, and countless swords, spears, and halberds quickly took shape. These were all divine weapons, and they were of extremely high rank and numerous, and each of them was filled with terrible killing intent. Lee Su's head was filled with blood and energy, and it directly formed an infinite beast. It suddenly roared, and raised its huge claws. As for the child, he giggled, and the laughter became louder and louder. The clear child's voice resounded between heaven and earth, and everything in the world was affected by him. Everything was like a playful child, playing directly. With a loud bang, the three of them had no intention of giving in, and they collided directly with each other. As top weapon refiners, top geniuses, and all of them were at the Tai realm, they had already stepped into the ranks of the strongest. Even a casual strike would have great power, and was extremely vast. Moreover, in this conflict, the three of them were really angry, and showed no mercy. The divine weapon madly hit the giant beast, killing it with a playful sound. The brilliant light almost covered everything. The void was cut open on the spot, revealing countless spaces inside. The giant beast was pierced, and shed countless blood. The playful sound was cut open and deformed halfway. The giant beast roared and attacked. Its claws, mouth, and body were all weapons, directly smashing the sharp divine weapon and suppressing the playful laughter. And the playful sound was also expanding, falling on the divine weapon, directly twisting it, and falling on the giant beast, and directly began to decompose the giant beast's body. The three of them were extremely powerful, and the fight was extremely brutal. All the roads around them were twisted, and the huge void was shaking constantly. Large areas of space collapsed, and the other side was squeezed out on the spot. In an instant, thousands of world fragments exploded. The power of the three formed an extremely terrible radiation, which exploded directly in the other side. Everything in the space of tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of miles was shattered on the spot, unable to withstand the power of the three. Ah! A very shrill scream suddenly sounded at the place where the three fought. The three people who were fighting in anger were stunned, because the sound was obviously not directed at the target. Li Su, the old man, and the child all showed unexpected expressions on their faces at the same time. Their anger subsided a lot, and they stopped fighting. They couldn't help but look down and look around, looking for the source of the scream. Soon, the three of them were stunned at the same time. They saw that their surroundings were undoubtedly in a mess, with broken limbs and flesh everywhere. As they stopped, a strong smell of blood rushed up directly, which was horrible to look at. Obviously, it was because of them that the splashed power caused fatal injuries. Many people died. At a glance, there were probably thousands of them. There were also a few survivors, but their conditions were all very bad. One had half of his head broken, one had no chest, and another had his lower body twisted. So miserable. The one with half of his head broken, only his chest was heaving at this moment. The light in the eyes of the one with no chest was dimming rapidly. As for the one with a twisted lower body, although he looked the least injured, in fact, the avenue in his body was also twisted, and his injuries were very serious. At this moment, his face was full of fear and resentment, and it could be said that he was filled with sorrow. It was too scary. The three people in front of him were too scary. They suddenly appeared, and a war broke out. They were just 3 Taii, but the strength they showed was unbelievable. The 3 Taii in this stronghold, including him, collapsed at the first touch. They were unable to form any effective resistance. They were directly penetrated by the power of the three people. If it weren't for the formation they set up in advance, they would have been directly launched to block the first wave of impact. Not to mention screaming, I'm afraid they would have been evaporated on the spot, and nothing would be left. The more I thought about it, the more terrified and sad I became. I couldn't help but shouting, "Who are you?" Looking at the extremely tragic scene in front of them, Li Su and the other two couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. After all, although they had different personalities, Li Su, the old man, and the child were not the kind of people who ignored life. No. Suddenly, Li Su came back to his senses. His face turned grim in an instant. He looked directly at the guy who was shouting, and his face turned unfriendly. "Ask me who I am. I also want to ask who you are. The small cave teleportation is your method, right?" As Li Su spoke, the old man and the child also came back to their senses. "Yes, damn, I was originally in the Dalo mountain market of the human sect, and the people who sent him here inexplicably wanted to kill them, intending to use them to kill chickens and scare monkeys." Facing Li Su's unfriendly question, looking at the scary old man and the weird child's ugly expression, Tai's expression froze with twisted limbs, and it took several seconds for him to change. Jiang Xian, Nagan Gaiu, your old mother. Chapter 779 each discovers. Interesting. Looking at the last Tai who died, Li Su's eyes showed a strange color, and he couldn't help muttering. Since he was an enemy, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Before the opponent's soul completely disintegrated, he captured a lot of his residual soul. This group of people did not come from the same place. Although they were all sects and organizations in the East region, they were very messy, ranging from the upper region to the lower region. Because if we talk about the characteristics, this group of people didn't have a big reputation. Even if there were people belonging to the upper region, they were basically marginalized. As for the 3 Tai in the lead, according to the residual soul memory of the person who died, they all came from the middle region, and were all at the level of 7 fires. It can be said that being able to become Tai was luck, and the second was that their future was over. Of course, what Lee Su found interesting was not here, but in his memory. The three of them practiced a Taoist magic, but the direction of the Taoist magic formed was completely different, but the power was not low, much stronger than their original means. Taoist magic, if you want to have this feature, it is undoubtedly only possible with a high-grade immortal method. This is incredible. Although the power of the top-grade immortal method is huge, the difficulty is also very amazing. For a normal cultivator with 10 fires, it is extremely difficult to learn the top-grade immortal method. For the 3 people in front of him who don't even have 10 fires, it is difficult for them to learn the middle-grade immortal method. But they all succeeded. According to Lee Su's observation, there is no doubt that the 3 of them have mastered it to a considerable extent. Otherwise, even if this place is protected by formations, facing strong people like Lee Su, their fate will be no different from that of others. After all, the only one who survived among the 3 has only 3 stars in his body, not to mention the old man who refines weapons, or the children of the human sect. Even Lee Su is far behind him. Then there is the channel problem. Top-grade immortal methods are very rare in the myth world. In addition to the big sects, only a very small number of upper domain forces can produce 1 or 2 fragments. As a result, all 3 of them learned it, and they are not in the same system, which is quite incredible. Not only that, Lee Su also found their organizational structure familiar. It was very similar to the dragon boat robbery case that he encountered not long ago. It was also organized by a group of people whose identities and backgrounds were completely unrelated. At least the intercepted residual souls confirmed that the 3 Tai did not know each other and had never had any contact, but they directly became the leaders here, leading these people from all over the world. Unfortunately, the souls were too damaged. For example, most of the channels of this group of people's skills were annihilated. A cultivator, especially a Tai cultivator, has lived for too long. Once the soul is damaged, the loss is not just a little bit, but decades or even hundreds of years. An organization that sells fakes. Not far away, the child of the human religion also spoke. He practiced the human religion classic Wu Wei Sutra. He entered the Tao with his own emotions and touched the soul realm. Although he could not directly read the soul like Lee Su, who mastered the highest level of the soul, he could get the picture through empathy and experience the information of the residual souls around him. Therefore, his physical sense was completely different from Lee Su. At this moment, the child's immature face showed a solemnity that was not in line with an 8-year-old child. It was obvious that he had obtained a lot of special information through his own means. As for the farther distance, the old weapon refiner squatted on the ground. He did not master the Taoism of the soul, but he was constantly looking for something. His brows were also deeply furrowed, as if he had discovered something. His expression was obviously no longer relaxed as before, with a solemn look. After a while, the old weapon refiner raised his head, the little devil of the human religion. He shouted, and then looked at Lee Su. "Then it's you, kid, come, how about discussing it?" Lee Su's eyebrows jumped, but he did not refuse, and landed beside the other party. A matter, different angles, naturally lead to different conclusions. He was also a little curious. Whether it was the old weapon refiner or the child of the human religion, they obviously found something unusual, which undoubtedly showed that the situation of this group of people was not simple. As for the child of the human religion, he frowned and soon flew down. The old man looked directly at Lee Su and asked, "Boy, which big sect are you from?" The child of the human religion was not too surprised by the old man's words. He was just kidding that the identities of the 2 people present were not ordinary. The child also knew the other party's identity from the old man's methods. Although the other party did not belong to any big sect, in terms of relations in the eastern region, both the heavenly court and the human religion could have a say. As for Lee Su, no joke, with the strength he showed, there would be no other big sects in the myth world. It's just that the other party's methods are very special, similar to some kind of flesh and blood magical power, which I have never heard of before. G religion. Lee Su raised his hand, and the unique life card of G religion disciples appeared. The child was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that the person in front of him was actually one of the 3 sects with him. He was really a brother. In the myth world, although the 8 major sects stand side by side, in fact, The human religion, G religion, and Zion religion are still somewhat different. They are real brothers and sisters, with the same origin. Even if Zion religion and G religion are said to be at odds, they are very clear that, even if they break bones, they are still connected. After all, the GGO today is not like the ancient times, when there were many beasts, but basically all of them were human. The weapon refiner blinked his eyes. Are they from GGO? Well, no wonder. In the mythology world, the place with the highest level of weapon refinement is undoubtedly GGO. After all, their core Taoism is the Lingbao Sutra, which is the method of weapon refinement. The weapon refiner nodded. There was no problem with the words of the GGO disciples. He immediately said, "Then tell us about your gains. I think this matter may not be simple. This group of people came from all over the mythology world, and they don't know each other." Li Su was the first to speak. The eyes of the human child moved slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Li Su. The scattered souls around were basically residual souls. Although he could sense emotions, he could not see many pictures through empathy, and he could not connect them. Don't they know each other? The weapon refiner was a little surprised. The information content was undoubtedly a bit large. There was an organization, but the members didn't know each other. Doesn't it mean that there might be a bigger background behind them? There is faith among this group of people. The man taught the child to take a deep breath. Among their emotions, some of them have the same color, and they have a noble feeling for a certain existence. Unfortunately, that thing involves taboos. Although I can feel its emotions, I can't resonate the desired picture. Not only is there an organization, but there is also faith. If it is just a simple combination of interests, it would be fine. This kind of organization may be huge, but it will not be impeccable. As long as it is discovered, it will be found sooner or later. But now, the child's words have undoubtedly raised the situation of this organization to another level. For a moment, both of them couldn't help but look at the old man, very curious about what he found. The old man who refined the weapon took a deep breath and slowly said, "I found the legendary blood red flower from the remaining traces." Blood red flower. Li Su and the child spoke almost at the same time. They were all interrogative sentences. Li Su was simply confused, but the child was different. Not only did his voice become very sharp, but his expression changed completely. His pupils couldn't help but shrink, and a trace of indescribable tension appeared on his face. But he took a deep breath, and without even saying hello, he jumped up, and in an instant his body was like a stream of light, cutting through the sky. What's wrong with that kid? Facing this scene, Li Su couldn't help but blink his eyes, a little surprised. He didn't expect that a flower would make the other party so nervous. You don't know? The old man who refines weapons was a little surprised. Li Su was even more surprised and couldn't help but ask back, "Should I know?" The old man who refines weapons couldn't help but shook his head and said, "You are young." Li Su raised his eyebrows and clasped his fists and said, "How about senior? Tell me about it so that the younger generation can understand it." "Well, since you asked sincerely, I will tell you about the legendary Bloody Night Banquet." The old man who refines weapons raised his head, and his old face showed an extremely complicated expression, a face that couldn't bear to look back. Remember, it should be 180,000 years ago. Wait, how long ago? Li Su was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he complained in his heart, "Fuck, 180,000 years ago, what does this have to do with being young?" Chapter 780 Blood Red Flower. 800,000 years ago, a tragedy occurred, and the culprit that caused that tragedy was something called blood red flower. The old weapon refiner took a deep breath, and his pupils revealed an unprecedented solemnity, as if the horror had just happened not long ago, and the horror was still vivid in his mind. 18,000 years ago, in the mythological world, there was actually a grand sacrifice on a certain day every year. It was set by the survivors after the ancient destruction. On that day every year, everyone would put aside other things, choose to rest and relax themselves. Name it, Eurytion. It means surviving a catastrophe. On that day, everyone will return to their homes and enjoy a rare day of the year with their relatives and friends. On this day, even enemies will stop attacking, choose to put away their weapons, and go home to celebrate the festival. For the whole day, no one will take action. It is a rare day of relaxation in the mythological world. However, on that day, when everyone was eating big chunks of meat, drinking big gulps of wine, the sound of children playing was endless, enjoying the rare reunion with family and friends, and holding a banquet, suddenly, everything changed. Everyone went crazy, and everything around them seemed to have become their enemy, and became a blood feud. They began to attack each other, and started fighting frantically. No matter whether they are old men, children, or women, the most terrible evil in the depths of human nature seems to have been awakened, and they attack everything around them mercilessly. Some people are awake, but no one knows what happened. Looking at the crazy wife, looking at the mad husband, watching them pick up the butcher knife one by one, and stabbing mercilessly at the person they loved most and the best brother a few seconds ago. They don't know pain, they don't know how to stop, and they use everything as a weapon. Even if their hands and feet are broken, even if their intestines fall out, they don't care. There are only enemies in their eyes, and all they have to do is to destroy the enemy. In the eastern region of the mythology realm, because of the unique environment, most people live in their own caves. Except for a very small number that are open to the outside world, the others are basically isolated and self-enclosed. By the time they realized something was wrong, a full 6 months had passed. In the entire eastern region, a full 30 billion lives died in this cannibalism. The people who survived have also gone mad. Their souls have fallen into unprecedented chaos, and in turn twisted their bodies into a mass of rotten meat, wriggling there neither alive nor dead. Countless independent caves were opened. In addition to the blackened blood stains, rotten debris, and pieces of flesh that were neither alive nor dead, there was only one thing growing in the cave. It was a bright red flower. There was not a single speck of color on its body. From the petals to the rhizomes, it was the color of blood. It bloomed brilliantly and huge, standing there quietly, constantly dropping blood-red pollen, covering the huge cave. And when the cave was opened, an even more terrifying scene appeared. These bright red flowers came to life, and the blood-red rhizomes rose from the ground, rolling up a bloody rain, and pounced directly on the people who opened the cave. These flowers are extremely strange, as if they were living creatures of flesh and blood, and they can also display Taoist magic. Tens of thousands of caves and tens of thousands of blood-red flowers, almost all of them are Tai cultivators, possessing powerful immortality and countless Taoist magical powers. Sometimes they are flames, sometimes they are ice, sometimes they are mountain streams, and sometimes they are thunderous. They are not only extremely powerful, but also extremely difficult to kill. Even if it is a Dalo realm cultivator, it will take a lot of effort to kill one. They will gather and merge to become even more powerful. In the end, the 8 major sects and the Great Luo took action at the same time. It took 10 days, day and night, to kill it and completely uproot it. From that day on, there was no more grand sacrifice in the mythological world. From that day on, the tragedy called Bloody Night Banquet was remembered by everyone. The name Blood Red Flower also appeared from that day and became a taboo in the eastern region of the mythological world. After saying that, the weapon refining old man took a deep breath. It can be said that he was shocked the moment he found that thing. He didn't expect to see the legendary Blood Red Flower. You know, the 8 major sects joined forces to clear it out. The reaction of the child of the human religion sect was not surprising at all. This was not disappearance. The blood red flower that had disappeared reappeared, and it was man-made. The problem must be serious. Now is the time for the human religion sect's alchemy conference. If a blood red flower incident occurs, it will be a big blow to the reputation of the human religion sect. After hearing the story, Li Su was naturally shocked, but soon he frowned and couldn't help saying, "This story is wrong." Huh? Why is it wrong? Where is the saint? Li Su puzzled. The blood red flower is indeed terrible, and the whole story is also tragic, but it is obvious that the highest combat power in the mythical world, the saint, did not appear in this story. If they were still there, the so-called blood red flower would never have such a huge impact. In fact, it was the end of the Supreme Daluo, not the saint, who finally eradicated the blood red flower. The saint is naturally not here. Not here? Of course not. Although the details are not clear, the highest realm in the mythology world is the saint. Once achieved, it not only means that they have absolute strength, but also means that the mythology world is no longer of any help to them. If you want to break through, especially if you want to catch up with the legendary ancient saints, it is naturally impossible to stay in the mythology world forever. Before the Bloody Night Banquet, the only one in charge of the mythology world was actually the Supreme Daluo. After that incident, the saint chose to return and left his clone in the mythology world. Li Su was stunned and couldn't help asking, such a thing has happened, and the saint only left a clone. The old man who refined the weapon looked at Li Su strangely and couldn't help saying, if it weren't for the fact that your life card could not be faked, I would have doubted it. Are you really a disciple of the great sect? You don't even know this kind of common sense. The Bloody Night Banquet is quite scary, but compared to the Great Destruction itself, who is more important? Ah, damn, I almost forgot. The Great Destruction. That catastrophe that destroyed the ancient wilderness. There is no doubt that the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to ignore. After all, something happened to the ancient heavenly saint. It was extremely terrible. The heavenly court that unified the three realms was destroyed. Trillions of lives were wiped out overnight. Although the Bloody Night Banquet sounds scary, it is not a little bit worse in comparison. Don't worry, if the Bloody Night Banquet is given time to grow, it will be terrible, but now is not that time. Don't say that we have discovered it. Even if we haven't discovered it, the situation that happened 180,000 years ago would not have happened. The reason why such a disaster occurred back then was more because of the environment at the time and the fact that no one knew the ability of the blood red flower. This thing is between organisms and plants. It will emit red flowers. That special pollen will enter the body through the breath of the organism, be transported to the brain through the heart, and then infect from the flesh to the soul. It won't be like that now. Not to mention the connections between the sects. Most of the creatures in the myth world have been moved away long ago. More than 90% of the population now lives in the outer space. Although the remaining number of people has basically reached the level of tens of billions, they are not only scattered, but also prepared means to deal with it according to the characteristics of the blood red flower. The child of the human sect hurried back, not because he was afraid that the Bloody Night Banquet would be staged again. That situation would be very difficult. He was more afraid that someone would make trouble and remind the human sect to pay attention. After all, if this thing is really cultivated, it will be quite troublesome. So that's it. Li Su nodded, but that group of people were really bold. If they and the people who attacked the heaven came from the same organization, this group of people really couldn't be underestimated. In the myth world, they attacked the big sect, and it was not just one family. This courage is really not something that everyone can have. Senior, what does the blood red flower wreckage you found look like? Can you show it to me? Li Su became curious. The bloody banquet that took place 180,000 years ago caused the extinction of billions of lives. He was really curious about this so-called blood red flower. What kind of thing could trigger a crisis of that scale? Of course, but before that, let me see your magic weapon first. Since the disciples of the human sect have taken care of it, the weapon refining old man naturally returned to his original appearance. Li Su could not help but roll his eyes. To be honest, he was involved in such a big trouble. Things from 180,000 years ago had jumped out. The old man in front of him was undoubtedly a big reason. If it wasn't for him, Li Su estimated that he would have entered the auction house and made money. The broken kid of the human sect has taken care of it, so this matter should not be a big problem. If the big sect can't handle it, there is no point for him to worry about it. In this case, there is no need to continue to get involved. He has a lot of things to do. Let alone other things. There is only a little more than half a year left to enter the world fragments again. It is best to ignore it. After the thought fell, Li Su chuckled, jumped up in the next second, and continued to go in the direction where the child left without looking back. Let's go back to Daluo Mountain first. This little bastard. The weapon refining old man was startled and couldn't help but yelled and cursed, and also jumped up. The magic weapon appeared under his feet, and he chased after him directly. Asterisk 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 as the two left, two figures appeared in the mess. Just let them go like this? What else? Can we still do it? Let's not talk about the child from the human religion. If I'm not mistaken, the old man should be the weapon-loving refining maniac. That old thing is not simple. He has collected and forged countless magic weapons. Not only that, it is said that he also has several ancient fairy weapons in his hands. With our current preparations, we can't take him down at all. But in this way, the blood red flower will be exposed. Don't worry, they don't know the function of the blood red flower at all, and even now they don't know the true meaning of the 180,000-year-old blood-colored night banquet. Let's go. After all, we are near the human religion, and we can't stay here. Where are the people over there? Don't deal with them? No. Anyway, they don't know anything. It's better to leave them, isn't it? That's right. Chapter 781. Gifted Fruit. The environment is really weird. The cave teleportation sent them out of the range of Dalwo Mountain. It is not very far, but it is equivalent to entering the deepest part of the East region, entering a strange place. In the air, there is an indissoluble smell of blood, with a stench, and a feeling of nausea and suffocation. Even though Lee Su has reached the Tai realm, he still feels a little uncomfortable in such an environment. The mountain not far away, and the flowing river seem to be the flesh and blood organs of a living thing, and like blood vessels that have been peeled open and exposed. The whole earth seems to be piled up with countless limbs, and he is standing in the middle of these corpses. Well, it affects the appetite quite a lot. Suddenly, Lee Su's eyes moved, and he couldn't help turning his head and looking at a small hill not far from him. The mountain looked like a leg, with the knee sticking out of the ground and the rest still buried inside. Most of the skin was rotten, with blue veins hanging in the air. You could also see something like muscle tissue wriggling, probably because the grey maggots lying on the body were gnawing at it. That leg wasn't dead yet. Lee Su couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. However, this was not the focus of his attention. What attracted him was that something on the knee bone was glowing, releasing an aura that was completely different from the atmosphere around it, the aura of Tao. Curious, Lee Su couldn't help but move closer. He had only taken 2 steps when he was blocked by someone. It was the old man who refined the weapon. He had been following him all the time. Obviously, he was very obsessed with Lee Su and would not give up until he achieved his goal. What are you doing? Lee Su looked back at the other person with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Could it be that the old man had also noticed it? Was he planning to stop him and then snatch it from him? I don't mind if you want to die, but can you let me see the magic weapon first before you die? The old weapon refiner was not surprised by Lee Su's gaze, but rolled his eyes directly. Once you reach the depths, things can easily develop like this. There are always people who can see some good things in this place, and then think that God has favored him, and rush over without hesitation. Obviously, those who do this are basically dead. Just like Lee Su at this moment, the direction he is aiming at is completely different from the old weapon refiner's eyes. In the thick fog, there are phantoms whose faces are not familiar surging. There are indeed some good things in it, but you have to be alive to take them. This is called the fog of no return. It is one of the hundreds of murderous wonders in the depths. Anyone who goes in is basically a life-threatening situation. The only ones who survived are those who suddenly wake up in the middle and then flee in a hurry. But these people's fate is very bad. They will be cursed, and insects will continue to grow in their flesh and blood, to devour their flesh and blood. These bugs cannot be eliminated, even if the original body is abandoned. They will always exist, as if attached to the soul, until one day the cursed person can no longer bear it and self-destructs. Is this person really a disciple of the great sect? Didn't the old man at home tell him about the relevant precautions? Although the base of GGO is not in the East region, even if the West region has the same scene, no one has told him how dangerous it is in the depths. Although it is not far from Dalwo Mountain, it is undoubtedly safe on the surface, and most of the dangers that can be driven away and destroyed have been cleared. But because of this, there is no simple way to stay. For example, this fog of no return is one of them. Even if Dalwo enters it, the end will not be good. The curse of worms growing in the body is almost unsolvable. It is rumored that a Dalwo in the heavenly court has broken it. After that, the Dalwo went to the outer space and never set foot in the myth world until his death. Do you know what that concept is? A Dalo realm cultivator, as long as he is in the myth world and does not want to die, is basically equivalent to eternity and lifespan. So how did that Dalo realm die? He starved to death. Because he had been staying in the outer space for tens of thousands of years, he could not replenish the special substances in the myth world. He starved himself to death and dared not set foot in the myth world. You can imagine how much of a blow the curse of the worms in the body brought to him in the fog of no return. Seeing that Lee Su had to go, and that he would hit someone if he was stopped, the old man who refined the weapon had a headache. The biggest feature of the fog of no return is that it does not move. It can be said that, as long as you don't provoke it, it will not move at all. But if you provoke it and scare the creatures in the fog, that's another matter. Although the old man's strength is not bad, he obviously doesn't want to provoke something that even the Dalo realm fears. But when he thinks of the magic weapon on Lee Su, his expression is very ferocious. As a person who makes the old woman worry, has he ever been a mother? But watching Lee Su die, once the magic weapon falls in, he will not mention the energy he has wasted for so long. But the main thing is that he may never see the treasure again, which is the most uncomfortable. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "That thing over there is called the fog of no return." After listening to the old man's explanation, Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. Fog of no return. Worms growing in the flesh. He couldn't help but take another look at the small hill. He saw the worms without a doubt, but he didn't see the fog in the other person's mouth at all. In order to make sure that both parties saw the same thing, Lee Su couldn't help but ask, "What shape does the worm grow in the flesh?" The old man who refined the weapon was confused. What does the worm look like? Is this the point that they should focus on in this topic? After thinking about it, the old man took a deep breath and said it out. Lee Su blinked his eyes. There was no doubt that what the old man described in his mouth was basically the same as what he saw, which meant that there was nothing wrong with what he saw. The only difference between the two was that there was a thick fog in the other person's eyes, but not in his own eyes. I remember that old guy in the heavenly palace said that in this depth, the deeper one's own understanding of the Tao, the more truth one can see. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but jump, and he was a little excited. He moved past the old man and ran towards the hill. The old man's face changed drastically. It was already this far, but the other party still gave it up. "You can give it up, but at least leave the magic weapon to me." The old man who was refining the weapon was furious at the moment, and he couldn't help but spit out foul language on the spot. "Old thing, if you keep scolding me, I will be angry." Just when the old man was scolding happily, Lee Su came out with a dark face, and his expression was so ugly. This old and disrespectful guy had a very poisonous mouth. From the body to the soul, from IQ to ancestors, up and down, inside and out, he sprayed it all over, and it was so poisonous that pus flowed. Originally, Lee Su was going to change the angle and directly dump the other party, but he was sprayed by the other party's vicious words, and went back the same way, and told him to shut up. "You." The old man was stunned and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Came out? This guy, he actually came out from the fog of no return. Not only that, Lee Su, who came out, obviously had something extra in his hand. It was a fruit pulp, very special, like fruit, but also like some kind of flesh and blood, covered with patterns, full of sacred lines. Is this a gifted fruit? Moreover, this kind of aura, the avenue contained in this fruit, should be very unusual. It is some kind of high-level power. There are many kinds of gifted fruits in the depths of the mythological world. There are flesh and blood gifts, spiritual gifts, and several major categories of order and law. And according to the different gifts contained, the value is also different. For example, the heart eye and the 7-trick exquisite heart are both a kind of flesh and blood gift, but it is obvious that the gap between the former and the latter is not a little bit. Of course, even if it is said that things like the heart eye are very valuable, not to mention the 7-trick exquisite heart, which can definitely be said to be priceless. Even the old man, who loves weapons, looked at the gifted fruit in Lee Su's hand, and his breathing was a little heavy for a while. Although he didn't care what kind of talent was inside, this thing was expensive. If it was sold, it would not be a problem to get rich overnight. How many refining materials could it buy? After all, this thing is different from a magic weapon. Once eaten, it will gain a corresponding powerful talent, which is like rebirth. After looking at the other party fiercely, Lee Su exhaled a breath and couldn't help but look at the gifted fruit in his hand, and his heart was a little shocked. It was easy to get the fruit. After all, he could see the bugs inside directly, and he got it without disturbing them. At this moment, the shock in his heart was because the essence of this fruit was not so much a talent as it was the essence of the dead. It was the crystallization of a certain power that he had mastered before. This thing grew directly on the corpse of the other party. He also felt the power inside, as if he saw a giant standing upright. If you eat it, as long as you step on the ground, you can automatically gather the 5 element of earth energy. Not only do you double your combat power, but your defense and recovery will also reach an amazing improvement. And what surprised Lee Su the most was that, after taking this fruit, he got a piece of information about the ability of this fruit. Kuafu. Not a fairy, nor a demon, but a witch who should have disappeared after the war between witches and liches. This was really beyond his expectations. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 780 to Return. Dalo Mountain. Looking at the huge crowd inside, the old weapon refiner who returned here was in a trance at the moment. His expression was dull, his body and mind seemed to have been greatly impacted, and the whole person entered an unprecedented low tide stage. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was naturally because of Lee Su. All the way here, in just less than 100 miles, the other party got a full 5 gifted fruits, a plant of immortal grass, and a 3rd level, all with space attributes, that was almost the size of a fist. And the above things, that others may not be able to get in their lifetime. The other party only spent a quarter of an hour to get them all. The old weapon refiner is undoubtedly an experienced person. He has eaten more salt than 90% of the rice eaten by the myth world. He is knowledgeable, and not surprised by what he has seen. Faced with this situation, he was still shocked. You know, this is not as simple as his good luck, and these things did not appear directly in front of him, or fall from the sky. Instead, each of them is in an extremely dangerous place, which is a famous killing place in the depths of the mythical world, such as the Rift Valley, the Rotten Forest, the Silent Lawn, etc. The former will silently split when entering, the latter will inexplicably corrupt, and the latter will disappear silently. It can be said that each of them is undoubtedly in danger, and they are in danger of death. Even if they survive by chance, the result will not be too good, and they will be cursed. The fierce place. But this guy in front of him went in one after another in front of the old man, and walked out directly from it again and again with treasures. Faced with this situation, the old man once doubted whether these killing wonders had failed. Otherwise, how could this happen? So he couldn't help but step forward to try. As a result, after paying more than a dozen magic weapons, his face was pale and green, and he finally got rid of the crisis of life and death. When his eyes met with Lee Su who came out from inside, the old man collapsed and doubted his life directly. Why? No, it should be based on what? I can't figure it out. No matter who encounters this kind of thing, it is impossible to figure it out. Finally, when he saw Lee Su easily enter the fierce place that almost killed him, and took out the 3rd order stone with space rules as big as a fist, that he had longed for a long time, but had not obtained, the old man froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Facing the old man's reaction, Lee Su's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. In front of the rotten forest, there were obviously a large number of strange creatures floating in the sky and underground, but the old man seemed to be unable to see them, and bumped into them head first. To be honest, Lee Su was shocked. To be honest, those creatures made his scalp numb. He could feel their horror, and dared not approach easily. Looking at the old man who doubted his life, Lee Su felt a little bit reluctant. After thinking again and again, he decided to show the magic weapon he had refined to the other party, to comfort his wounded heart. After all, he had obtained too many good things, and the situation was rather strange in the eyes of the other party. He could not explain that the secret of the Supreme Saint was in the Dalo realm of Lisu, and he would never tell anyone before he could become a saint. Of course, even if he did not say it, if the things here were exposed, it would undoubtedly still bring him a lot of trouble. In order to prevent this situation from happening, the only insider in front of him had to block the other party's mouth. Killing is definitely not possible. It's not that Lisu didn't want to, but it was not easy to kill. This place is too close to Dalo Mountain. The old man's strength is still very strong. The previous fight can feel that he is not worse than him. If the other party wants to run, even if he uses the treasure, it is difficult to stay at this distance. Finally, the magic weapon that he had been thinking about was in hand. The old man who refined the weapon was also stunned for several seconds. He didn't expect that this stingy guy would suddenly become generous. However, this time the old man found that he was not too happy, but his heart was empty. Looking at Lisu and looking at the fierce place, he felt the malice from the world for the first time and tasted the gap between people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, the godless eyes regained some vitality because they returned to a familiar place. After looking at Lisu woodenly, the old man threw a sign to Lisu. My disciple is in the auction venue. You can take this token to find him. He will help you sell it at a good price. After that, the old man rushed directly towards the direction of Dalo Mountain. He really couldn't bear it. The impact was too great. He had to bear the weight that his life should not bear. He had to find someone to cleanse his mind. It would be best to delete this bad memory from his mind forever. Looking at the old man leaving, Lisu didn't say anything. Although in a sense he was taken advantage of by the other party, he immediately became happy when he thought of what he got. It's a big profit. Apart from anything else, the value of the 5 and 8 fruits alone is amazing. Although the best one is undoubtedly the first one he got, the other 4 are very ordinary. They only contain some simple rules, but even so, they are not cheap. At least 100 stars. If auctioned, the price will fluctuate, but it can basically be maintained above 100. 4, that is, 400. It will probably take some time for the compensation from the heavenly court to arrive. It is unknown when it will arrive. As Lee Suxing's second realm of the star period is getting closer to the limit, the resources he has are almost exhausted. Although he got a lot of corpses of cultivators in the demon subduing hall, let's not talk about how much they were wasted by the evil nature. After all, they are human beings, and it is undoubtedly a bit uncomfortable to absorb them. They will not squeeze juice or boil oil. Such a waste is very large, unlike the use of the demons. 4 innate fruits, that is, 400 stars, are enough for him to practice for a while. At least, there should be no problem in the second realm. When it comes to the third realm, it is estimated that the resources from the heavenly court should be delivered. He also jumped up. This time he didn't plan to delay anymore. He sold magic weapons and innate fruits, and then practiced in seclusion. Next, even if there is a big thing, it has nothing to do with him. There is only one goal within half a year, to find a way to make himself TIE initial stage great perfection, to prepare for the upcoming world fragments. He was very fast, and went directly to the center of the market. The road was not peaceful. He was stopped not long after flying. When they flew over, the disciples of the human sect had serious expressions, but when they saw Lisu, they showed their usual hospitality and warmly entertained him. They also sent a junior brother to accompany him all the way to the center, to prevent him from being intercepted by other disciples. When passing the true immortal area, which intersects with the central auction venue, that is, the section where Lisu was teleported away, the atmosphere there was a bit solemn. Not only the people coming and going, but also the shops that were previously scattered on both sides have also decreased a lot, especially the section where Lisu and the other 3 had an accident, which was almost empty. Seeing Lisu's gaze, the disciple of the human religion explained directly without waiting for him to ask. Some people do not follow the rules, not only forming gangs secretly, but also carrying contraband. They were found out by one of our senior brothers and taken away for questioning. At this point, the disciple of the human religion first looked around to make sure that no one was eavesdropping, and then whispered, "Senior brother, don't spread rumors. I heard that the contraband is related to something very scary 180,000 years ago." Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard it. Although the other party didn't say the name, 180,000 years ago, if you check it, there shouldn't be anything else except the blood red flower, right? Junior brother, can you tell me this directly? However, judging from the battle, the human religion is very serious in this regard. Compared with before, there are many more disciples of the human religion, and the patrols have become more diligent. Along the way, they have encountered several teams, and each of them looks very solemn. Since the human religion is so serious, it should not be a big problem. In a word, the place has arrived. The disciple of the human sect smiled and said, "Brother, that's the auction house. If you don't understand anything, just ask the disciples inside. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you for now." After that, the disciple of the human sect turned around and left quickly. After landing, Lee Su couldn't help but touch his nose. He was a little dazed for a while. Otherwise, why not just change his sect? Anyway, from the perspective of his identity, he can actually enter any of the three sects. The main thing is that the feeling is too different. Except for that kid, it can be said that every one of these disciples of the personal sect respects him from the bottom of their hearts and really treats him like a family member. The ancient saying of making guests feel at home is probably this feeling, right? Chapter 783, Making a Living with Technology. Auction venue, separate guest room. At this moment, Lee Su's eyes were dim, and he didn't know if it was because of the light. His face was very dark. He rented this room. It was about 20 square meters, and there was no furniture inside. It was just empty. There was only a carpet made of fur of some unknown animal on the floor in the middle of the room. The reason why he didn't know was that there were too many colors of fur. It was obvious that they were not from the same species. They were all scraps. It felt that the thread used in them was no less than the fur. Then there were two cushions, one of which Lee Su sat on and the other was placed in front of him. With just this condition, the auction venue charged him 1 red gold a day. According to the calculation, that 1 red gold is equal to 10,000 bright silvers, and 1 bright silver is equal to 100 ancient bronzes. The other party charged him 1 million ancient bronzes a day. It's really awesome. Robbing money is not as cruel as this group of rent collectors. In this regard, Lee Su couldn't help but ask who was the one who came up with such a charging standard and planned to complain to the disciples of the human religion. After all, the human religion was really enthusiastic about him. Upon asking, GGO, Lee Su was stunned on the spot. He stood there and couldn't say a word for a long time. So it's not just the Western Holy Mountain, but the business has expanded to the Eastern region. Looking at the disciples of the Ringielo who came over with a smile on their faces and asked if he had any problems, Lee Su stood there for a long time and didn't say a word. As a disciple of the GGO, he couldn't take the lead in disliking his own behavior, right? And you have to know that as a disciple of the GGO, he can get a lot of dividends every year, and some of the money may come from here. There was no other way. Lee Su could only shake his head and say that he was fine. While paying the money, he swallowed the yellow lotus with tears in his eyes. Of course, his expression at the moment had nothing to do with the room he was living in. In fact, he had been living there for almost 10 days. There was no other way. The single room was the cheapest. Otherwise, he could change to a large bunk bed. 10 people only cost 100 bright silvers, and 100 people were even cheaper. 1 bright silver would do. For a great day, i.e., 100 red golds a day is fine, but 1 red gold is something he has to bear, even if he grits his teeth. The reason why he looked so dark at the moment was that his magic weapon was sold, but it was a little different from what he had expected. Of course, it was sold very well. According to the disciple of the old man who refined the weapon, it was more than 3 times what they expected. How much was that? Each one, 12,000 red golds. Lee Su spent a total of 100 red golds to make this thing, and added some strange materials, about 50 or 60, plus the 3rd level thunderstone. The total cost was about 300. You have to know that there were a total of 9 of them, and a total of 108,000 was bought, which was a full 360 times. It can be said that it was amazing to the extreme, and it really deserved to be the means of the Shanking Saint, the magic weapon and the Shiandideo cannon. Therefore, the moment he got the money, the disciple of the old man who refined the weapon kept congratulating Li Su, saying that there was a lot of room in the market for this magic weapon, and they could be responsible for the materials, so they would charge 11,000 red golds each, and a few hundred would not be too much, and a few thousand could also be digested. Li Su took the money, said he would think about it first, and then sent the person out. Then he sat in his room for a whole half day, looking at the red gold in front of him with his eyes dim. That was called silence. In the past 10 days, he did not squat in the room every day. He was actually practicing. The effect is very good, and he has broken through the second realm of Tai star system period. He has condensed 26 stars, which is 8 more than the 11 fire Tai 9 realms. The strength has doubled directly. In this case, the third realm is equivalent to the 12 fire Tai 9 realms. When it comes to the fifth realm, the mana is basically higher than the 15 fire Tai 9 realms. Once he reaches the 9th realm, how strong he will be, there is no need to say it, right? Even facing the late Tai, Li Su does not need to use the Saint Supreme, he can just use the star system to crush it. This is undoubtedly a surprising result. Of course, the amazing improvement is inevitably accompanied by huge consumption. First of all, the resources that Li Su had hoarded before were basically consumed. The Dalwo finger that Biju got was eaten up by him. Then there was the immortal prison. He did get a lot there, but there was a problem here. Those were all people. Li Su couldn't just refine corpses and boil oil, right? Therefore, most of them were burned by him. What he actually absorbed was basically the evil nature in them. It was definitely to help that group of people transcend, which was considered to be a great merit. After all, the highest realm among this group of people was Tai, and there were only a few of them. There were only a dozen or so true immortals, not many heavenly immortals, and a large number of golden core foundation building. But how many were there? Adding them all together, he could raise about 3 stars. Breaking his moral bottom line for the energy of 3 stars? It's impossible to think with your feet, right? Therefore, this time, for the breakthrough of the second realm, Li Su not only consumed all the resources he had earned before, but also spent a lot of money from selling the gifted fruit. Gifted fruits are very valuable. Even if Li Su sold the 4 that he didn't like, they were also very valuable. After all, it is equivalent to getting a brand new talent, which can add to the upper limit of the cultivator, making it easier for the cultivator to practice, and greatly enhancing the strength. Therefore, as soon as it was taken out, it was bought by the auction house without hesitation, without letting Li Su wait. The direct delivery, the price is not cheap. Without blinking an eyelid, all 120 stars were bought. 4 talent fruits were sold for 480, making a lot of money. And to break through the second realm, Li Su spent almost 180, of which 80 were the second realm stars, and 100 were used to stabilize the galaxy. This consumption is undoubtedly a bit exaggerated. After all, the 11 fire Tai 9 realms of the Great Perfection are only 1,000 stars, and he spent nearly 600 or 700 in the first realm. It will undoubtedly be more in the future, which is really a pain in the ass. If you estimate it, he will most likely spend 8,000 to 10,000 stars to achieve the Great Perfection. Well, it is expensive. But the result of being expensive is that the combat power is also robbed. If he can reach the Great Perfection in the Galaxy stage, he can fight against Tai Great Perfection. This is not even without the Supreme Saint. If he does, even Dalwo can talk a little, right? He has stepped into the first tier and truly has a place in the myth world. Thinking of the 7,000 stars that the Heavenly Court will compensate him, he will only have a gap of about 1,000 or 2,000 for his own 9 realms Great Perfection. As long as the money from the magic weapon is a little bit more, 1 star, half a star will be enough. As long as it is worth half a star, he basically shouldn't worry about the resource consumption of Tai's surface. Thinking happily, Li Su waited for the apprentice of the old man who refines the weapon to come to the door, and then listened to him loudly announce the good news to him, congratulating him on earning 100,000 yuan. At that second, you don't know, Li Su's expression froze. How much did I earn? 100,000 yuan. Thinking carefully about his own expenses, damn, it's really good. It has doubled 360 times directly. This money comes too fast. It's easier than robbing. Not only that, this field is obviously untouched, and Lee Su's function is so good that when selling and auctioning, many people's faces changed on the spot after listening to the introduction, and their expressions were wonderful, especially when they saw that the treasure was bought by their companions on the next outing. It was even more exciting. They directly blocked their throats with phlegm and almost choked to death. As a third level magic weapon, plus its function, this magic weapon will undoubtedly have monopoly for a very long time in the future. There have been 9 consecutive auctions, and the enthusiasm has not diminished, which means that there is a big gap on it. Excluding the time spent on selling, it is not a problem to make 20 to 30 million in a year. It's really a lot. This is 20 to 30 million in red gold income. Isn't the annual dividend of Tai of the Great Sect so much? It is equivalent to doubling the income directly, which is incredible. It is definitely a high income group. Moreover, it did not take Lee Su much time to refine this magic weapon. 9 at a time, 10 minutes, he could refine 144 times a day, that is, 1296, which is equivalent to working 3 to 5 days a year. The only thing that was a little uncomfortable was that it was a little difficult to buy star crystals. After all, according to the current market price, a star costs about 2 million red gold. Of course, as a strategic material, this thing usually fluctuates, and there will be a premium, about 2,100,000. The money from the sale of Lee Su's 9 magic weapons just offset the premium. It was really a lot. With the identity of a Taoist of GGO, he could earn about 20 stars a year. 22 a year. 220 in 10 years, about 100 years. The gap in the 9 realms of Tai can be raised. 100 years, it's really fast. For a Tai realm, it's just the blink of an eye and the time it takes to snore. Moreover, 100 years can also be used for cultivation. After all, under normal circumstances, who would use stars to cultivate every day? It's enough to consume 3 or 5 a month, and the rest can be moved by myself. Anyway, for Tai, nothing is much, the only thing is time. If you accumulate it for 100 years, you can save a lot of money. Lee Su took out his life card after a long breath, and couldn't help complaining. Why is the application for selling the demon subduing order so slow? Looking at the 3 words under review still displayed on the application, he was a little depressed. This time is too long. Why is the efficiency so low? He is a dignified Taoist, shouldn't he handle special matters specially? Not refining tools to sell for money? When did I think of refining tools to sell for money? I refined tools just to exchange for some red gold so that I can buy some high-end materials and put them aside and give one to each of my teachers in the future. Now that I have red gold, it's time to spend it. By the way, let's go around Dalo Mountain. I was in a hurry to come back before, so I only ran around 100 miles nearby. How can this be possible? At least he had to run 1,000 or 800 miles. After all, the opportunity was rare. You have to know that the area near the Dalo realm had been specially cleaned up. There were basically no wild monsters. Only some special killing wonders were left, which were extremely rare. If it were other places, such as the deepest place, the danger would undoubtedly be several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more dangerous, which would be really fatal. Why do you think the old weapon refiner felt so uncomfortable? Good things worth hundreds of stars, money that he might not be able to earn in a few years or even decades. Watching Lee Su pick them out simply, how could he not be excited? How could he not be jealous? How could he not rush up and try? As for making a living by relying on his own skills, it was simply bullshit. Chapter 784 News leak. Lee Su went out. After practicing in the room for more than 10 days, he left the room. That could charge him 1 million yuan for the whole day. He checked out as soon as he left. Although the fee was expensive, it was calculated by the hour. As long as it was less than a day, he could get a lot of money back. In less than 3 hours, 800 silvers per hour, he could get back about 7,200 silvers, which was a lot of money. A giant and family might not be able to consume so much in a year. After returning the money, Lee Su went to the big trading field first. The things there were directly listed for sale. There were a lot of ordinary materials, including second level and third level ones. After the listing, everyone could participate in the auction. The transaction method was simple, ranging from 1 hour to 1 day, and the highest bidder won. The main items sold here were some treasures with large production quantities, and the value was also amazing. Of course, compared with the precious medicinal materials and rare minerals of the same level, that could be sold directly for several times or even dozens of times the price, there was still a big gap. Of course, Lee Su didn't pursue that kind of treasure. It was too expensive. After all, it was not necessary for 1 or 2 people to use it. If possible, buy some third order treatment related medicinal materials, or minerals that can be used as life-saving magic weapons. There should be quite a few immortals in Xia country now, so you can prepare some in moderation to be prepared. There are many people in the big trading field, which feels like the stock market in the previous life. There are many modules hanging on it, which show the things being auctioned. It is divided into several large blocks. Medicinal materials, minerals, monster furs, elixirs, magic weapons, etc. Each has an independent area, and there are many people standing under each block, looking up. Lee Su got a sign, and went straight to the materials. Buying and selling is also very simple. If you like something, write the number of the sign and the price on your hand. At the end, as long as he offers the highest price, the item will be his. Then he can go to the sign to log in and check out. He looked very quickly, and his goal was very clear. After a while, he liked a lot of recovery medicinal materials, both third order and second order. According to the price marked on the module, after estimating it, Lee Su quickly wrote down his amount. It is 2% higher than the second place, and the premium is not more than 10%. The things bought here are not too expensive. Even the third level materials are basically priced at a few hundred red golds, and the fluctuation is not too large. Judging from the red gold he currently holds, he can buy a lot. In addition to the 100,000 red golds he just earned, he also has a lot of money on hand. The storage bags of more than 10 million people, on average, are about half a red gold per person, which is also 5 million. Then there is the GGO. As of now, they have also hoarded a lot of points. After conversion, it is worth about 20 million red gold. Originally, this is not cost effective. Under normal circumstances, these points should be exchanged for exercises, or to ask for guidance, which is the most cost effective. However, Lee Su is not short of this aspect, so he doesn't care too much. Therefore, using points to pay directly can get a lot of premium, at least to layers. Lee Su will naturally not spend all the money at once, just enough for a short period of time. Hey. Lee Su's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect that there were actually people selling ingredients, including spiritual rice, vegetables, and meat. It's not expensive, but the amount of a single purchase is very large. The minimum is 10 tons, from foundation building to heavenly immortal. Considering the situation in Xia country, he bought some, mainly foundation building level. This kind of rice can be eaten by ordinary people. It has a high satiety effect. 1 or 2 grains can keep ordinary people from feeling hungry for a week. Lee Su stopped after buying about 500 tons. After all, a pound of rice is about 60,000 to 70,000 grains. 1 ton is enough for 200 million ordinary people to eat 1 meal a week. If 500 tons are used for emergency, it can last for about 10 years. It's enough. His quantity is not small, but it's not too conspicuous. He also sold some of the golden elixir and heavenly immortal surface. At critical times, although it's a waste, it can hold up for a while, right? Once the shopping starts, it really spends money like water. In less than an hour, after entering the big trading venue, Lee Su directly spent nearly 600,000 red gold, bought hundreds of third level medicinal materials and minerals, and countless second level ones. In addition to spiritual rice and the like, Lee Su also bought a lot of cloth. It was very good, purely handmade, and each piece of cloth was printed with array patterns. If it was made into clothes, it would have a certain degree of defense. Of course, the higher the degree, the more expensive it would be. For the celestial fairy surface, one piece would cost almost 1,000 red gold, which was so expensive that Lee Su couldn't help but grit his teeth and envy. Of course, he was not jealous of the high price sold by the celestial fairy. It was the cost of this thing. The main material of the celestial fairy surface should be some kind of silkworm monster, and specially prepared pigments were used. According to Lee Su's observation, the cost was at most 1 gold, but it was sold by the other party for 1,000 times the profit, which was even more terrifying than the premium of his magic weapon. Sure enough, no matter what kind of world it is, the profit of things related to daily necessities is amazing. It's a pity that Lee Su has no one, otherwise he could try to make it. Well, it's not for money. Are you kidding? How many giants are hidden behind such a huge profit? Generally, Dalo can't bear it. If you get involved easily, you will probably die without leaving any dregs. Lee Su also sold some cloth, the lowest level, about 1 million pieces. After browsing for another hour or so, Lee Su had basically bought everything he could use. He left the materials section and went to the skills section. Here he planned to buy some ordinary Taoist magic, including immortal skills, which were ordinary Taoist skills corresponding to the foundation building and golden elixir realms. He had amazing talent and mastered the highest level of saints from the beginning, so he naturally had no shortage of them all the way. But the situation in Xia country was different. Without his terrible talent bonus, let alone the highest level of saints, even the lower grade immortal skills were very difficult. Fortunately, the price of low-level skills was not expensive. The surface of the foundation building only cost a few hundred bronzes. The main reason was that it was bought out directly, not practiced once. After picking more than 100 foundation building and dozens of golden elixir skills, Lee Su took a breath and said, "That's enough. I didn't expect that most of the things I bought were low-level items, but I ended up spending almost $500,000. As expected, once the quantity was large, no matter how cheap the things were, they would rise to astronomical figures." Shaking his head, Lee Su no longer paid attention to the things, traded on the template, and planned to go around and wait for the trading time of the things he bought to end. "It will take 3 years to kill you. Was it made by you?" Lee Su, who was about to go to other places after leaving the exchange, paused and looked at the person who suddenly blocked his way. The young man in his 20s looked very arrogant and had a strong aura. He was at the level of a true immortal and a 10-fire true immortal. Although he did not enter the category of a genius, he was still okay. Lee Su frowned slightly. You should know that he had directly given the transaction of the magic weapon to the disciple of the old man who refined the weapon. He had not handled it from beginning to end. In other words, apart from the disciple of the old man who refined the weapon, there should be no third person who knew that the magic weapon it will take 3 years to kill you was made by him. He did not expect that someone would come to him. Of course, with the benefits of his magic weapon, if it can be maintained for a long time, it is not surprising that someone would be tempted. After all, the benefits are amazing. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is the design of the magic weapon. We are willing to buy out its ownership at the price of 500,000 red gold. 500,000 red gold? Lee Su narrowed his eyes and his expression turned a little cold. This joke is not funny. You are kidding. The disciple of the old man who refines the weapon came to him personally and told him that he could make 20 to 30 million in a year, and there was a big gap. But now someone came and wanted to buy out the ownership of the magic weapon with 500,000 red gold? You swallowed up hundreds of millions of profits in one gulp? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? The young man smiled coldly, with a hint of grimness in his eyes, and said without any concealment, "Sir, there is a saying that the premise of making money is to have a life. To spend it 500,000 is not a small amount. The end of greed is often very bad." Lee Su's veins jumped up on the spot, and he stretched out his hand with a dark face. He was no longer in the mood to think about who was behind this thing, or whether he didn't check the almanac before going out. "How can you bear this? Lee Su, don't mix it up." In the extremely stunned eyes of the other party, he grabbed the other party's neck. The other party was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that the person in front of him would dare to attack him. The magic power immediately rioted, and a huge star became an immortal, and the brilliance of 10 fires was about to illuminate reality. How could Lee Su give the other party room to explode? the hand that was holding the other party's neck shook, and with a bang, the magic power in his body broke on the spot. Not only that, the stars in his body shook, unable to withstand the vibration, and began to show terrible cracks one after another. With a puff, the young man bleeds from all 7 orifices, and is seriously injured on the spot. Pressing the man to his knees, and holding the other party's neck, Lisu's pupils are cold, and he said in a cold voice, "What is a terrible method, you can tell me." Chapter 785 A slap. Although the person was suppressed in an instant, the action was a move. For a moment, countless eyes looked over directly, and they couldn't help showing surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that someone would dare to take action here. After seeing that the person who was easily suppressed was a 10-fire true immortal, the shock was undoubtedly even greater. The 10-fire true immortal was definitely a master in the myth world. In the upper domain, they were all core geniuses, and in the middle domain, they were directly at the elder level. Not to mention that the person who was suppressed was a young man, and the breath of time was not heavy, at most 1,000 years, which was even more shocking. He was definitely TIE talent and a future upper domain master. As a result, he was directly suppressed, and it was still on the territory of the human cult. Many people looked directly at Lisu, wanting to see who was so bold and dared to take action here. You must know that the human cult has a strict order that private fights are not allowed in Dalo Mountain. Even if there is a blood feud between the two sides, conflicts are not allowed after entering here. Revenge or revenge, it depends on whether it is revenge or revenge, it will be said after leaving. What a courage. Before everyone could finish their thoughts, an angry shout sounded, and a person walked out of the crowd. It was a middle-aged man, who looked at the young man who was grabbed by the neck by Lisu. His aura far surpassed that of the other party, and he had already entered the early stage of TIE. At this moment, the middle-aged man was shocked and angry. He really didn't expect that the target they were targeting would actually take action directly in public. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that the other party's strength was far beyond expectations, and he suppressed his son in an instant. He thought that the other party was just a weapon refiner, and his strength should not be too strong. After all, they had seen the magic weapon he refined in person, which was very mysterious. He was very deep in the art of refining. Generally speaking, this kind of weapon refiner should not be strong in combat. Most of the weapon refiners had to change their path to refining weapons and leave the battle sequence because of their poor talent for cultivation. There were too few weapon refiners like the old man. But he didn't expect that the one in front of him was not only good at refining weapons, but also had an amazing combat power. His son, who was not weak, had no room to struggle in the hands of the other party. Originally, at this time, he should wait for the disciples of the human religion sect to come over, and then deal with it in the usual way. The middle-aged man should not come out, but the one who was grabbed by Lisu was his own son, and he was the most talented one among all the children, and he had high hopes. At this moment, he was pressed so hard that his stars cracked, and he was seriously injured. If he waited for the disciples of the human religion sect to come over, he might suffer permanent damage and damage his foundation. Therefore, the middle-aged man could not sit still, and walked out with a face full of anger, with cold eyes. After all, how much effort did he spend on the training of such a son? He took a step forward and quickly approached Lisu, and said angrily, "The holy land of the human religion sect prohibits private fighting. You are looking for death." The middle-aged man's body shook, and in an instant, thousands of stars rose up, and a huge chill covered the surroundings. Facing that kind of freezing, the space was affected at this moment. All the particles stopped, and all the temperature was taken away. In an instant, everyone felt an extreme cold, and their souls seemed to be frozen. As expected of the Tai realm, even if it was only the early stage, once he made a move, even if the target was Lisu, it still had a huge impact on the surroundings. If he hadn't suppressed the range of his own power, I'm afraid that just this instant of explosion would have killed a large number of people. Facing this extreme cold oppression, Lisu, the target, raised his head. Coming one after another? Good, very good. Lisu's eyes turned cold, and huge ripples were reflected in them, showing a huge starry sky rotating in his eyes. Raising his hand, he slapped it out and slapped it directly at the middle-aged man. With a thud, The space collapsed. The power of a galaxy composed of 26 huge stars and millions of diorimes is enough to destroy the world and suppress everything even without using the Taoist magic. The space around the middle-aged man shook violently, surging like water. Unable to withstand the vast power, the cold air he burst out was directly beaten into ash. The terrible power swept directly over his body. The terrible energy of the galaxy instantly penetrated his defense and extended into his galaxy avenue. Bang! As if being hit by the world, before the middle-aged man had time to change color, the galaxy in his body trembled, and several stars cracked on the spot. Bang! All 7 orifices were bleeding. Crackling. The bones began to make noises one by one, as if they were about to break. Buzz! Buzz! The soul was floating, and was swept into the storm. This was not a defeat, but a crushing crush. The middle-aged man's face changed, showing horror, realizing that the person in front of him was far more terrible and powerful than he had imagined. He let out a loud roar, and began to burst out his own power with all his strength. The rules of the human religion. The original plan. His own children. At this moment, he threw everything behind his head. The fear of death awakened his instinct, an instinct that all life could not forget. The desire to survive. The terrifying coldness exploded, and the azure light pierced the sky and earth, instantly covering thousands of miles, enough to freeze the world to death, and kill billions of lives. In order to survive, he had to fight. However, it was useless. The power gathered in Lisu's palm was too vast. The previous collision was just the beginning, and it was the storm before the huge waves hit. The middle-aged man's explosion was like a small boat drifting in the storm, too small. The terrible power directly suppressed the coldness he burst out. After only 1 second of stalemate, the cold air could no longer bear it, and was suppressed and destroyed by Lisu's power. The powerful Tei initial power was suppressed and destroyed by Lisu's palm before it even exploded. The middle-aged man couldn't help but widen his eyes. He couldn't believe it, and couldn't believe that the other party's slap was so terrible and so terrifying. A look of fear appeared on his face. He wanted to retreat, but found that his body had been suppressed, and he couldn't move normally. Facing the slap that was getting closer and closer, he raised his hands with fear, and stretched them out, trying to block the slap that was coming down, and save his life. However, the outstretched hand seemed to hold down a mountain, a world, and a universe. It couldn't be stopped at all. The middle-aged man watched Lisu's palm crush his hands and hit his face. With a loud bang, the middle-aged man was slapped into the ground by Lisu, and scarlet blood splashed all over the ground. The body, soul, and even the avenue were all smashed to pieces by Lisu's palm. Hiss. Facing this scene, the people watching the battle couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and the huge chill went straight from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took less than 2 seconds. But for most people, it was like riding a roller coaster, up and down. The presentation of this final result can be said to be completely horrifying. A dignified Tei was suppressed so easily. At this moment, the young man who was grabbed by Lisu's neck was completely stunned. When he saw his father coming out, he was excited and excited. He couldn't help but start thinking about how to deal with this guy who dared to grab his neck. However, the next second, the development of things went in a direction he couldn't imagine and had never thought of. Like a nightmare, it directly pierced his heart and scared his 7 souls. He knew his father's strength best. Although the Tei realm was only the 8th fire Tei, only the 6th realm, it was undoubtedly still Tei, a real strong man, not a small shrimp on the street. But he couldn't even withstand a slap, and was slapped to the ground. What does this mean? It means that they kicked the iron plate. Faced with this result, the young man was almost crazy, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. If you have this kind of strength, you should show it. It's obviously an ancient alien species, but it disguises itself as a pig. Is this interesting? Is it interesting? Damn it, damn it. What are the others doing? Where are the disciples of the human religion? It's been so long, why haven't they come yet? The holy land of the human religion has long had rules that prohibit all private fights. This Taoist friend, are you provoking the human religion? Finally, the disciples of the human religion came. After receiving a report from someone, they flew over directly. In midair, looking at the tragic scene below, the disciple frowned and spoke a little coldly. Hearing the voice, the young man in Lee Su's hand immediately became excited. After realizing the horror of the person who provoked him, he was extremely frightened, fearing that the other party could not suppress his anger and kill him and his father directly. Now that the disciples of the human religion have come, his life is saved. He raised his head, and his pupils could not help showing joy and hatred. Although they, father and son, could not do anything to each other, it did not mean that the people behind them were not good. You must know that they dared to do such things here, not because of their large numbers, but because they had a backstage, a real backstage. Just wait, no matter how strong you are finished. Chapter 786. Hey, brother, is that you? As long as the young man who was grabbed by the neck by Lee Su was extremely excited, and his pupils flashed with amazing light. The disciple of the human sect in the sky was suddenly stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "Senior brother, is it you?" With this call of senior brother, the young man was stunned, and everyone was stunned. Lee Su was also stunned, and the words he wanted to stop were stuck in his throat. He felt very familiar with the other party's voice just now. After this call of senior brother, it was undoubtedly more familiar. It was the human sect disciple who sent him to the auction venue before. Looking up, Lee Su smiled and said, "It's been 10 days since I last saw you. It's really senior brother." The human sect disciple smiled directly on his face, flew down quickly, came to Lee Su's side, and didn't even look at the young man who was excited a second ago. He looked at Lee Su with a happy face and said, "I went to find you before, senior brother, but I didn't disturb you, because you were in retreat. Looking for me?" Lee Su was a little confused. "Well, senior brother, are you free?" The human sect disciple nodded. I'm not busy. What's up?" "It's like this. We are planning to have a discussion party among fellow disciples. I thought of you, brother, so I came to ask if you're free." "Discussion party?" Lee Su was stunned. "No, it's not appropriate to invite an outsider to this gathering of disciples of the human sect, right? Can I go too?" The disciple of the human sect nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. Several brothers have recommended you." The teacher also agreed. "They want to meet you, so they asked me to come and invite you. Not to mention that several brothers recommended you." The teacher also agreed. "Teacher, you're not talking about Daluo, right?" "No, what's the situation with the senior brothers of the human sect? This seems to have gone beyond the scope of hospitality. What's the deja vu of a wandering child finally returning home?" Lee Su was a little stunned. This feeling of being at home was a little overwhelming. When does it start? The other party had already said this, and it would be too shameless to refuse, so he said immediately, "Brother, are you free now? Has it already started?" "Not really, but if you are free now, I will notify you immediately, and we can start today." "No, oh my god. Why does this meeting seem to be waiting for him?" Lee Su was encouraged and felt a little numb. "Is this suitable?" "It is suitable. There is no specific time or number of people required for the discussion meeting. As long as we want, 3 or 5 people are fine, or 30 or 50 people are fine. Even if we finish, other brothers can still start." The disciple of the human teaching explained. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. "Is that so?" "That's right. Well, after we finish dealing with things here, we'll go." "Okay, wait a minute, senior brother, I'll notify them first." The disciple of the human religion sect happily took out a token, which felt a bit similar to the G religion sect. After a wave of mana, he said directly, "Brothers, I found that senior brother, and he agreed to discuss the day. The time is today. Come on, a few people, go and set up the venue. Those who want to participate, get ready." After that, the disciple of the human religion sect hung up the call and put away the token. "By the way, senior brother, is there anything else here?" Obviously, the other party was a little anxious and couldn't wait to leave immediately. Lee Su's mouth twitched. Not only him, but everyone around the exchange couldn't help but twitching their mouths. Their eyes widened. You know, Lee Su was holding a person's neck in his hand, and there was a bloody mud lying in front of him. Although he didn't die, there was no doubt that he had seriously violated the rules of the holy land of the human religion sect. As a result, this disciple of the human religion sect didn't see it. Lee Su couldn't help shaking the young man he was holding in his hand to remind the junior brother in front of him. Ugh. Finally, the junior brother of the human sect came back to his senses, and his attention shifted from the discussion meeting to the scene, and he saw the situation around Lee Su. He frowned, his face suddenly looked a little ugly, and he said coldly, "Are these two people causing trouble for my senior brother? Bastards. In my human sect holy land, they violated my human sect rules, and they also attacked my senior brother. You are so brave." The young man, whose expression was gradually collapsing while listening to the conversation between the human sect disciple and Lee Su, really cried at this moment. Although he realized that something was wrong when the human sect disciple called him senior brother, he was afraid in his heart, realizing that Lee Su was not only strong, but also had an identity of steel. Although his backers were very strong, facing the disciples of the human sect on the territory of the human sect, what was the result? For a moment, he was so depressed. After all, although Lee Su took action, they were the ones who provoked the other party, and the situation itself was not favorable to them. Now with this relationship, what was the ending? Originally, the young man thought so, knowing that he was the one who was doomed, but when the disciples spoke, he still couldn't hold back. Even if he was wrong, the attitude of assuming that they had problems and intending to kill them with one stick still greatly stimulated him. Although the young man had done this kind of thing many times and had seen those who were unable to resist and were frustrated, hateful, and cursed, and even enjoyed this situation at one time, the eyes that wanted to kill him but couldn't do anything about him really made him unable to stop. Unexpectedly, today, this routine fell on him. Moreover, it was directly in public, in front of countless people. In an instant, the feelings of those who were killed by him filled his body and mind, and the powerlessness and grievances directly overwhelmed him. It's like this without asking, is there any way to survive if you ask? No. For the first time, the young man showed a look of great regret on his face. If there was a regret pill, he would definitely take it immediately. The strong junior brother, the crying young man, and the strange and fearful eyes of most people around, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt that he was the bad guy. Junior brother. This is what happened. The other party trusted him without hesitation, and Lee Su naturally didn't want to give the others the idea that the teaching was nepotism and protecting relatives and friends. Immediately, he told what happened. The magic weapon he refined was favored by the other party and decided to buy it out with 500,000 red gold. When they heard the name of the magic weapon and the profit worth hundreds of millions, many people's expressions immediately changed, and they looked at the young man with unkind eyes. Just kidding. If this happened to me, I would be even more angry. Hundreds of millions of profits, and you plan to buy it for 500,000? If you don't agree, you still have to look bad? Who can tolerate this? As for whether Lee Su was lying, was it necessary for a strong man like him to frame a mere true immortal and Tae who was almost slapped to death by him? They are not worthy. The gap is too big. Lee Su does not need to be so complicated to kill them. The face of the disciple of the human religion was a little ugly. Although he did not think that the problem would be Lee Su from the beginning, the taking meaning that made him feel extremely kind was enough to prove what kind of person the other party was. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a development. What is the difference between this and robbery? Robbery in the holy land of the human religion. You know, not long ago, the human religion discovered a gang that was organized by a fraud organization. Less than 10 days later, another gang of extortion came out. Are the rules set by the human religion so insignificant in the eyes of these people? Not only that, what the disciples of the human religion are most concerned about is that this organization is probably not just extortion. There should be subordinates who have infiltrated the management of the human religion. Otherwise, where do they get the confidence to get things from others? Realizing this, the expression of the disciple of the human religion sect immediately became very ugly. Of course, he did not doubt his fellow disciples. The problem should be with the hired personnel. After all, there are not many disciples of the human religion sect. It is obviously impossible to manage a grand event like the alchemy conference by relying solely on the disciples of the human religion sect. The eyes of the disciple of the human religion sect were very cold, because this kind of thing could not be the first time, and the departments involved would definitely not be just one. There must be problems with the seizure department and the exchange information department. Taking the money of our human religion sect, breaking the rules of our human religion sect, and finally even directly getting the guest of the human religion sect. But, very good. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Chapter 787, Humanism Discussion Meeting. The Taoism Conference. It is a special conference of the human religion. Unlike other major religions, the core of the human religion is in action, freedom, and the pursuit of the realm of great freedom. This kind of thinking is destined to make the human religion not good at fighting. I'm in action, so who would fight? I pursue great freedom, why should I fight? Free and unrestrained between heaven and earth, isn't it good? Why fight? So for the people of the human religion, the purpose of cultivation is longevity, freedom, and spiritual transformation. Fighting, which is something that only animals do, is not compatible with the temperament of the human religion. There is no doubt that this is what the human religion thinks from top to bottom. But, this is not okay. The environment doesn't allow it. You don't do anything to others, and you don't want to do anything to others, but it doesn't mean that others don't want to do anything to you, right? Let's not talk about anything else. It's the Dalo Mountain, the holy land of the human religion. If you don't have some strength, others will come here and kill you. In view of this, although the top leaders of the human religion were very helpless, they still had to make a very painful decision. That is, fighting. The disciples of the human religion cannot pursue it, but they must know how to fight. To describe it in one sentence, who dares to stop me from pursuing freedom, I will definitely beat you to a bloody pulp. So, the Dao Discussion Club came into being. It is specially used for disciples to learn from each other and improve their fighting level. However, it is said that it is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. Let the disciples of the human religion learn from each other and improve their own level. To be honest, the two people who are fighting can fall asleep while fighting. Do you believe it? Li Su doesn't know whether you believe it or not, but he believes it. After the two fathers and sons from the exchange were taken away, Li Su set off with his junior brother at his enthusiastic invitation and came to the holy land of the human religion, Dalo Mountain. Dalo Mountain is really big. If you look from a distance, it is just a mountain towering into the sky, but when you get close, you will find that this is a mountain. There are vast plains, rumbling waterfalls, and endless rivers. If you walk into a small hill, you will find that there is a continent standing on the hill. It is clear that a world has been molded into the shape of a mountain and then stood there. Li Su is now on the fifth hill of the human religion, which is where they hold a discussion meeting. When he came, there were already quite a few people. There were several hundred people. This number is really not small. You should know that the number of disciples in the human religion is really small. Compared with other people's core disciples of more than 100,000, millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of affiliated disciples, there is a world of difference. The total number of the entire sect is just over 5 digits, just over 10,000. Moreover, even among these 10,000, there is a lot of water. At least half of them are children, not formal disciples of the human religion. In the case of thousands of disciples, plus the alchemy conference, most of the disciples are in their respective positions. It is really not small to have hundreds of people here. At this moment, among these hundreds of people, about 4/5 did not come here on their own initiative, but were forced. As for the reason, it is very simple. These 200 people have not participated in any discussion meeting in the past 3 years. They were ordered by their elders to come here to complete the task, attend a proper discussion meeting. Well, since there is a so-called proper discussion meeting, the one that Li Su was invited to participate in is naturally not a proper one. What is a proper discussion meeting? Looking up, Li Su looked at a group of disciples who seemed to have epilepsy not far away. At this moment, their eyes were closed, their faces were distorted, and they were gritting their teeth. This was a proper discussion meeting. Of course, don't get me wrong, they are not really having epilepsy, but they are dreaming. According to the junior brother of the Ringyuo, the effect of the discussion meeting in the first 2 years was very poor. It did not meet the expectations of the elders of the sect at all. Not only did they perfunctorily do the work, but some bastards even fell asleep while playing. Is this reasonable? It is too unreasonable. In view of this, the elders of the human sect had no choice but to use the Great Dream Sutra to open up a battlefield, pull the disciples of the human sect into the Great Dream, and create a battlefield for them there. Because they were afraid that the battlefield they created was not real enough and not cruel enough, they also specially found the brothers from both the Chan sect and the G sect to help build the battlefield environment. Let alone the battlefield of the Chan sect, the battlefield of the G sect was very scary. It was not only about where it was, but the most important thing was that the elders of the human sect gritted their teeth and paid. There is a saying that goes, as long as you pay the disciples of the G sect, the service will be in place. The elders of the human sect went to the battlefield and came back with a look of doubt on their faces. They pulled the brothers of the G sect and kept asking, is there really such a thing? Is there really such a thing? It's too fucking heroic. At this moment, the disciples of the human sect gritted their teeth because they felt the mood of the soldiers in the war and were influenced by the love for their own sect, the expectations for the future of the sect, and the feelings of no regrets, and they were fighting desperately. Facing this scene, Lee Su could only respond in one word: absolute. It was absolutely amazing. In order to enable the disciples of the human religion to protect themselves, the elders of the human religion had good intentions and were very worried. No wonder, although the disciples of the human religion did not like to fight, they were all very strong. Not to mention the ones far away. Just say that the child, who had a hand in the empathy method, was amazing. Lee Su was quickly pulled away, mainly because his junior brother was about to wake up. This method of dreaming, the benefits are needless to say. The effect is great, but there are some side effects. Think about it. Most of the disciples of the human religion are peaceful and pure in heart like a child, and suddenly the bloody wheel of reality ran over their faces. What would be their reaction when they woke up? Let's put it this way, any disciples of the human religion who have participated in a serious discussion meeting will basically create a Taoist technique specifically for killing in about 80 or 90 years. Killing technique. Disciples of the human religion, you can fully imagine what kind of emotions they have accumulated in their hearts. Therefore, when you just wake up, it's nothing to just scream a few times. If you really get into the role, it will definitely make you doubt your life. This is not a joke. There are examples. A disciple woke up, cried loudly, and then directly fought with his own elders. He was so cruel, hitting all the vital parts, and the main target was a bully who destroyed his teacher and ancestors. He also cried while beating, which made the elders who were blowing their beards and staring at each other so painful that they looked like they had become class enemies. In view of this, serious discussions on the Tao are usually isolated to a certain extent, and everyone is reminded to stay away from them to avoid tons of harm. Therefore, for the sake of life safety, it is the consensus of everyone to temporarily stay away from the disciples of the people's religion who have just participated in the serious discussions on the Tao. Finally, we arrived at the place. Hey, you know what? Among the 20 or so people, Lee Su had met more than 10 of them, and at least said 7 or 8 words to them. It was them who laid the foundation for Lee Su to feel like he was going home to the people's religion. Seeing Lee Su, more than a dozen of the disciples of the Ringyuo said with sparkling eyes, brother. Lee Su couldn't help but shivered, and hurriedly called out a few times in his heart, I'm now from Gguo, I'm from Gguo. Hello, brothers and brothers. Lee Su took a breath, and clasped his fists to greet. Brother, you are welcome. Everyone responded with a smile. Among them, the strongest and oldest brother of the Ringyuo, who was also seeing Lee Su for the first time, smiled and said directly, brother, come, sit down. This junior brother is really handsome. The breath is clear and turbid, and the body is free and easy. There is the true meaning of inaction, and it is surrounded by freedom. With this breath, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the disciple of Ma Ringyuo. Even if he is a master uncle of the sect, although he can win in some aspects, he cannot achieve such harmony and complete integration. With this breath, I'm afraid no one will doubt that he is the disciple of the three elders, but I haven't heard that the three elders have gone out in recent years. Could it be that he is the last disciple of the ancestor, saint, who is free and easy in the mortal world? This is as harmonious as one with Dalo Mountain. Although he is a little less free and easy than senior brother, he is even better in inaction. Thinking of this, senior brother Ingio smiled even more. Since junior brother is here, let's start this discussion meeting. The next moment, the others nodded. Okay. Lee Su, who had just sat down, suddenly felt a little stiff. It seemed that this was specially opened for him. Was it his illusion? Right. After finding that all the disciples nodded, their bright eyes fell directly on him. Lee Su couldn't help but rub his buttocks, feeling a prig below. Fellow disciples, this is my first time. What is this discussion about? The leading disciple was startled and immediately said a little embarrassedly, "Oh, yes, this is my first time. Look at me, I forgot. It's okay, I'll start." Sitting there, Lee Su was completely confused. Forgot that it was his first time. Why did he say it, as if he should have participated many times? Was this an illusion? Chapter 788 Taking Yin and Yang Key. The content of our discussion meeting is actually very simple. It's just about sharing the insights of each other's practice and understanding of the Tao. The leading senior brother smiled and said, "Junior brother, this is your first time, so you'll be the last. Come on, fellow brothers, show us your practice results and your own understanding of the Tao." "Okay, third senior brother, I'll go first." A disciple raised his hand directly. He was not far from Lee Su. His realm was similar to Lee Su. They were both in the early stage of Tai and had just broken the mirror. "Okay." The person called third senior brother nodded. "Let's see what you have learned over the years." The disciple's face was full of smiles, but the starlight in his body shook, and the power of the wind instantly spread around. This wind is very special. The main thing is the charm in it. It is different from the natural wind of breeze, light wind, gale, and storm, but a free wind. It blew instantly and instantly penetrated the body and mind of everyone present. His face was shocked and in a trance. He seemed to be lying on an extremely wide road, wrapped in a gust of wind, carrying him forward at will. An indescribable feeling of freedom filled his body. He couldn't catch it, couldn't touch it, but it was always there. Facing this feeling, although the more than 20 fellow students around him looked very happy, Lee Su couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn it. Originally, he thought that the discussion meeting was about understanding. He expressed his own understanding of the Tao in words, so that the illusory Tao would shine into reality. As a result, the fellow student opened his Tao as soon as he started and shared his Tao directly, allowing everyone to swim in his Tao and feel his feelings. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Is this an event that he, an outsider, can participate in? It's like you see a cocktail party being held across the street, and you are required to bring a female companion. You are thinking about going over to mix a glass of wine, so you find an unknown girl on the side of the road and ask her if she wants to mix a glass of wine with you. When the girl heard it, it was not bad. Let's go. As a result, after taking a sip, he found that the door was closed. The next second, the unobstructed meeting was opened. What was about to be carried out was an unprecedented primitive sport. For a moment, the whole person was embarrassed. It is estimated that many male compatriots will say, "Fuck, there is such a good thing. Why didn't I encounter it?" But if you are more practical, you will find a very fatal problem. Let's not talk about whether the female companion you invited is willing. The person on the other side dares to take off his clothes. Are you sure you dare to go up? Is this a question of courage? It's not. This is a question of hygiene. Of course, what Lee Su encountered at this time was not a hygiene problem, but a problem that was 100 times more serious than hygiene. This kind of sharing is equivalent to a monk being naked in front of you. If you have any bad thoughts, they will be in trouble in the future. It is a fatal problem. Not bad. The taste is okay, but it's not strong enough. After a while, the breeze dissipated, and many people taught their disciples to smack their lips and start to comment. He gave a favorable comment without any hesitation. The only regret was that the taste was not deep enough and it lacked a little bit of heat. The disciple who was commented on smiled shyly and said, "Well, I will continue to work hard next time." Soon, he sat down. Then, another disciple stood up, and without giving Lisu a chance to speak, the avenue flowed out directly and took Lisu into another different way of practice again. This time, it was water. The so-called highest good is like water, which benefits all things without competing. In an instant, Lisu was almost sublimated. This water focused on washing emotions and eliminating troubles. The whole person seemed to jump into the water and float down the river. All his thoughts faded at this moment. Good. The softest thing in the world is water. It lingers in the air for 3 days and leaves endless aftertaste. Junior sister, you have made great progress over the years. That's right, it was a female disciple, one of the 4 out of the more than 20 people present. The girl smiled happily. Thank you, senior brother. Looking at the other party who was slowly doing it, Lisu couldn't help smacking his lips. I wonder why this water is so emotional. The emotion is for junior sister, no wonder. Fuck, that's not right. As an outsider, he shouldn't participate in this kind of discussion. Is this the power of the earth element? Heavy and steady, but what's the situation with this comfortable feeling? It feels like a mother's embrace, and I'm so sleepy. Is this fire? But this fire is so warm and vibrant, like the first ray of spring sunshine, giving people a feeling of spring, and gentle breeze. Is this emotion? Love? It's not the kind of love between men and women, but a kind of love, for life, for everything, with joy, and incomparable sincerity. 1, 2, 3. When Lisu came back to his senses, the only one who didn't perform among more than 20 people was the third senior brother. Sitting on the futon, Lisu was speechless. It's like this, what else can he say? Nothing can be said. Quit. You have seen everyone, it's the end. Do you still have the nerve to leave now? However, you know what? This way of discussing the Tao is really good. After so many things, he has gained a lot of insights, and the Supreme Dao fruit has lit up. He danced with joy in his mind, rolled on the spot, and was very happy. The method of the taking sage has been enlightened, and he has a thorough understanding of inaction, freedom, and ease. The next second, the third brother of the human sect did not hesitate to directly show his own Tao and his own Tao fruit. This time, it was obviously different. As the strongest among the crowd, and the realm is also the highest, Lisu instantly escaped into the endless starry sky, and strolled in the long river. Free and easy, the real great freedom. In an instant, Lisu couldn't help but think of the words he had seen before. If a man rides on the righteousness of heaven and earth, and controls the debate of the sixth key, to travel the infinite, what else can he wait for? In an instant, his supreme Dao fruit shook, and a special charm emerged in his black and white pupils, which was natural and free. In an instant, the yin and yang in his body glowed with vitality, and he derived supreme changes. This is enlightenment, and it is also a blessing. Unexpectedly, coming to the Dalo mountain of a human religion would directly stimulate the taking Dao, allowing him to go one step further and enter a new realm. Taking a deep breath, Lisu's pupils appeared with bright stars, as if there was a Milky Way in the sky, with black and white key swelling inside, and the power of yin and yang shining. The Tao sounded, and all things were born. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lisu slowly raised his hands. Since he had received the gift of the human religion, he naturally had to give back. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, what are you bastards thinking? You actually let a GGO disciple attend the Dao discussion meeting? At this moment, outside the Dao discussion mountain, a child came quickly. Because the matter of the blood red flower had been delayed until today, it was finally over. The child, who was finally relieved, had no time to rest, but found that many disciples were discussing someone on the People's Religion Forum. At first, it was nothing, but when he saw the other party's image, the child was stunned. Damn. It was that GGO thief. Not only did he not leave, but he also sneaked into the People's Religion Dao discussion meeting, and he participated in an improper one. What an international joke. An improper People's Religion Dao discussion meeting. What is that? It is the sharing of the great way between each other, opening up one's core, and allowing people to enter. Letting an outsider participate in such a private meeting is simply damned. The child jumped up and rushed to the Dao discussion mountain without hesitation, and at the same time directly notified his teacher. The real manager of the people's religion now is one of the 3 people in the people's religion, the immortal Wu Yu. As the child flew over, on the top of the main mountain of Dalo Mountain, in the clouds, Wu Yu Zenran received a message from his disciple. He was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help turning his head, and looking at the Jigio Zhu Jianzun. Zhu Jianzun responded with a puzzled look. What? This reckless man would not do such a thing. Wu Yu Zenran shook his head. Sorry, I have something personal to do. After saying that, he glanced at Wu Wo and Wuxin, 2 Zenran beside him, and flew out directly. It is not uncommon for Jigio disciples to come to the human sect. The 3 religions were originally one family, but it is a bit too much to sneak into the Lundao Association. Let's go and see first. My disciple is obviously in a bad mood. However, just as the child was about to step into Lundao Mountain, Wu Yu Zenran walked out of the palace and stood on Dalo Mountain to look at Lundao Mountain from a distance. Suddenly, a yin and yang flower bloomed from the 5th mountain. In an instant, chaos gave birth to yin and yang, and the 2 Qi gave rise to all things. Dung. With a loud noise, the golden bell rang long. The 8 scenery palace on Dalo Mountain, the taking bell in the 8 scenery palace. Thousands of years apart, it resounds through the clouds. The clouds vibrate for millions of miles. A ray of warm sun is born between heaven and earth, and a vast purple air pours down. For a moment, the clouds are full of rays of light and golden lotuses emerge from the ground. Millions of spirit beasts are singing in joy, and millions of exotic flowers are blooming. Stepping into Lundao Mountain, the angry child stumbled and almost fell. At this moment, he didn't care about his embarrassment, but just widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the yin-yang Taoist flower growing on Li Su's palm not far away. The whole person was dumbfounded. As for the Wu Yu Zenran who came out from the void, he was also trembling at this moment, and there was a big surprise on his Wu Yu Wukyu face. What the hell is this? Taking yin-yang Qi. After the Great Destruction, the way of the Taking Saint was completely lost. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789. Fuck. The 2 energies of yin and yang spread out. They directly covered and enveloped the entire Lundao Mountain. It was life and death, water and fire, hardness and softness, black and white, light and shadow, reality and illusion. All relative things in the world were in these 2 energies. They were opposite and unified to completely different forces, but they proved each other. If Li Su felt that he learned from the many disciples of the human religion, then what the many disciples of the human religion felt from Li Su at this moment was that the Tao followed nature. The former took nature as a teacher and imitated it. The latter was natural. People followed the earth followed the sky followed the Tao, and the Tao followed nature. The perspectives between the 2 were completely different, the feelings were completely different, and what they got was completely different. In essence, the Tao of the disciples of the human religion was free and easy, and finally formed the I and the Tao. Li Su mastered the Tao itself, and finally formed the Taoism. There is no doubt that as Li Su's Tao unfolded, it had a great impact on the disciples of the human religion. More than 20 disciples were shocked. Through Li Su's avenue, they looked back at themselves. They gained a lot. Their Dao hearts were mobilized. Almost instantly, more than 20 disciples, including the 3rd brother, closed their eyes and fell into the dark. With the flash of inspiration, countless wonderful ideas opened in their hearts. In a trance, they seemed to see themselves standing in another form. After almost a few seconds, Li Su exhaled and began to retract his own power. The yin-yang flower in his palm disappeared, and the vast yin-yang energy was put away little by little. He quietly opened his eyes and looked around with a guilty conscience. When he saw the expressions of more than 20 disciples beside him, Li Su couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, through them, he improved his perception of taking Dao, and naturally wanted to give back to everyone. You can't take advantage of them for nothing, right? This kind of behavior of directly observing the avenue has a very big cause and effect. Now it's good. Even if someone teaches the big brother to come over, he shouldn't say anything. As the saying goes, one drink and one peck, both sides have improved each other, and the other party can't say that he got it for free. HMM. Feeling the gaze behind him, Lee Soo couldn't help but turn his head. But he found that the child from the human cult stood there at some point, staring at him blankly, with a complicated look in his eyes. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that next to the child, there stood a white-haired old man, who looked at him with a kind smile on his face at this moment, and was very satisfied. Strong. Lee Soo's eyes couldn't help but jump, so strong. In a trance, he seemed to see a bright road, running through the long river of the starry sky, standing in front of him. Heavy, vast, and broad. Completely different from the feeling that the Earth Min King gave him. The person in front of him directly gave him a feeling that he was difficult to fight against. It seemed that he was facing a huge world, and he was just a small mortal in the world. Not to mention the early stage of Tai, even the middle and late stages, he had no chance of winning against the person in front of him, even if he used the treasure. Daluo, the greatest Daluo. He is the 3 Su of the human cult. There was no need for the other party to introduce himself, and Lee Soo's mind naturally floated such a thought. Child, come here. Seeing Lee Soo's gaze, the old man smiled even more, squinting his eyes and chuckling. Lee Soo was stunned for a moment. Facing such a strong man, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried and not on guard. But as soon as the other party opened his mouth, he couldn't help but feel dazed, as if he saw the grandfather who had passed away a long time ago and treated him very well and doted on him since he was a child. Oh. Lee Soo nodded subconsciously, stood up, and walked towards the old man with a look of longing. The old man said, "Child, what you have learned is the method of taking?" Lee Soo said, "Yes." "Great, you are indeed a child of my human sect." The old man stretched out his hand. "Child, come." Lee Soo stretched out his hand with a blank face, and subconsciously said, "Senior, where are we going?" "Of course I will take you to Beijing Palace, to pay homage to the master, the taking saint." "Are you going?" Originally, he had some doubts, but when he heard the name of the taking saint, Lee Soo immediately calmed down. Lee Soo, who had already determined that he was a disciple of the taking saint, naturally would not object or resist paying homage to the teacher in his heart. "Go." The old man nodded with a smile, directly took Lee Soo's hand, and took him straight to Beijing Palace. Facing this scene, the child on the side had a crazy twitching expression. His eyes became more and more complicated, and he showed an unbelievable look. "This is the magic of trafficking. Teacher, he actually used the magic of trafficking on a disciple from GGO?" Thinking back to the time when I was still a cute child, I was hooked like this and thought the teacher was my grandfather. I followed him happily. When I came to my senses, I had already become a disciple of the human religion. You know, according to the original trajectory, he should have joined the heavenly court and become a Taoist of the heavenly court, but he ended up joining the human religion and became a child for a whole 1,000 years. Afterwards, the child's grandfather went to the human religion directly. Seeing that I had already worshipped the master, he made a big fuss and kept cursing the human religion for not being moral and actually trafficking underage children. The matter itself was eventually left unresolved. After all, the immortal Wu Yu at that time did not deliberately intercept, but was an accident. It just happened that there was a task to go out of the mountain to collect children. After arriving at the place, the old man who was too bothersome released his own aura, and the children with good talents could feel it. He planned to attract a group of people to come and take them back to complete the task. Of course, because of this, the immortal Wu Yu became famous in one battle and was directly on the blacklist of the other 7 religions, becoming the first person in the myth world to traffic. Obviously, the reaction of the GGO brother at this moment was that he had been tricked. Are you kidding? Can you worship the founder of the human sect casually? This worship connected the cause and effect. It was really like yellow mud falling on your crotch. You couldn't wash it off, even if you jumped into the yellow river. However, when I think of the Taoism displayed by the GGO brother, the taking yin and yang key, the strongest magical power of the taking lineage, that no one has mastered since the ancient destruction, it is no wonder that the teacher who has long been out of touch with the world and has no desires would do such a thing. Now, we can only hope that this GGO brother has an ordinary status in the GGO. I think it shouldn't be a big problem. He and the GGO brother have fought. In addition to the taking Taoism, the other party also mastered a very strong physical magical power and did not show the GGO method. It should be after entering the GGO, by chance, that he got the taking inheritance. In terms of the relationship between the two families, the GGO side should not have much reaction. After all, the GGO does not value the Shin'Gyo itself very much and will only pursue other things after reaching the Dalo realm. Of course, according to the doctrine of GGO, which is to get money, it is estimated that a lot of money will be lost. The child touched his chin. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me, so let the teachers worry about it themselves. Asterisk 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 is this yin and yang key. In the Beijing palace, the Zhao present couldn't help but look at each other with a hint of strangeness in their eyes. They had naturally heard of taking yin and yang key. It was one of the top Taoist magical powers of the human sect, and it was also the fundamental method of the legendary taking saint. Since the ancient destruction, this magical power has been completely lost, and no one has successfully practiced it for hundreds of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, today, hundreds of thousands of years later, someone taught his disciples to practice it. At the first time, the Chan sect, GGO, and even the heavenly court turned their heads and couldn't help but look at the two real people Wuxin and Wuo. The demon court, Heshan, etc. also stared at each other with a slightly solemn look. To be able to master yin and yang key, he must be a genius of the human sect. And looking at the strength of this breath, there is no doubt that it is the Tai realm. How can he really hide it? Such a great genius was exposed at the critical moment when the 10,000-year war was about to begin. Wu Zhenren touched his beard and smiled. I'm sorry to make you laugh. That kid has only recently realized it. There was no sign before. I don't believe you. With such a steady aura and a solid foundation, how could he have just practiced it? On the side, Wu Zhenren suddenly said, everyone, what do you think of the blood red flower that has disappeared for more than 100,000 years and suddenly appeared again? Following Wu Zhenren's words, the eyes of the Supreme Dalo present moved slightly. Yin and yang key is indeed worthy of attention. If it were Dalo, he would be able to try it out and feel the power of the legendary taking saint's strongest Taoist magic. Unfortunately, it is only at the Tai realm. What else can I think? I thought the blood red flower was strange back then. Now it appears again. How could it be possible that some casual cultivators could obtain it? Blood Sword Master spoke up at the first moment, with a cold look in his eyes. He did not think that the blood red flower found here was just a coincidence. Although the others did not speak, the expressions on their faces were also very obvious. Back then, the blood red flower was in chaos, and they were all participants in the bloody night banquet. Although they were eventually killed, the difficulty and the extent of the damage were undoubtedly beyond imagination. The blood red flower, that has become a force to be reckoned with, is very difficult. It not only has a strong regeneration ability, but also an unimaginable parasitic ability, and it has mastered so many Taoist magics that it is unbelievable. It is the most difficult opponent that the great masters of the China have encountered in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Blood Sword Master was very direct. Investigate it, trace the source, no matter what. After he finished speaking, Blood Sword Master suddenly paused, and in an instant, his expression froze. He turned his head in disbelief, first glanced at Wuxin Wuo and the others, and then lowered his head. Fuck. In front of the group of Supreme Great Luo Realm Masters, Blood Sword Master cursed. He moved and rushed out of the hall. Zhu Junior brother, wait a minute. The two true men Wuxin Wuo looked at each other and moved silently. At the moment when the other was about to leave, they stopped him. Without saying a word, a scarlet blood sword emerged with a clang. It was the highest secret of GGO, the immortal slaying sword. The terrible killing intent swept out. Blood Sword Master's old face was dark. Without saying a word, he raised his sword and stabbed. Slow your uncle. Slow again. If you slow down again, my GGO Daozi will be gone. Chapter 790. Rob people. Seeing that the GGO Blood Sword Master turned his face and used a knife, the most powerful Daoyo in the hall could not help but be stunned for a moment, his face full of astonishment. You know, among the three religions, the Chan sect and the GGO are not on good terms, and the human sect usually plays a role of mediating. Why did the GGO directly fight with the human sect today? Moreover, looking at the posture of the Blood Sword Master, it is obvious that he is not joking, and he really wants to go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife. For a moment, many people looked directly at the people of the East Chan sect and the West Chan sect, their faces full of confusion. What's going on? At this moment, the Thunderfire Master and the 10,000 Flowers Immortal Master were also confused and stunned. However, after all, the lotus is white and the lotus root is green. The three religions were originally one family. Although they were a little confused about the current situation, the two still saw that the two brothers of the human sect were not quite right. The three fought very quickly. The Blood Sword Master was really angry, and the two brothers Wuxin and Wuo were mainly pulling and delaying time, and they were more defensive, and did not take the initiative to attack. Although among the three religions, the Chan sect is the most domineering, the G sect is the most unruly, and the Ren sect is the most carefree. But carefree does not mean that the people of the Ren sect have a good temper. The temper of the Ren sect was determined as early as the time of the Taking Saint. Back then, the two Western saints participated in it. Although it was fundamentally for their own needs, they still helped the Chan sect on the surface and broke the Zukes and sword formation of the Shanking Saint. Looking back, Laozi brought the G sect's eldest disciple to Obeo Taoist, directly transformed into a Buddha, and almost wiped out the Buddhism of the two Western saints from the root. You see, the past of the Chan sect, the burning lamp Taoist became the past Buddha. The past Duobeo Taoist of the G sect became the Tathagata, and became the present Buddha. And what about the original disciples of the two Western saints? The leader Amitabha became the future Buddha. You taste it. Taste it carefully. Although the past Buddha has passed away, he has always existed, so the status of the ancient Buddha burning lamp is not low. As for the present Buddha, he controls the present of Buddhism. The whole journey to the West can understand how great the authority of the Tathagata is. Only the future Buddha belongs to the future. It seems to be very high-end, but is it of practical significance? No. After all, everyone lives in the present, and reminisces about the past. Although there are still fantasies about the future, since it is all fantasies, that is to say, as long as the future does not come one day, what is the difference from sexual fantasy? What is cruel? This is cruel. So, even if it is the Blood Sword Venerable, if the two brothers are taught not to be wrong, this fight will never be like this. Moreover, if you look closely, you will find that the Blood Sword Venerable is really anxious, his eyes are spitting fire, and the whole person is on fire. Yes, on fire. It has already crossed the 7 orifices and smoke, and is directly burning with anger. Hiss. For a while, the Thunderfire Venerable and the 10,000 Flowers Immortal Venerable, who were originally planning to go up and persuade, twisted their brows into a river, and stopped on the spot. This matter is weird, and I don't understand it. The more I think about it, the more wrong it is. If I rashly end it now, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as offending people. There is a high probability that I will be blamed. The two Supreme GLUO couldn't help but look at each other, feeling a little bit of a pain in the teeth. After all, when there was a fight between the three religions, it was usually between the Chan and G religions, and the human religion would act as a peacemaker and smooth things over. The Chan religion, which had a more domineering style, was not very good at this. The two Chan religions were like this, and the others looked at each other. Even the demon court, who was fearless, quietly took a step back, and did not intend to get involved. The Black Mountain religion's Black Heavenly Venerable was a little eager to try. After all, the Black Mountain and G religion had already torn their faces apart, and they would never hesitate to add insult to injury. But there was a problem, that is, the human religion had a precedent. There is a saying that goes, I beat my brother, and others can't beat him. After thinking about it, Black Heavenly Venerable gave up. Unlike the Chan religion, which was domineering and unparalleled, but very easy to figure out, the character of the human religion was a bit similar to the big blue ox raised by Taishang Laochen, one of the incarnations of the taking saint, in the eyes of the Black Mountain religion. It looked like it was eating grass, and was very docile. But if you really offend it, you never know when it will suddenly hit you. It doesn't eat meat, but it has horns, which are thick and big. If it is poked, its kidneys will be broken. You two old bastards, you have no shame. After fighting for a while, Zhu Jianzhen was furious, and couldn't help cursing. Facing Zhu Jianzhen's cursing, the two real people Wu Xin Wu Wo defended and pulled at the same time, but they just didn't say a word. I'm going to do it. Zhu Jianzhen jumped up and down, mainly because he felt that his own son had been dragged into the Saint Temple of Beijing Palace by the old bastard Wu Yu. It would be fine if the other party had malicious intentions. With the talent of his own son, he could be sober, but the old bastard didn't have any malicious intentions at all. He really treated his young man as his own, and was ready to let him return to his roots and recognize his ancestors. Teacher. Finally, seeing that his own son had come to the futon, Zhu Jianzhen couldn't stand it anymore, and his mouth and nose spewed fire, and he shouted directly to the sky. I can't stand it anymore. Blood Sword Master, please ask the saint directly. As Blood Sword Master finished speaking, for a moment, except for the two supreme Daluo masters Wuxin and Wu Wo, the rest of the people were stunned. They couldn't help but widened their eyes and were stunned. What the hell? What's going on? What happened between Gigio and Rinjio? How can a fight between children be called adults directly? As soon as the words fell, thunder roared thousands of miles away. In the dark, a pair of eyes cut through the sky and looked over from the extreme west. What's the matter, Zhao Jian? With a hint of surprise, the voice of the Gigio saint sounded directly on the top of the Daluo mountain of Rinjio, above the Beijing palace. He didn't expect that his own disciples would call their parents again after hundreds of thousands of years. How much grievance was this? However, the next second, the saint paused. It was not just about his own disciples, but also the atmosphere in the Saint Temple of Beijing Palace below. His pupils shrank, and his eyes swept directly into the Saint Temple of Beijing Palace. Boom boom boom. In an instant, thunder rolled and the earth shook. In the sky, golden light flashed in an instant, and a huge copper coin fell from the sky. Daluo Mountain. Daluo Mountain. Millions of miles of Daluo Mountain. It rained gold, and a vast road rose from the west and crossed the two domains. A huge face, carrying a terrifying rage, said to the 8 scenery palace. I *% #%*. The saint swore, an eternal wonder. In an instant, in the 8 scenery palace, the minds of the great Daluo people roared, and everything in time and space was chaotic at this moment. Of course, not only them, all the creatures in the entire Daluo mountain were stunned, and fell into a state of neither life nor death. However, before the saints of the Gigio made any move, a clear air descended, and the beautiful green light directly covered the entire Daluo mountain, and the unparalleled free and easy intention opened up, a big dream, covering all living beings. The entire Daluo mountain was directly cut out of this world. Needless to say, the person who came was Hiran, the saint of the human religion. The saint of the human religion sighed, junior brother, it's just a fight between the younger disciples. How can an elder disregard his status and personally intervene? The saint of the G religion roared directly, Zhao, you have to have some shame. Alas, I know this is not good, but this child has a great cause and effect with my human religion. He has inherited the supreme power of my human religion, and involves the way of the saint of taking. I hope you. Damn it, you are saying that this child has no connection with my religion. The saint of the G religion stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the immortal slaying sword in the hands of the blood sword master jumped up. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the immortal slaying sword made a long sound. The next second, in the 8 scenery palace, the sound of the sword responded, and the 4-color Kingping sword soared into the sky, flashed a light, and then disappeared. Zhu Zun. Kingping. The saint of the human religion couldn't help but raise his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that this child who obviously inherited the yin and yang of the taking of the human religion actually had the Kingping Dao of the saint of Shanking. Can you come back? Well, no. Since the other party has inherited the taking Dao, he must join our NGO and become the true disciple of our NGO. Junior brother, we have a friendship of millions of years. Why don't you let me have it once? Old thing, we are obviously at the same level, but you keep calling me junior brother. Who the hell is your junior brother? Alas, there is nothing to talk about. Talk about hammer. Okay. The saint of the NGO waved his hand, and the world became a cage, directly covering the saint of the GGO, and then he disappeared. In the boundless void, the two people were seen facing each other, and a terrible avenue crossed the universe. In an instant, the endless starlight in front of the two people was annihilated, and the boundless space was broken. A big dream came and rewrote reality. There was money in the sky, reflecting the heavens. Old thing, I have disliked you for a long time. Junior brother, millions of years have passed, and I feel relieved to see that you are still the same, and I'm relieved. Old thing, what do you mean? You are still so young. Fuck. Chapter 791, Confused Duo. Lee Su was a little confused. When he came back to his senses, he found himself kneeling in front of a statue, performing the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, and he had already reached the end. No, what the hell, what's going on? Lee Su's face was full of question marks. He clearly remembered that he had just seen a kind-looking old man greeting him, so why did he turn around and kneel on the ground? Although, the statue was not kneeling in the wrong place. After all, it was written on it, Hunyuan first judge Tao the supreme, and refined the heaven and earth into clear and turbid. The 2 yin and yang of Takai gave birth to the 4 images, which are still in his palm. Taking Dao Chianzan, the most holy person in human education, one of the 7 holy skills he learned, and also one of his teachers. But, what about the beginning? What about the process? What happened? Before Lee Su could come back to his senses, the old man he had seen before appeared again. He walked up to him with a smile on his face. He looked at him with an aunt's smile and said, after paying homage to the ancestors and entering this Beijing palace, from now on, you are my disciple of the Rengyo sect. Lee Su was confused and suspicious. He always felt that this was familiar. Where had he heard it before? Thinking about it, the great sage is getting married. He clapped his fists and remembered where he had seen this scene. Although the lines were a little different, he remembered that the Bull Demon King said that after paying homage to the ancestors and drinking the wedding wine, you are my NIU family. His expression froze, and Lee Su's eyes widened. He looked at the smiling old man in disbelief. Disciple of the Rengyo sect? Question mark question mark question mark. No senior, are you really kidding me? Come, kid, a little blood, a little soul, I'll be your life lamp. The old man quickly stepped forward, holding a needle with a cold glow in his hand, and grabbed Lee Su's hand, and drew a little blood and soul from him. Without waiting for Lee Su to react, he directly melted it into the silk thread in his hand, that looked like a wick. Then, the old man threw the silk thread in front of the thousands of golden oil lamps placed on both sides of the statue of the taking saint. He found and lit one, and melted it into it. With a puff, it ignited. In an instant, Lee Su felt that the lamp had established a connection with him. Here it comes again. Lee Su's face turned green. He was about to say something just now, but he was in a trance. When he came back to his senses, the matter had already been decided. How similar is this to the previous one? Hiss. What ability? So weird. Can it actually directly cross the defense line of others' hearts? Although the main reason is that the other party has no ill intentions, even if there is no malicious intent, it is scary enough. You have to know that Lee Su is the descendant of the 7 saints, and he is at the Tai realm, but he was directly stunned. If it was someone else, it would be terrible. Looking at the old man, Lee Su was speechless, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching wildly. What is this? Inexplicably, he betrayed the sect? Senior, this is not appropriate. As his teacher, the taking saint naturally had no problem joining his sect. But the problem is that he had already joined GGO first. Now that he has been manipulated like this, he has become a disciple of NGO. Wouldn't GGO be directly blown up? You have to know that he is not an ordinary GGO disciple. but a GGO Taoist, and he is also the only GGO Taoist in GGO for hundreds of thousands of years. Just for this identity, you can imagine what it means. The old man raised his head, with thousands of flowing colors in his eyes, looking at an unknown place. After a moment, he smiled and said, "It's not a big problem, it's very suitable." "It's still not a big problem after all this?" Lee Su's face was full of black lines, and he was already a little doubtful about his life. The more he thought about it, the more pressure he felt. At this moment, he couldn't imagine how the GGO would react after hearing the news, and he was sweating profusely. Just when Lee Su was extremely anxious, a familiar breath appeared behind him. Lee Su trembled, and his scalp almost exploded, as if he had a girlfriend for no reason, and then was caught by the main wife, GGO's great Daluo, Blood Sword Master. At this moment, his whole body was stiff, and his brain froze on the spot, and he was directly smoked. Before Lee Su could react, Wu Yuzenran spoke. His tone was so sincere and full of joy, and he said, "Junior brother, you are here." Lee Su was numb, and a mouthful of old noise was pressed in his throat. He didn't know whether he should spit or not. Blood Sword Master, just for this title, you should know what kind of violent temper the other party has. Obviously, he was already furious, but he still poured fuel on it. Blood Sword Master didn't say anything. At this moment, his face was very dark, watching helplessly. Inexplicably, his own disciple was chopped in half and dismembered. Unexpectedly, Blood Sword Master did not explode, but walked to the statue of the Great Purity Saint, bowed first, and performed a disciple's salute. He could be angry, but he could not lose his manners. After the ceremony, Blood Sword Master turned directly to look at Lee Su, and then began to work. He touched and looked, as if inspecting the goods, and his manner fluctuated. He directly scanned Lee Su back and forth several times. After confirming that Lee Su had no problems, he turned his head to look at the life lamp of the disciple of the human sect. When he saw the life lamp with Lee Su's aura, his eyes suddenly became much gloomier. Blood Sword Master took a deep breath, and he directly took Lee Su's hand, and walked out without saying anything, saying, "Little bastard, I told you before, that people are sinister, and have ulterior motives. I told you to go back to GGO directly, but you didn't go back, and you insisted on going out to hang out. Now what?" Lee Su, who had already prepared for Blood Sword Master to go berserk, was stunned when he heard this. This scene was really different from what he imagined. A disciple of GGO became a disciple of Rinjuo. What a big deal, but he ended up like a fallen girl. On the side, Wu Yuzenran unexpectedly did not move, still smiling at Lee Su, and said, "Child, remember to come and sit down when you have nothing to do." Blood Sword Master heard this. His face became darker, more like carbon. If he was not alone, he really wanted to beat all three old bastards of Rinjuo. It was too hateful. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more puzzled Blood Sword Master became. Although the human religion has 3 houses, the G religion also has 9 elders. Even if the teacher is held back by the saints of the human religion, he can just continue to mobilize people and let the emperor bring his fellow disciples to drive the 9 Bends Yellow River formation to the face of the human religion. But he didn't expect that. After waiting for a while, the teacher would leave with a dark face, and just told him to wait until the alchemy conference was over, and bring Lee Su back to the G religion immediately. He was not allowed to run around before he achieved Daluo. Especially, he was not allowed to run to the Chan religion and the Buddhist sect. The Blood Sword Master was stunned. That was the G religion's Taoist son, and according to his observation, this child would definitely become the pillar of the G religion in the future. As a result, they were inexplicably occupied by the human religion for half of the cause and effect, not to be investigated. Don't you know your own teacher? Back then, when they were taught the Taoism, they paid for what they paid for, and they would never suffer any loss. Today, the teacher didn't ask for any explanation. This is too wrong. It is simply against the teacher's way. It's outrageous. Blood Sword Master said nothing, and disappeared in a flash, taking Lee Su, who was also confused, with him. Chapter 792. He followed Blood Sword Master hesitantly all the way to a plain palace. It was the style of the human cult, which was simple. Such a big room. Not only was there very little furniture, but the materials were also very ordinary, just wood from the mortal world, which highlighted the simplicity of the human cult in living. Lee Soo quickly regained his composure, his face a little stiff, mainly because this matter was too weird. What happened to him was not a small matter. Once it became serious, it would not be an exaggeration to define him as a traitor to the sect. If it turned out that way, Lee Soo's situation would not be bad, but very bad, very bad. What's wrong with the human cult? Isn't this pushing people into the fire pit? Is hospitality also ahead? Blood Sword Master turned around and looked at Lee Soo with an uneasy face and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Sorry, kid? Question mark question mark question mark. Lee Soo was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that it was Blood Sword Master who apologized. Woo you, that old man is good at controlling people's emotions. If he doesn't have any bad intentions, let alone you, even if we are not careful, we will fall into his trap. I never thought that the great and dignified great Luo of the human sect would be so shameless and plot against his younger disciples. At this point, Blood Sword Master was very angry and gnashed his teeth. He was really itching to the bone for true man Wu Yu. I saw it clearly, but I couldn't stop it. Wu Xin and Wu Wo, two old bastards, joined forces to stop it. I thought calling the teacher should be able to solve it, but I didn't expect that the human sect would go all out this time. The uncle actually came out and blocked the teacher. In just a few words, the amount of information is undoubtedly a bit large. Feelings, it's not that there was no fight, but that there had been a fight. And it's not just the great Luo who fought, but the saints also left. Question mark? Lee Soo was a little confused. It is true that he has mastered the Taking Dao method and inherited the Taking Dao lineage, but since he has already joined GGOO, the human religion should not have done so once they knew his situation. As a result, the development of things was beyond expectations. Why? Lee Soo himself was confused. If you say that the human religion asked him to hand over the inheritance of the Taking Saint, he would not be surprised. As a sect of the human religion Dao, even GGO could not say much about this request. Even if Lee Soo was unhappy and unwilling, facing the great religion, he could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitter fruit with hatred, and then shout in his heart that things will change over time, and we will wait and see. A proper kingly plot, a protagonist's script. As a result, the human religion directly reversed the operation, without mentioning a word about the skills, and directly put others in. This wave of operations is really incomprehensible. Lee Soo took a breath and said cautiously, the old saint. Zhu Jianzhen's face straightened, and he said in a very serious tone, Grandmaster. Child, that's your Grandmaster. Lee Soo's expression was stagnant for a while, and then he organized his words again. Grandmaster, didn't he say anything? Zhu Jianzhen nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with Lee Soo's address, then shook his head and sighed. I don't know. After the teacher was blocked, he went to war with his uncle. The two fought for several light years in the deep space of the other side. In the end, he only left a sentence that he would take you back to GGO after the alchemy conference was over and left. After the alchemy conference was over, he would go to GGO? Lee Soo was a little confused. What did this mean? What about his joining the NGO? Will it not be pursued? No, even if the three religions are one family, the Grandmaster is too generous, right? It's very strange, right? Zhu Jianzhen saw Lee Soo's doubts and spoke directly. Lee Soo nodded subconsciously. How could it be just strange? It's very strange, right? Even brothers would settle accounts, let alone sects? Based on my understanding of the teacher, even if the matter is really irreversible, it is absolutely impossible to be so calm, not to mention that the human sect did not do a glorious thing. With the teacher's temper, if he doesn't squeeze the human sect to death and make them unforgettable, he will be unworthy of his status as a saint of the other sect. As a result, the teacher didn't say anything and just left. Zhu Jianzhen had a confused look on his face. Although he didn't say it, it was clear on his face that the teacher had taken the wrong medicine. Lee Soo's mouth twitched. As a junior, it was really difficult to respond to this. You have to know that he is still the person involved. He can't just nod and say, yes, it should be sold at a good price. Zhu Jianzhen quickly shook his head. Forget it, the matter is done. The teacher and others should have their own considerations. Li Su nodded. The saint of Jijio had already explained it. Seeing that the human sect obviously knew about it and didn't stop it, it was estimated that the discussion should have been completed when the two saints fought. His face twitched a little, and he always felt something was wrong. Well, he told the follow-up behind his back. Forget it, don't think about it. Rubbing his head, Li Su put the topic aside and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, judging from the current results, Jijio has not defined him as a traitor and a disciple of Rinjiro. Looking at it this way, damn, it seems that this is a good thing. The back has suddenly changed from 1 to 2. If the Chinjio and the Buddhist sect get involved, hiss. Li Su couldn't help but shudder. The picture was a bit beautiful. Of course, it's just a thought. Forget about the actual operation. If you really do that, the picture is probably not beautiful. He thought about it, looked at the blood sword master and said, Uncle Master, just now you said that the master and the others fought for several light years. What does this light year mean? There should be no problem with his own safety. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief, and then he thought of what his uncle had said to him just now, and couldn't help but be curious. The main thing is that this word is very profound. Light years, should it be speed? Facing Li Su's doubts, Blood Sword Master said, you have just become Tai, and you don't know much about the power of the upper level. To put it roughly, for the saints, our 1 second is actually longer than a year in his eyes. For us, it was just a moment of fighting, but they have actually been fighting for almost a year. Like light, it shines to a distance that ordinary people can't imagine in an instant. Therefore, the battle between saints, we call it light years, and consciousness and feelings cannot be captured at all. We can only perceive the terrible scene happening inside from a distance through the perception of Tao Rhyme. Hearing this, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. You know, he who has achieved Tai is also fast enough. 1 second can be used as 100 seconds, and hundreds or thousands of moves can be made in an instant. As a result, the saint directly used years. So special and still fighting a calf meat. By the time you react, you have been beaten into slag by the opponent. Recalling the speed at which the Earth King rushed to Tangshan Road, it should be known that it took only a few minutes for the opponent's clone to be destroyed, and Li Su to rush out of Tangshan Road, and the opponent's real body directly arrived at Tangshan Road. It should be known that, although the real body of the Supreme Daluo in the mythical world is not directly in the mythical world like the saint, it is also in the deepest place. Not only far, but also dangerous. It took only a few minutes to kill directly from the depths. Li Su couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he ran fast enough and the opponent was far away. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be another result. The strength is far from enough. It can be seen from the tube that this time distance is simply unimaginable. At this moment, Li Su has a new understanding of the strength of the Supreme Daluo. He originally thought that he had reached the late stage of Tai and should have no problem escaping from the Supreme Daluo. Now it seems that he is a little naive. This gap has nothing to do with the level of strength. Even if his strength is not weaker than the opponent, what does it matter? The absolute speed gap is destined to a defeat. You still have to work hard to cultivate, and it would be best if you could achieve the golden immortal realm as soon as possible, enter the realm of time, and have the power to fight against the Supreme Daluo. After explaining, Blood Sword Master said directly, next, you will cultivate here, and when the alchemy conference is over, come back to Jijio with me. Li Su nodded honestly. After such a commotion, he didn't have any unconventional thoughts for a while. Okay. Chapter 793, Second Senior Sister of the People's Education. The human religion is very special. Most of the disciples have the same personality. They all pursue the great Dao and long to be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. This is not just a goal, but also a personality. The higher the level of cultivation, the more indifferent and elegant one becomes, and the more tranquil one becomes. And this tranquility is different from that of Buddhism. In Buddhism, one must practice according to the precepts to resist human desires. Human desires are the biggest obstacle to cultivation. Only by eliminating them one by one can one stand out from the world, reach the other shore, and transcend the world. But the direction of the human religion is different. The conventional operation is to forget. The so-called supreme forgetfulness of emotions. Forgetting. Naturally there is no emotion. Of course, forgetting here does not mean that the emotion is cut off and becomes like a robot. The forgetting of the human religion is a kind of concentration, just like you who are addicted to games forget about women. As the disciples of the human religion continue to practice, they will show a situation of being addicted to the great Dao, and all other emotions will be gradually put down and forgotten. Therefore, often when this state of mind is cultivated to a certain level, the disciples of the human sect will begin to pick up emotions again, master it, completely control human desires, and become its masters. At least, this is the case with the disciples of the human sect in the mythology world at this moment. Therefore, a large number of cultivators who enter the Tao with emotions appeared in the human sect. Among them, the most powerful is undoubtedly the saint of the human sect, who can turn the world into a dream. And then there are the 3 residences, and under the 3 residences, there are 5 top disciples. One of them is Dan Xiansheng, who Li Su also knows, ranking 5th. There are 4 others, among whom the 3rd senior brother appeared once not long ago, cultivating the state of mind of Dazao, and the other is the kid who almost fought with Li Su, cultivating emotional rendering. And the protagonist to be talked about this time is the second one among the 4, Zaya. That's right, she is a female disciple and the strongest female cultivator of the human sect. She is not simple. She was already in the Tai realm 7,000 years ago. Although she has not entered the Dalo realm after thousands of years of accumulation, she has already reached a depth unknown to anyone in this realm. Of course, as a disciple of a great sect, each of them is naturally extraordinary and excellent. But why should she be mentioned alone? Of course, it was because the other party was standing not far from him, looking at him with a little doubt. Aren't you coming down? Her voice was very slow, with a unique charm, which made people feel sleepy after hearing it. It was as if asking Li Su if he had eaten. With the same attitude, Li Su's mouth couldn't help but twitch wildly, and he doubted his life. This, can I come? He couldn't help but look down at himself. At this moment, he was in a state of half naked, with a bath towel wrapped around his waist. And the other party, with the face of an angel and the figure of a devil, sat naked in the famous Dalo Lingpan of the Dalo mountain of the Rinjuo. In an instant, Li Su thought of a few words. For example, magnificent. For example, turbulent. Looking at the mountains from the side, it is a peak. Just because you are in this mountain? As the saying goes, great works are not perfect in their simplicity. In the calm gaze of the other party, Li Su retreated for the first time, avoiding his eyes, and looking at where he was. Here is the Dalo spiritual spring. It is very unusual, and has a great origin. It is not the hot water from underground, but the spring formed by the melting ice and snow on the top of the mountain. This spring is full of purple and vitality, which can help people realize the truth and repair damaged bodies. It is one of the 2 most beautiful views of Dalo Mountain, along with Hangmeng Mountain, the second mountain of Dalo Mountain. After staying with the Blood Sword Master for 5 or 6 days, Li Su, who was going to relax, was recommended to come here. There is no way. As the great Dalo of Jijiao, he is also known as the Blood Sword Master. Being with him is really a huge pressure. It can no longer be described as a sword hanging over the head, but as a body full of swords. Fortunately, Li Su also mastered the immortal sword intent, and possessed the Kingping sword of the Jijiao saint to suppress his heart see. Otherwise he would have shouted that he could not stay, and wanted to move on the first day. It was mainly because of the gap in realm. The gap between the great Luo and the early Tai was too big. The immortal sword was also a sword of killing, and the blood sword master himself was undoubtedly a super killer. Under the double blessing, Li Su naturally couldn't stand it. Originally, he personally planned to go to Hangmeng Mountain. It was said that it was the place where the Taking Saint practiced. It could gather the Hangmeng purple air that was illuminated by the rising sun, which had the effect of improving people's understanding and deepening their understanding of the Tao. As a result, it was rejected. The Blood Sword Master rejected it. As for the reason, he was not allowed to meet with the Chenjiao and the Bull Donkey. In response to this, Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but want to refute it, but when the words came to his mouth, they were blocked again. After all, it seems that he and the senior brother of the Chunjio get along well, and the Buddhist sect also gave him a scripture. There was no other way. In the end, he was recommended to Dalo Linquin. Although it was not as good as Hangmeng Mountain in terms of enlightenment, it was a great place for recuperation. Lee Su, who was quite exhausted, heard the recommendation and confirmed that he could come here, so he ran over immediately. After all, it was too stressful to stay with Blood Sword Master. Of course, after all, it was someone else's place. Before entering, Lee Su undoubtedly looked at the doorplat first. This was Linquin. If there were women already inside, it would be too embarrassing. After confirming that there was no one hanging, he chose to enter, took off his clothes, wrapped himself in a bath towel, and then saw a beautiful young woman sitting in the pool. Then the scene just now happened. "Aren't you coming?" The second time, maintaining a unique and slow rhythm, the woman asked Lee Su again very calmly. Faced with another inquiry, Lee Su took a deep breath, took his steps, and walked into the Linquin without hesitation. Are you kidding? He is a legendary steel straight man. How could he retreat because of such a thing? Sitting on the spiritual spring with his legs spread out, Lee Su leaned his head on the stone beside the spiritual spring. As his body was covered by the spiritual spring, an indescribable comfort spread throughout his body. He couldn't help but moan. From his body to his soul, he felt extremely relaxed at this moment. It was simply bliss. 6 billion cells were groaning, and his soul seemed to be immersed in the extraordinary spiritual liquid, which was greatly nourished. The overwhelmed body and mind were healed at this moment. After a long breath, Lee Su looked at the thousands of auspicious clouds above his head, washed his face with water and said, "Don't you know the name of my senior sister? Zaya Zaya, you should call me the second senior sister." Second senior sister? Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and remembered the introduction of the disciples of the human religion by his uncle Zhu Jianzhen. The human religion has 5 super geniuses, all of whom are in the Tai realm, and are undoubtedly strong. He had seen 3 of them, leaving only the eldest brother and the second sister. The eldest brother, not to mention, was a lost soul who had disappeared for thousands of years. It was said that he was the disciple of the legendary Zuandu master among the disciples of the human sect. He had practiced the Wu-Wei Sutra to an unprecedented height, and it had been rumored for thousands of years that he was about to break through the Dalo realm. As for the woman who called herself the second sister, she was undoubtedly a legendary figure. There were not many female cultivators in the human sect. No, in fact, there were not many powerful female cultivators in the 8 major sects. But there were 3 who could definitely be said to be the pinnacle of most cultivators, Jia for generations, and unparalleled in the world. For example, the second sister of the human sect had many legends about her, the most famous of which was her famous battle. She scared a Dalo realm cultivator to death. That's right, scared to death. Not just the Dalo realm, to be precise, it should be an entire upper domain sect, with millions of disciples, more than 100 Tai, thousands of true immortals, and countless heavenly immortal golden pills. Overnight, they were all frightened to death by her. Their 3 souls were torn apart, their 7 spirits were scattered, and even the cave, where their sect was located withered died overnight. Not only the living, but even the dead could not escape. Afterwards, in such a large sect, thousands of miles in radius, not a trace of spirituality was left, only a strong sense of death, and no vitality. As for why it was so, it was very simple. What she practiced and mastered was the greatest negative emotion of human desire, fear. And it was obvious that she was at a very high level and had extraordinary talent. She was recorded as one of the 14 fire prodigies, which undoubtedly made her Taoist magic evolve to a terrifying height. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the young woman named Zaya Zaya who claimed to be the second senior sister of the human sect. It is really an unimaginable way to take fear as the way, and it is even more unimaginable that the person who practices this way is a woman. After staring at each other for a long time, Zaya Zaya spoke again. "You are extraordinary." Senior sister Liao praised. Lee Su smiled modestly. "No, to be honest." Zaya Zaya shook her head. After all, most people would be terrified just by approaching me, and their souls would collapse if they looked at me. Are you a uranium mine? Lee Soo couldn't help but twitch his lips as he faced the second senior sister of the human cult. By the way, Zaya suddenly remembered something. Today, this place is reserved. There might be some problems. Huh? What do you mean? Crash. There was the sound of the door being opened. In the smoke, a figure with amazing curves and a slim figure walked in. Lee Soo's expression froze. Although he didn't look back, his heart skipped a beat. Mashika. The Dalo spiritual spring is really good. I really want to live here directly. It's a pity that it's not the Chan cult. The one who spoke was a slender woman. Although her curves were not as good as the second senior sister of the human cult in the spring, nor as good as the one standing next to her, she was very tall, with no extra body and just the right curves. This perfect fit makes her have no extra fat, just like the most fierce wild horse on the grassland, destined to be difficult for ordinary men to control, and they will abandon their armor and flee in a hurry. Of course, the figure is still a small matter. The main thing is her appearance. Natural beauty is beyond words. Her eyebrows are like leaves, and her eyes are like the moon. But the difference is that there seems to be a god living in her moon, with supreme majesty, decisive killing, like an emperor on earth, or inspiring without anger. It is just like a god in the sky, overlooking the world. Before people reach the spiritual spring, a bit of domineering has already swept, pressuring all directions, and the misty smoke has been affected and suppressed to the ground. In an instant, Lee Soo, who was soaking in the spiritual spring, was directly exposed. The two women, their pupils shrank. The plump woman couldn't help but squint her peach blossom eyes, and the pretty face, that could understand Ko's preferences at a glance, only saw the corners of her mouth slightly hooked, as if smiling. As for the slender woman, her eyes darkened, without any shame or anger, only fierceness, anger, and murderous intent. None of the women who could befriend Zaya were ordinary. They covered their faces and ran away in panic and directly cut off their relationship. But the slender woman said nothing and didn't even care that this place was a wonder of the human religion. She raised her white jade-like hand, and there seemed to be a vast thunder in her palm, and she slapped Lee Soo directly. Directly, she took action. The domineering style of the disciples of the Chan sect was fully demonstrated by her. If she can take action, she will definitely not talk nonsense with you. Chapter 794, Human Teaching. Something is wrong with you. An average man, facing this scene, would probably flee in panic. But, is Lee Soo an average person? He is not. He also has the genes of the Chan sect in his genes, and he also inherits the Ukingdale lineage. He has no compromise in his bones. Facing the thunder-like palm of the woman in front of him, he did not dodge, did not retreat, and even did not explain. He did not even turn his head and slapped her backhand. Boom, boom. Billions of hearts beat, strong blood like smoke, the same domineering, with 3 parts of cruelty and 7 parts of tyranny, directly faced this Chan sect sister. He has seen this woman. Remember, it should be called Yuan. When he was in Tongshandao, he fought with Dan Xiancheng, one of the 5 great Xianjiao of Rinjiao. The attack was domineering and unparalleled, like a king descending to the world, domineering to the extreme. That monstrous arrogance, different from modern women, can only be cultivated in the ancient imperial court. Boom. With a casual blow, the void shook, and the supreme power descended directly to the land of the other world, rippling with boundless destruction. The two of them had a tacit understanding. After all, this was the territory of the human cult, and it was also one of the 2 wonders of the Dalo spiritual spring. This place could not be destroyed. When they collided, they felt each other. Jiao Yuan's eyes lit up. She had a strong personality, and was a rare battle maniac. Of course, she was not the kind of madman who longed for battle, but she longed for battle and enjoyed it. Her path of cultivation was not simple, and it could be said that she fought all the way up. A king does not enjoy supreme power and glory the moment he becomes a king, but from the moment he becomes a king, he is always prepared to meet and challenge everything. The next second, the figures of the two disappeared and appeared directly in the deep space on the other side, standing on the barrier of the myriad worlds. Guo Yuan's 3,000 hairs were flying, and one strand had the power to break a world, and 3,000 strands were the power to cut off 3,000 worlds. Her hair fluttered, drawing out thousands of sharp blades, breaking through the void 3003, and slashing towards Li Su. Each strand of this hair was extremely terrifying, as if it carried a world with the power of the stars and led to myriad brilliance. Jade Purity Chapter, Jade Purity World. Li Su took a breath, and when he raised his hand, Supreme Sword Intent gathered. With a flash of green light, 4 supreme swords entered the stars and surrounded his body. In an instant, infinite sword intent exploded, and the sky-shattering sword light surged, killing the immortals, trapping the immortals, and destroying the immortals. The 4-color sword light cut through the heaven and earth, and endless killing was full of energy. Ding. One breath, 10,000 cuts. One breath, 10,000 swords. The deep space of the other world, thousands of miles, was cut open and chopped into pieces in an instant. The two independent people collided nearly 10,000 times per second, killing each other inextricably. The power was extremely killing, and the collision between them was like thunder and fire. Every time it was like thunder colliding, it was like a planet shattering. Extremely strong, extreme, unparalleled, boundless. In just a few breaths, the two traveled 9,000 miles, and the sword intent and green hair shattered the world of the 10 directions. On Mount Daluo, there was a wave. The power of fighting was shaken directly from the other world, affecting and distorting reality. The clouds in the sky were like boiling water, shaking violently. The earth was silent and shaking. In an instant, countless people on Daluo Mountain looked up, with a puzzled look in their eyes, and looked at the sky. Someone is fighting. No, it should be Guo Yuan, fighting with someone. On Daluo Mountain, Hangmeng Peak, Dan Qiansheng, who seemed to never get enough sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He was lazy, but his eyes rarely shone with gold, revealing a bit of excitement. Damn. There is actually someone who can fight with Guo Yuan. This is really great. Because of the similar strength, he has been troubled by Guo Yuan. As a disciple of the human sect, he usually doesn't like to fight with others. Facing Guo Yuan, this wild horse, he is really a headache. Now it's good. There is actually someone who can fight with him. If they can be evenly matched, no, it would be better to be slightly better. In the Beijing Palace, the eyes of the Supreme Gtho narrowed. Even if the two sides fighting were in the other world, it was not much different from being in front of them, and they could see it clearly. Is this the Shanking Zuxan sword? The Supreme Gtho of the Dongtian sect, Li Huo Xianzhen, was startled and could not help but exclaim in surprise. One Huo Xianzhen also frowned. How did Guo girl fight against this person? The eyes of the other Supreme Gtho also flashed. Although they did not know who was fighting with Guo Yuan, it should be a disciple of Guo. They did not expect that there would be such an excellent disciple in the Tai realm of Guo. Compared with the Supreme Gtho who did not know Li Su's identity, the calm eyes of the Black Mountain sect's Black Xianzhen and the Demon Clan's Dimming King were fluctuating. For Black Xianzhen, how long had it been since the Tang Shandao incident? I remember that at that time, the other party had just stepped into the realm of Zengxin, but when he came back to his senses, he was directly in the Tai realm. Although it was only in the early stage, his aura was still strong, and there was no sign of instability in his realm. This is simply unbelievable. Even ordinary immortals cannot progress so fast, let alone such a prodigy. It would take hundreds or thousands of years to accumulate. At first, the one who could crush a reptile with just one finger grew up too fast. As for the Earthling King, his eyes were gloomy. As the Supreme Daluo, his perception would not be wrong. He recognized Li Su's identity at a glance, and knew that it was actually the person who robbed and killed in the depths. He blocked the Tangshan road, and searched for him for a long time without seeing him. Unexpectedly, after a few months, the Immortal jumped to the venerable Tai. Although this improvement was still insignificant to the Earthling King, the ant became a belly worm. But this solid progress, even if it was far away, still made him unhappy. Even if he didn't think that this boy had the possibility of becoming a towering tree, he was unhappy that he had grown into a poisonous insect. The Earthling King was moved in his heart and was about to do something. Not far away, the three people of the human sect raised their heads. Among them, Master Wu Yu said in a very surprised tone, "Why did this child suddenly confront Master Zion? Zaya was also there, why didn't she stop him?" At this point, Master Wu Yu shook his head and said, "Master Shanking's swordsmanship is quite good, but it's too extreme and too overbearing. It's not right." Faced with Master Wu Yu's words, everyone was stunned. The Buddhist sect, the Inner Ghost sect, the Eastern Zion sect, the Western Zion sect, and even the Great Luo were all stunned, showing a look of suspicion. Why did this tone sound a little wrong? Master Zhu Jian couldn't stand it anymore. What do you mean by too extreme? Too overbearing? And it's not right. Wu Yu, my Shanking sword is the best sword in the world, so what's the problem? Before his own saint left, he told him about the long-lost Zuxan sword in the Shanking Dao that Li Su had passed down. Therefore, he had communicated with Li Su a lot in the past few days. Although it was a bit embarrassing to say this, he had undoubtedly benefited a lot from being an elder of the sect. After 5 days, the sword he mastered had become much more stable. The excessive sword intent of killing immortals that he had realized through the fragments before had begun to converge and become stable. To be honest, at the beginning, Zhu Jianzhen was quite embarrassed and hesitated for a long time without being able to speak. As a result, it was Li Su who discovered his problem and took the initiative to ask him for advice. He couldn't help but think of the scene of getting along with him 5 days ago. "Uncle Master, I have some questions to ask about the sword art of the Shanking Saint." As he said that, he showed the 4 swords of immortal execution. Looking at the other party's complete and flawless sword art, Blood Sword Master immediately understood that this was not asking for advice, but clearly felt that there was a problem with his immortal execution sword, showing the real sword intent of immortal execution, so that he could feel it. After all, the two of them had the same roots, and as an orthodox Li Su, he could naturally feel the problem. Why was Li Su uncomfortable? Blood Sword Master was the greatest Daluo, could he still restrain his own aura? Of course not. In fact, in the past 5 days, Li Su constantly released his own sword intent of immortal execution, and blended it with his sword intent, so that he was affected by the sharp sword energy of Blood Sword Master. Of course, as an elder, Blood Sword Master naturally did not just enjoy it. In the past few days, through the fusion of sword intent and the response output of Blood Sword Master, Li Su's sword intent of immortal execution was also honed and improved a lot. Now, looking at the battle between the other children of GGOO, the extremely sharp 4 swords of immortal execution undoubtedly have a lot of credit from him. After a few days of getting along, Blood Sword Master's feelings for his own Taoist disciple can be said to be increasing day by day. He had admired and praised his talent for enlightenment before, and now he was even more delighted after discussing the Tao. As a result, the old man from the human sect said something inappropriate, which was really unbearable. It would be fine if he cut in halfway, but now he even despised the top Taoist method of the G sect? This is really something that uncles can tolerate, but aunts can't. Upon hearing this, Master Wu Yu smiled directly, but didn't say anything. However, that expression, even if he didn't say anything, the meaning was very clear. You know what I mean. The 3 pure ones Taoism, the Chan sect is too domineering, and the G sect is too extreme. It has been like this since ancient times. Only the human sect, the husband said, that the highest good is like water, not fighting but fighting, doing nothing but doing everything, is the right way of heaven and earth. Facing the indifferent smile of Master Wu Yu, Blood Sword Master jumped away in anger, wishing he could pick up the sword and chop the shameless face a few times, to see how thick it was. Something is wrong, very wrong. Looking at the quiet Wu Yu Zenran and the angry Zhu Jiangzhen, the supreme Daluo of the East and West Chan sect became more and more confused. If Zhu Jiangzhen didn't mention it, it would be a powder keg that would explode at any time. On the other hand, on the side of the human sect, they knew the personalities of the 3 brothers Wu Yu and Wu Zin very well, not to mention the teachings of the human sect itself, and they shouldn't have done such behavior. Taking the initiative to provoke, that is the style of the Chan sect. At this moment, seeing that Yimeng Wang opened his mouth and said suddenly, "This is the holy land of the human sect, and it is not allowed to make such a mess." and as far as I know, the disciples of the Chan sect are the most abiding by the rules, and will not easily cause trouble. Why don't you? Before the words fell, Lei Huo Xianzun and one who is Anzun looked at Demon Wang meaningfully and said nothing. After all, their own disciples knew it. Although Jiuo Yuan inherited the tyranny of the Chan sect, she was very disciplined in her actions and would not mess around. As for the other one, it was obvious that they were disciples of the Ji sect. They were unruly and unrestrained, so it was not surprising that they did anything. Deming, you want to fight, right? The first time, Blood Sword Master was angry. Demon King smiled faintly, and not far from him, Black Heavenly Master said with a smile, Deming is also a justice seeker. If Brother Bloodsword feels that it is inappropriate, you can arrest the person and interrogate him. Arrest? Interrogate? Bloodsword Master's eyes turned slightly, and looked at Black Heavenly Master who spoke. He didn't say anything. He saw the terrible sudden and began to gather, and was really angry. Suddenly, the human religion Wuxin Zenran spoke. It is common for Shi and Jiao disciples to attract each other and exchange ideas. You are here to argue about right and wrong. Are you trying to sow discord among the three religions? Also, fellow Daoist Black Heaven, the words you used are very problematic. Are you trying to interfere in the internal affairs of the three religions? Provoking the relationship between the three religions and interfering in the internal affairs of the three religions. You don't know until you open your mouth. Once you open your mouth, even the four families of the Demon Court, the Buddhist sect, the Inner Ghost sect, and the Heavenly Court who were watching the show on the side couldn't help but take a breath. This pot is not just for ordinary black people. And the most frightening thing is that the one who spoke was the disciple of the Taking Saint who had cheated the Buddhist sect in the late ancient times in order to avenge his brother. At this moment, even Li Huo Xianzun and Wan Huo Xianzun of the Chan sect were confused. They really didn't understand why Brother Wuxin used such scary words. Wuxin Zenran is not simple. He is not only the oldest among the three lodgings, but also the oldest present. His strength is infinitely close to the realm of saints. Not to mention that he is not easy to mess with. He has rarely spoken and rarely taken care of things in recent years. The expressions of Deming Wang and Hei Xianzun changed a little. Ji Jiao and Zhu Jianzun didn't care. After all, they were not much different. But Wuxin Zenran has a very different meaning. It is easy to get into trouble if you offend him. Although the Chan sect and Ji Jiao didn't say it, in fact, if the human sect really wants to do something, the two sects will not stand by and watch. They can really do it. With all three religions involved, the Heavenly Court is naturally happy about the outcome. Let alone Black Mountain, the Demon Court, where the orthodoxy is fighting, is absolutely unambiguous. And with these sects gone, the Buddhist sect will most likely not watch. After all, the two saints in the West came from the Zuanmen, and the saying that Buddhism is originally a way is really not just talk. Therefore, in addition to the Ghost Gate, it is likely that the human religion, the Ji religion, the East and West Chan religions, the Heavenly Court, and the Buddhist sect will target them at the same time. 6 against 2, you can imagine the consequences. Brother Wuxin misunderstood. Dimming, Heshan, has no such intention. Without any hesitation, the two admitted their defeat on the spot. Among the 8 major religions in the mythological world, the human religion seems to be non-competitive, but in fact it is definitely the one that cannot be provoked the most. While bowing their heads, the eyes of the King of Dimming and the Black Heavenly Venerable kept flickering. Why? I really can't understand it. There is no reason. Just when the atmosphere in the 8 Scenery Palace was once depressed, and the King of Dimming and the Black Heavenly Venerable doubted their lives in the other world, the two people fighting became more and more intense. The sharpness in Jiuo Yuan's eyes became more and more amazing, and the space around her was shaking. The worlds collapsed one after another, forming circles of ripples, shaking the world, wanting to destroy everything and destroy everything. Facing this scene, Li Su took a deep breath. While the Zooks and divine edge around him continued to pour out the sword light, his pupils changed, one black and one white, extremely clear. He had just entered Tai, and there was a big gap compared to Jiuo Yuan who had already entered the middle stage and formed the 3000 middle ways. This woman is also a genius. Although she only has 13 fires, she is a new type of cultivator. With the superposition of innate magical powers, she has already stood at the limit and aspired to the top. With more than 1,000 years of precipitation, she is completely incomparable with ordinary cultivators. It is undoubtedly a bit difficult to fight against it with only one supreme. He raised his hands. The left hand was turbid and the right hand was clear. In the void, a Teikai diagram was formed. With a loud hum, a huge yin-yang flower bloomed in the other world, and a vast yin-yang key filled the space. After the shankings Ukes and sword, the taking yin and yang key reappeared in the mortal world. Chapter 795, Conflict at the 15th fire level. A strand of black hair can cut through the heaven and earth, and break the sun and the moon. Guo Yuan's eyes were cold and calm. She raised her sleeves lightly, and her green jade fingers either lightly tapped or hooked. Only the void could be heard, and the 10,000 feet of sky was chopped into pieces by her like a knife cutting through tofu. Thousands of pure white sharp blades poured down as she played a piece of music. The blades were extremely sharp, and the cuts were full of sparks. Every spark that popped out seemed to have supreme power, which could penetrate the void and shatter the stars and stones. Peerless, top. On the opposite side, Li Su was no less capable. Holding a peerless sword, 4 colors of sword intent intertwined around him. With each sword strike, thousands of sword beams would ring, and the sword intent seemed like a waterfall from the sky, and just like the galaxy that penetrated the sky, vast and boundless. The fight between the two was a confrontation between geniuses, and even more, so a fierce battle between the strong. Li Su, since he came to this world, has had countless opponents and enemies. He has killed and conquered all the way, and has traveled through the 3 realms of mortals, earth immortals, and myths. During this period, he has entered the fragment world several times, achieving the pinnacle, and standing on the top of the clouds. These experiences have made him unparalleled in his fighting spirit and will. Unless he transcends in a large stage, there is no opponent, even if he crosses the border. The unparalleled reality has created his invincibility in his state of mind. This mentality has a huge effect on the Tai level. The Taoist magic he displays is not only powerful, but also has a peerless artistic conception. Every time a sword is slashed, the sword tip has not arrived, but the intention has already filled the air, forming an unparalleled pressure. For ordinary cultivators, let alone fighting with Li Su, just this will can overwhelm their minds and destroy their Taoism. This is what is called unparalleled in 100 battles. Guo Yuan is the same. She is an extraordinary person. She is the princess of a large family in the outer space. She has stood above all living beings since she was born. Her birth and her experience have been throughout her life. If it were just that, it would be fine. But later, as she began to practice, she became unstoppable. Even if she entered a large sect and became the legendary Taoist disciple of the Chan sect, the pride of a sect, it was still the same. Her mentality was grand and vast. It was extremely consistent with the Chan sect's supreme mental method, the Jade Purity Sutra. Not only was she born noble, her bloodline was also extremely pure, and with her amazing talent, she could be said to be an undoubted descendant of the Chan sect. With continuous practice, the Chan sect's tyranny penetrated into her bones, forming an excellent chemical reaction, and generating an extremely tyrannical will. This will not only represents her personality, but also integrates into her skills. Although it is different from Li Su's unparalleled in 100 battles, it has its own supreme emperor and unparalleled hegemony. This momentum not only restrains people's hearts, but even the sun, moon, and stars can't help but be eclipsed by it. The white blade that the strand of black hair cut out began to crack before it reached the world. A kind of, since I cut you, you should break it. This is my reason, and it is also the reason of heaven and earth. There is no doubt that the mentality, will, and momentum of the two people fighting are evenly matched. This is a peerless battle at the level of the Xianjiao disciples of the great sect. Time and again, the collision. The two were shocked, feeling the power and will of each other. Facing the man in front of her, Guo Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. This man in front of her was not only someone who could make her go all out, but also someone who was worthy of her going all out. This situation is undoubtedly difficult to encounter. As a Super Xianjiao, there are very few people who can be compared with him. Basically, they are all disciples of the great sect. In this situation, it is rare to want to start a war. The myth world is not safe, and it is full of crises everywhere. The more means and the deeper they hide, the greater the possibility of survival. On the contrary, if you make a move at will, exposing your own strength and the degree of your strength, it will undoubtedly be easy to be targeted and lead to death. Therefore, the fights between Shi and Geo disciples are very limited, otherwise they are mostly based on testing. Now that the man who holds the Geo's Euxin sword has appeared, it is undoubtedly a rare opportunity for her to show what she has learned. As for keeping the power secret, the realm is concealed. She, Geo Yuan, doesn't need it. As a true genius, she can be said to be getting stronger every moment, and tomorrow will definitely be stronger than today. She will only become stronger with each battle, and no one will ever figure out where her limit is. This is her confidence, and it is also a fact. Among the many people who are called the geniuses of the great sects, she is undoubtedly one of the few who has relied on fighting all the way to improve. The more battles, the stronger the battles, the best panacea for her, stronger than anything else. Thinking of this, Geo Yuan's body began to shake, and she saw the vast starry sky inside, and the huge hole in the center directly burned with unparalleled flames. Her eyebrows glowed, and a divine pattern grew out. This pattern is extremely magical, bridging space and controlling the radius. With its appearance, not only does it make its beauty more amazing, but its aura is also more terrifying. That is the fruit of the Yuking chapter. The moment it appeared, the hole that was originally burning with only 14 fires directly had a different color at this moment, pushing her into the extreme realm of the ancient 15 fires. This pattern is undoubtedly similar to Lisu's Dao fruit. It is the result of millions of years of research in the myth world in the beginning of recreating the past glory. With the appearance of that change, Geo Yuan's black hair inexplicably shook and began to undergo huge changes. The hair that seemed to carry a world actually reflected a world with boundless land, vast rivers, and boundless sky, as well as the sun, moon, and stars. A strand of hair wavered, and it no longer formed the power to cut the world apart, but a more extreme and overbearing power. Shatter. Destroy. In an instant, even if Lisu raised his sword to block the sweeping strand of black hair, the next second the void in front of him collapsed. During the huge gravitational flow, the whole person was distorted, forming a ripple that slowly spread out and distorted all matter. Lisu couldn't help but change his face slightly. The terrible power suppressed every inch of his skin and directly knocked him out. The man was like a stream of light, crashing through thousands of small worlds before he could stand firm. Even so, facing the huge force pressing on him, he continued to slide back. His feet stepping on the void were worn out with hundreds of feet of flames, and he slid back dozens of miles before he stopped. The flesh and blood on his back kept surging, forming large waves, spitting out groups of breath. In just a few breaths, thousands of breaths were ejected. Not long after these breaths left him, they immediately formed a huge explosion, and the area of 100 feet was directly distorted. That was the power that Geo Yuan's hair swept into his body. The power was extremely great, and the amount was even more amazing. All added up, it was enough to blow up a continent of 10,000 miles without leaving any residue. And this was what he expelled, and the ones that had exploded in his body were not counted. It was Lisu, who mastered the supreme power of flesh and blood, who was able to withstand the terrible impact and pour out most of his power. Standing still, Lisu's blood was like smoke, showing a lot of black. It was dead flesh and blood that was expelled from his body. The dead cells exceeded tens of millions. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. But under the blessing of the Supreme, his immortality was beyond imagination. In just one breath, his injuries were almost healed. At this moment, he looked at Geo Yuan with surprise in his eyes. You should know that he also practiced the supreme jade purity and embarked on the way of space. Geo Yuan's path was obviously different from his. Pure power. Use a very small object to carry a huge world and then swing it to burst out amazing kinetic energy. The scene just now was like an object as big as a planet compressed into the size of a grain of rice. You can fully imagine how amazing the power that burst out was. Under the same mass, the smaller the volume, the destructive power generated by the same speed is completely incomparable. Even if he blocked with the supreme, he was still instantly knocked thousands of miles away, and his body was injured. It can be seen how terrible the power of this attack is. The Zuxan sword intent was bent, so that the power directly acted on his body. This attack seems simple, but the height displayed in it is beyond imagination. This woman's comprehension and control of her own power must reach an amazing level to be able to do it. It's terrible. This is a true Shinjiro, a superstar of an era. She not only showed the height of Tai, but also used a lever to hit dozens, no, hundreds of times the power contained in that attack. Excluding the girl he met in the demon subduing hall, this is the first time Ilisu has encountered a situation where he was suppressed by a single supreme in the same realm. At the surface level of Taoism and magical powers, the opponent has reached the same height as himself. That's right, this is a move involving super grade immortal arts. Because of this, Ilisu was completely suppressed. After all, the middle and late stages of Tai and the early stages of Tai are actually greater than the foundation building and celestial immortals. As expected of a great sect's genius, even in a one-on-one situation, it is not something that can be easily dealt with or resolved. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lisu's pupils began to show black and white. He stretched out his hands, the turbine air sank, the clear air rose, a yin and yang flower bloomed in the void, and a yin and yang energy alternated. Clang, a sound of swords rang. The four swords of Zuxan jumped out, and the sword intent spewed out, forming a mighty sword formation. The sword of Zuxan of Jijiro, the yin and yang energy of taking, the two great sages, were operated and displayed by Lisu at the same time at this moment. Facing such a strong enemy, Lisu withdrew his calmness and became completely serious. He did not analyze or imitate the other party's transcendental display, even if he said he could do it, he did not. Because there was no need. As the inheritor of the Seven Saints Taoism, the Sage Supreme, that he had realized, was not necessarily the strongest, but it was definitely the most perfect and most suitable for himself. The opponent's Yuking chapter was an unprecedented super explosion, and Lisu did not need it. Because he had enough Taoism. Since one is not enough, then go up to. His eyes flashed with cold light, and he waved his hand and slashed. The yin and yang instantly turned into a long river, forming a waterfall, and slashed directly towards Jiuo Yuan. Jiuo Yuan's eyes were slightly shaken. The taking yin and yang ki, this was something she had not expected, but her face did not change at all. She raised her hand, and flicked her black hair, and the ripples from before appeared again. Facing the yin and yang ki, she did not dodge or avoid it, just like the skills, the doctrine, and herself, the road of dominance, there is no opponent. Boom. In an instant, the ripples and the yin and yang collided amazingly. The light was blooming with unparalleled brilliance, and the world was full of twists and turns. Facing the pure ripples, the yin and yang ki were also extreme, and there was no doubt that there was still a difference in height, and they were suppressed. But the difference was that the yin and yang ki trembled slightly and actually allowed the ripples to penetrate through it. Facing this result, Jiuo Yuan's face was not happy, but a trace of solemnity appeared because she found that her power was being weakened. The yin and yang energy was dissolving the power of the ripples she had cut out. As the yin and yang rotated, the amazing power she had burst out was being quickly dissolved. Clang. The next second, the sword intent of Zuxan resounded through the sky, and the unparalleled sharp sword came from behind, rushed into the long river of yin and yang, and slashed directly at the ripples. Unlike the weakened ripples, the sword of Zuxan, that pierced into the yin and yang energy was vibrating, and the sword light became more and more intense, and the sword intent continued to emit sharp sounds. It was blessed. With a clang, the sword intent of Zuxan slashed on the ripples. Kai. 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 The harsh sound exploded, and sparks splashed all over the sky. Unlike before, Lisu's Zuxan sword did not bend, but actually slashed into the ripples, splitting and cutting it bit by bit. With a loud clang, Jiuo Yuan's powerful ripples were cut off. The sword edge did not stop, carrying the mighty sword intent, and instantly crossed a distance of thousands of miles, and slashed directly at Jiuo Yuan's body. Jiuo Yuan raised her eyebrows, raised her palm, and her black hair turned like a whirlpool, cutting cracks in the void one by one. The space in front of her was shattered by her power and turned into a colorless whirlpool. The whirlpool was huge, or 1,000 feet long, and formed a huge suction force inside. All matter was sucked in, and in the center, even if this matter was light, it could not escape the fate of being chopped. The ultimate move was formed, and the sword intent arrived. The huge sword intent directly pierced into the huge whirlpool. The piercing sound was exploding, and the impact of the two people's power was like the collision of two huge celestial bodies. The terrible vibration spread, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, and tens of thousands of miles. The void without a substance actually rippled like the ocean. The picture was extremely beautiful and extremely dangerous. Boom. With a loud noise, the power of the two people exploded. The burst of power was like a supernova exploding. In an instant, thousands of small worlds were directly evaporated, and all the matter in hundreds of thousands of miles was directly shattered and disappeared. The terrible light enveloped everything for several seconds, and it was impossible to look directly at it. It was filled with terrible heat, which could burn everything it saw. When the impact ended, when the impact of the power explosion stopped, in the center of the battlefield, there was no mess, no tragedy, and nothingness. Tick, tick. Blood was dripping slowly, not from Lee Su, but from Jiuo Yuan. The stinging pain made her look down at her palm. She blocked it, but not completely. At this moment, a scar that could be seen through the bone was cut on her palm, which was extremely glaring. The Zuxan sword pierced through her defense and cut open her palm. Feeling the pain that she had not felt for a long time, Jiuo Yuan was a little shocked. She had never had an opponent in the same realm, not to mention that the man standing not far away was obviously at a lower realm than her. After using her strongest unique skills, she was still injured by the other party. This was simply incredible. She couldn't help but began to tremble, and a smile that she had never had before was outlined on her beautiful face. Yes, she smiled, very happy and excited. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Her waist-length black hair fluttered up, and she raised her hand and swept it, and saw the amazing sword intent being shaken out from the wound. Looking at Lee Su and Jiuo Yuan, her pupils rarely revealed a burning heat, as if the rising sun was extremely bright and dangerous. She was completely ignited, and the whole person fell into an indescribable state of high spirits. The amazing will directly distorted the void. Behind her, a huge dynasty slowly rose up, and the dynasty projected a golden light, which fell on her body, that was just right, turning into a pure golden battle armor. At this moment, she was as dazzling as the sun, and the universe was covered by her breath. Unprecedented tyranny was descending, and everything was suppressed. The Dao Yun became extremely dim at this moment, and was no longer active. In the vast world, only she was like the sun in the sky. Dozens and hundreds of worlds appeared around her. They were squeezed, shrunk, and twisted. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it. The twisted void turned into a long halberd with ripples on it. As she slowly waved it, the ripples exploded like a tsunami, spreading and impacting one after another. Incredible power, if this moment was not in the other world, but in that reality. Just the arrival of this power is enough to collapse a world and take the lives of hundreds of millions of lives. The long halberd was raised high with one hand, and Jiuo Yuan's eyes were like torches, burning with a brilliance that could burn a world. Yuking chapter, the universe spreads martial arts. Before the move was slashed, the sharp intention had already penetrated all directions. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, Lee Su still couldn't help but tremble inexplicably. There was a terrible will running through his body. Obviously, the opponent's power had not fallen, but the flesh had already felt a series of tingling pains, and the cells seemed to be about to crack. The soul felt a huge pressure, and an unprecedented sense of suffocation forced the body and mind, as if someone was holding his neck, and it was difficult to breathe. With a light breath, Lee Su reflected 2 palaces deep in his pupils. The 2 Dao fruits of taking and shanking opened their eyes, and the Teikai diagram and Kingping sword blossomed brilliantly. Yin and Yang rushed up to the sky, forming an extremely huge Teikai diagram in the void. As it slowly turned, all the surrounding matter could not help but begin to vibrate. The structure collapsed and was returned to its most primitive form. The space was like this, the air was like this, and the Dao rhyme was also like this. His eyebrows shook, and the Kingpin sword also came out of his body. One handle, with 4 sides. One side was endless sword light, one side was scarlet, one side was unparalleled in killing, and one side was unparalleled in the world. Reach out and hold the sword. Lee Su raised it high, and gently turned the sword. But, the huge roar was thinking, that was the sound of a sword, but also the sound of killing. The Teikai diagram vibrated, and the 2 energies fell down, directly covering the Kingpin divine edge. In an instant, the terrifying divine edge underwent amazing changes. It was uncertain whether it was real or fake, and it was hard to tell whether it was true or false. It was extremely hard and soft. The absolute killing of Shanking and the yin and yang of taking were merged together. Woo. The heaven and earth wailed, and the universe wailed. Completely different, but undoubtedly the same unparalleled and peerless power formed on Lee Su's palm. The atmosphere was completely different. Before, even though the 2 people had great power, they were still within the controllable range. But at this moment, the 2 of them undoubtedly gathered together a truly lethal killing move. A killing move that would either kill you, or I. When their eyes met for a moment, they showed the same awareness. One was domineering and unparalleled, and the other was calm and composed. Neither of them had any intention of retreating. Then, there was only one result left, meeting on a narrow road. The stronger one wins. Just a little sparring, that's enough. Fighting to the death, that's too much. A familiar voice, with a unique charm, intervened at the moment when the 2 were about to fight. A tall and majestic figure walked in barefoot. She was extremely beautiful, but inexplicably made people who saw her feel fear, even ignoring her beauty, as if a great terror had descended. All living things couldn't help but tremble. There was an inexplicable wailing sound between heaven and earth, as if seeing something extremely terrifying. The world was dark. That kind of darkness was indescribable and creepy. As the beautiful woman stepped in, with her as the center, it was like a drop of thick ink in the clear water, black and eye-catching, black and panic. Even Lee Su and Jiuo Yuan, who were about to clash, couldn't help but be shocked and attracted by her, as if there were hands reaching out from the abyss and grabbing their hearts. Human religion, second senior sister, Zaya. In an instant, countless wailings rang out on Daluo Mountain. Second senior sister, you should have said you wanted to end it earlier. This battle was mostly spectators. As the conflict between the 2 became more and more shocking, the fluctuations became more and more huge, and naturally attracted more and more attention. Facing this scene, countless people were extremely nervous. While watching it, they were sweating profusely, and couldn't help but be shaken physically and mentally. The collision between peerless geniuses is really too rare. Even the disciples of the human religion who don't fight are attracted by this battle. Therefore, they are in bad luck. Countless disciples of the human religion directly covered their eyes, as if someone poked their eyes with fingers, rolling on the ground, wailing everywhere. Unlike Lee Su Yuan, this second senior sister of the human sect is really at the nuclear bomb level, and does not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as she sees someone, she will definitely be hit. As if she heard the wailing of her junior brothers, Zaya blinked her eyes, still maintaining her own rhythm, slowly showing an apology on her face, and said slowly, sorry, everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796. The battle is over, and the murderous intention is born. As Zaya entered the battlefield, the fight between the 2 naturally stopped. Unlike Jiuo Yuan, Zaya is in the true sense of the Tei Great Perfection realm, and it was perfected thousands of years ago. In a sense, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is half a step away from Daluo. But for some unknown reason, Zaya stayed in this realm and has not moved for many years. Although the realm has not been improved, the accumulation has not stopped. There is no doubt that in the mouth of the eldest brother of the Tei stage of the major sects, Zaya's strength can stand in the top 5. Of course, this does not mean that she is only the fifth, but at their level, unless there is a bloody battle, and there is a high probability of winning and losing, and there will also be life and death, it is possible to establish the true status between each other. After all, the surface of the Tai realm is very different. In the myth world, they are already among the ranks of the strong, and they can also go to some dangerous places in the myth world. In this process, it is not uncommon to get some special opportunities and master some powerful means. And this kind of acquisition is completely different from Lee Su, and there is no way to compare it. It is the accumulation of hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, and there are too many good things to get. Apart from other things, there are many treasures such as the gifted fruit. Some Tai even accumulated a second practice. After obtaining some top bloodlines, they took the path of practice once, from the foundation to the state of Tai great perfection. Therefore, in the Tai layer, it can definitely be said to be a very dangerous class. The killer mace in the hands of many people has exceeded the limit that this layer can bear. Therefore, Xiao's entry not only distracted the attention of Lee Su and the others, but also made them feel a great threat. The nerves were directly tense, and they clearly felt the strong pressure of this woman who spoke with a unique charm. Even Lee Su, who was extremely immortal, could not decide whether he could fight with her without using the treasure. Its threat was already equivalent to the Dalo realm. Quickly gathering his own strength, he naturally did not plan to fight anymore, since he had a step to go down. After all, Jiuo Yuan's strength was not weak. Once he fought desperately, Lee Su really did not dare to hold back. If he accidentally killed the other party, he would definitely see it soon. Killing someone in the shower was too ridiculous. The benefits gained and the price paid were too different. Seeing Lee Su pulling his moves, Jiuo Yuan paused slightly, and a little anger appeared on her smiling face. She glanced at Xia and was very unhappy that a rare battle was abandoned halfway. This is not just a peak duel, but also the best time to test yourself. Only by fighting for real can you know the situation of your own strength, detect the strength of the moves, and observe it to make yourself stronger. Of course, this emotion was quickly suppressed. Although she has a strong and domineering personality, she is not a person who is unreasonable. She also knows that the timing of Xiao's appearances, because the next conflict is too much, and there may be casualties. Regardless of the other party or oneself, it is really unnecessary to sink to that level. Not only will it cause trouble to oneself, but it will also affect the relationship between the three religions. You must know that, since the ancient times, when the gods were conferred, the relationship between the three religions has almost dropped to the freezing point, and this relationship has not warmed up even after the Great Destruction. It was recorded in the Chan sect that the first person to kill outside the domain was the Shanking Saint. He didn't even say hello to Taking and Yuking, and went out alone. Of course, Taking and Yuking Saints reacted quickly, and almost the moment their younger brother stepped out of the house, they also killed. But even so, for the realm of saints, let alone 1 second, even 0.0001 seconds is an extremely long distance. It was not until the Great Destruction that the saint of the human sect personally came to the door to pull the saint of the Chan sect and the saint of the G sect together. Facing the extremely dangerous mythological world, the relationship between the three families began to warm up and re-established contact. Exhaling a breath, Jiuo Yuan's golden armor began to disintegrate, and the long halberd in his hand gradually disappeared. The boundless breath began to fall and returned to normal levels. She took a breath lightly, took a step forward, and came to Lee Su in an instant. There was 3 points of domineering and 7 points of strength in her phoenix eyes. She stopped with less than a centimeter difference. Looking at the jade woman who was so close, she could already feel the other party's breathing. Smelling the fragrance of 5 parts of green lotus, 2 parts of peony, and 3 parts of rose, Lee Su couldn't help but twitched the corners of her mouth and subconsciously took a step back. This happened naturally, because the other party did not have any mana fluctuations. Although strong, she did not feel the killing intention. Of course, there is another reason. The person is really beautiful. Among the many women she has seen, the temperament of the one in front of her is absolutely unique. She is a royal noble, which is absolutely not an attribute in modern society. This is undoubtedly very important. If it were another man, Lee Su would definitely punch the other person in the face without hesitation. Get so close. What the hell do you want to do? Guo Yuan's mouth curled slightly. Whether it was the character or the strength of the man in front of her, she undoubtedly caught her eye and was an equal communication. But she stretched out her slender jade finger and gently lifted Lee Su's chin, as if she was a king inspecting his people, and said, "Tomorrow, continue." Although she didn't enjoy it to her heart's content, such an opponent was extremely rare for her. Unlike Dan Xiansheng, the bastard who procrastinated everywhere, the effect of one battle was almost the result of several or even dozens of battles. This made her feel a little satisfied, even though she was not satisfied. Her eyes were shining and shining. From now on, 3 times a week, each time for at least 2 hours. Feeling the coldness and softness from the other party's index finger, Lee Su couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 3 times a week, each time for 2 hours? Considering the other party's unfathomable strength, this will undoubtedly be a high intensity and high frequency operation. It's like using a cow. Who is he? Lee Su. The soul of a worker had already died from the moment he crossed over. What's the benefit for me? It's impossible to work for others. Guo Yuan raised her eyebrows and retracted the jade finger that was hooking Lee Su's chin. What do you want? 30 stars at a time. Otherwise no deal. Lee Su raised his head proudly. 30 stars is not a small number. He who has mastered the Lingbao Sutra needs several days to earn this number with all his strength. Guo Yuan was stunned for a moment, but she looked at Lee Su strangely, and there was a trace of disgust in her eyes. She flicked her finger and a Kyankan bag appeared between the two of them. This is 1000. From now on until the end of the alchemy conference, you belong to me. 1000. Lee Su was stunned. The next second he couldn't help but stretch out his hands to hold the Kyankan bag that fell, and then opened it. When he saw the thousands of star crystals shining neatly with colorful colors and rich energy, which dazzled his eyes, his breathing couldn't help but tremble. These stars have at least 3 more layers of energy than what he absorbed before, and the energy properties are also very stable. They are undoubtedly high quality stars. 1 is equivalent to 2. Lee Su's hands trembled, and a few words quickly popped up in her mind. This is a rich woman, and she is the kind that you can marry, and then you don't have to work hard. Let's go back and take a bath. I'm sweating. After saying that, she took a step and planned to leave the other world and return to the present world. Lee Su's face instantly smiled, and he said very pragmatically, "Senior sister, do you need a massage service?" The 2 energies of yin and yang have the effects of relaxing the meridians and activating blood circulation, warming the internal organs, regulating the muscles and bones, nourishing the soul, and removing impurities for the great way. As he spoke, Zaya, the second senior sister of the human religion who was quiet and far-reaching, couldn't help but be stunned, and her watery eyes trembled. Yin and yang, there is such an effect? How could she not know? As for Guo Yuan herself, she turned back in surprise, looked at Lee Su with a humble face, and couldn't help laughing. She has seen many people who can bend and stretch, and it is really rare to see a genius who can bend and stretch. At this moment, you can see the demeanor of a Guo disciple in her. Okay, I hope the effect will be the same as you said. Lee Su said solemnly, Taking's products are honest. You can doubt me, but you can't doubt Taking's Taoism. Guo Yuan hooked her finger and gave Lee Su a look directly. Her expression was very clear, that is, it is meaningless to just talk without practice. Seeing Lee Su bow to her and walk out of the other world at the same time as Guo Yuan, Zaya blinked her eyes. She knew what kind of personality Guo Yuan had, but she had some interest in this junior brother. Not only because of her personality, you have to know that her power is very overbearing. The disciples outside the other world have been hit. The 2 people closest to her and within the radiation range of her power, although they have also had some reactions, they have undoubtedly withstood it. Because of her skills, she doesn't have many friends. Although she doesn't pursue it, it doesn't mean that she likes loneliness. So, junior brother, can I try your massage service? It's a paid service. Senior sister also charges? I showed you my body for nothing. Hiss, my dear sister, what nonsense are you telling in public? I want it for free. You fought with Sister Yuan for free. Okay, please stop talking. Asterisk 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 hiss. This section of the teacher. The conversation between the three people was not concealed. Even if there was no excitement to watch, there were still many people watching here, listening to the content of the conversation, especially the last few words of the second senior sister's ayah. Many people couldn't help but smack their mouths and gasp directly. You know, whether it is Guoyuan or the second senior sister, they are all top-notch beauties, and they are ranked in the entire mythology world. Not to mention that they are so intimate with each other, they even looked at each other's bodies. Although I don't envy them, I still can't help gossiping in my heart, wondering what happened. Sister Guo fought with him. Wouldn't she also be seen naked? Hiss. Although I don't envy them. After all, no matter which one of the two girls is beautiful, they are both deadly. Compared with the surprise among the disciples, many of the great masters in the Beijing palace twitched their mouths. For example, the immortal master Wan He had a black line on his face. Guoyuan was not only her disciple, but also her descendant. It was really a headache for a grown girl to be seen by others. If this gets out, how will she get married in the future? Unable to help it, the immortal master Wan He glared at Sensu. What kind of disciples are you teaching? In public, girls are shameless. Facing the gaze of the immortal master Wan He, the old face of the human teaching Sensu couldn't help but twitch, and couldn't help but sigh. The cute little girl was completely ruined. However, they quickly glanced back. Their own girl was ruined, and yours was not much better. Is that a woman? If you don't listen to the voice, and don't look at the appearance, do you think it would be a woman? Supporting my disciples of the human teaching and accepting massages from men, which girl would do this? However, can the two energies of yin and yang actually massage? There are so many effects. Is it true? Compared with the immortal venerable Wan He of the Chan sect and the three Su of the human sect, the blood sword venerable of the Ji sect had a very strange expression at this moment. For the first time, he felt that his disciples were too outstanding, which was not a good thing. No matter where he went, he would always attract a lot of attention. Thinking about the tasks assigned by the teacher, he felt pressure for the first time. Not far away, the demon clan Demon Wang and the Black Mountain Black Heavenly Venerable bowed their heads and said nothing. In the depths of their eyes, rolling black air could be seen, like an abyss, suffocating people. Especially Demon Wang. The other party had been Taiyi, which was already amazing. I didn't expect that he could master the methods of the two saints at the same time, and it looked like he had successfully established his foundation. The meaning of the dual path Taiyi and the dual path of the saint was very amazing. In the depths of Tongshandao, because his clone was beheaded, the memory transmitted back to his body was very messy and incomplete. The only strong impact was to remember that there was such a person and the origin of this person. Other details were not transmitted back. Now, he finally understood the urgency from his clone, why he couldn't wait to get rid of the root of the problem. He couldn't let this kid continue like this, even if it cost him some money. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Chapter 797, Immortal Sickness. Can you do it? Lazy voice, doubtful eyes, and the unspeakable beauty. The corner of his eye twitched fiercely, and Li Su increased his strength again. The yin and yang ki under his control, little by little, entered the body that was as smooth as agar, with excellent curves, full of elasticity, but without a trace of excess fat. HMM. A melodious and long voice sounded, and as the yin and yang ki entered the body, the owner of the body couldn't help but moan softly. There was no need to ask to know that the strength was quite good. Oh, don't get me wrong. This is not a lewd thing, and there is no picture that cannot be played. Master's Li Su is taking a bath in the spiritual spring 10 meters away at this moment. And Guoyuan, who was enjoying the massage, was 10 meters away, on the soft bed, enjoying the conditioning of yin and yang ki. Not only Guoyuan, but also the second senior sister of the human teaching, and the one who was obviously extremely charming, and could make 99% of men unable to control themselves with just one look. But her true identity was actually from the Buddhist sect, and she was a senior sister of the Buddhist sect with the fruit of Bodhisattva. At this moment, the three women were lying there with a look of enjoyment, while Li Su was lying in the spiritual spring with sweat all over his head, panting. Careless. Too careless. I wanted to use the yin and yang key to help the senior sister GUO of the Chan sect to regulate her body and make some extra money. In the end, one person became 3, not to mention that this job itself was so tiring. In the Tai realm, the flesh and the Tao fruit have already formed a connection. Unlike Li Su, whose flesh became part of the Tao fruit's supernatural power, because of the supreme flesh and blood, the flesh of the 3 women is really big. This is not an adjective. This is undoubtedly a noun. Pushing the yin and yang key into the bodies of the 3 people is like pushing a planet for Li Su. Massaging the planet. You can imagine how much energy he has to spend in this process. It is even more tiring than fighting. After all, fighting is mainly about destruction, while massage is about conditioning. As the saying goes, one more point will hurt, one less point will not be effective. It has to be just right and evenly applied. This is very tricky. When giving massage to the senior sister, Li Su felt something was wrong. When the second senior sister Zaya and the Buddhist senior sister left the field, Li Su's face turned green on the spot. The great Tai, who can shatter the stars and destroy the earth, actually jumped into the spiritual spring to recover his strength after only pushing for less than a quarter of an hour. You can imagine how hard this job is. Faced with this result, although Li Su was in pain, he had to insist. After all, as a man, if a woman says no, doesn't he have any face? It has absolutely nothing to do with giving him 100 stars as a reward, as long as he is satisfied with the full 2 hours. With dull eyes and exhausted, Li Su was completely immersed in the spring water, with only his nose exposed. What a beautiful body, what ambiguous and charming. A feast for the eyes. Haha, men will only pay attention to these things when they are full of energy. If you are asked to go to a construction site and carry thousands of kilograms of bricks after returning home, even if you know that the person lying on the bed at this moment is Guo Ziyang in the 2006 version or Zhao Minimum in the 2003 version, you will still sleep in the same way. Just like Li Su at this moment, what he has in his mind is not the white legs, but why 2 hours have passed so slowly. Sure enough, looking at the plums to quench thirst is not as good as being unable to do it. It is only an adjective, to die under the peony flowers and be a ghost. After all, it is just an adjective. Persist, persist. 100 stars, bar. No, as a man, how can it not be possible? Soon 2 hours, soon 4 hours, soon 240 minutes, isn't it 14,400 seconds? Push once every 3 seconds. On average, that's only 4,800 times, even if you multiply it by 3. I shouldn't be the first Tai monk in the myth world to die of exhaustion from giving massages, right? Just kidding. After 2 hours, Li Su finally persevered. Although he felt that he seemed to have lost a lot of weight, his bright eyes were much dimmer, and the avenue starlight in his body seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, and he couldn't see it clearly. Fortunately, all the efforts are worth it. As the 3 women with red faces and high spirits walked out from the other side, they were all wearing white gauze dresses at the moment. The dresses were as thin as cicada wings, but there was a feature, that is, the places that could be seen seemed to be gone, and the places that could not be seen, even if you had a fiery eye, you could not see through them. Sister Guo walked to a place not far from Li Su with a satisfied look on her face, raised her hand, and threw down 100 stars directly, which was the reward promised before. Li Su's eyes suddenly lit up, and his expression was very much like a silly child who finally earned enough for this month's mortgage. He raised his hand without hesitation and grabbed his reward directly in his hand. This is another 100. He will go to his uncle to ask the heavenly court about the resources needed for the Tai realm. He will almost get it. After a period of closed door training, he can basically go to the dungeon in full state. Looking at the happy Li Su, Guo Yuan smiled and said, "That's great. Do you plan to expand your business? I can recommend a lot of people for you." Putting away the stars, Li Su shook his head without hesitation and refused. This work consumes less strength and energy. What is exaggerated is the mental consumption. The 3 women in front of him are fine. They are all geniuses. The road is straight and bright. It is not difficult to regulate them with the yin and yang energy. After all, they have few problems. This is like clearing the fat in the blood vessels of people. The 3 people in front of him are extremely healthy and have a very low body fat rate. But even so, it is not easy. If it were an ordinary person, Lee Soo would be exhausted to death. Although the yin and yang are the art of creation, it is obvious that, if he had to choose between construction and destruction, Lee Soo would definitely choose destruction rather than creation. Besides, do you really think that everyone is as rich as senior sister Guo? Didn't you see that the second senior sister of the human sect and the senior sister of the Buddhist sect just messed around for free? It was very exciting to enjoy, but there was no thought of paying money from beginning to end. Seeing Lee Soo shaking his head, Guo Yuan's eyes were full of regret. Lee Soo's yin and yang conditioning was really effective. Even she felt a lot more relaxed after the conditioning. The avenue was unblocked. If all the disciples of the Chan sect could come and do it, it would undoubtedly raise the upper limit a lot. For some disciples with average talents, it is no less than an opportunity. Guo Yuan nodded with a little regret, turned his eyes, looked at Zaya, and was about to say something. Suddenly, including Lee Soo, the 4 people frowned slightly and couldn't help looking at the main peak of Daluo Mountain. But a stream of light was seen, at a very fast speed, heading straight for the Beijing Palace on the main peak of Daluo Mountain. Is that the 4th disciple of the human cult, a child? Lee Soo's eyes flashed, and he recognized the identity of the person who rushed to the Beijing Palace in a hurry. Not only that, looking at his expression, he was very solemn. Feeling the direction he came from, this is the bottom of the mountain. Something happened. In an instant, the 4 people on the Linquan couldn't help but have such a thought in their minds. With a move of his eyes, he looked directly at the bottom of Daluo Mountain. Although it was surrounded by clouds and mist, as a cultivator in the Tai realm, this little cloud naturally couldn't hinder their sight. In an instant, they took in the situation at the bottom of the mountain. Is this sick? The first to speak was Guo Yuan, with a look of surprise on her face, a little unbelievable. Are you kidding? Once a person practices, from the moment of building the foundation, he will be in a state of perfect balance of the 5 internal organs, and he will be strong and healthy. Unless he is severely injured, and his body loses the protection of mana, he may become sick like a mortal. This is the case when building the foundation, let alone going up. Especially after becoming a celestial being, the nature of life has long changed, and it is even more impossible for a disease to occur, unless one is about to die, and usher in the 5 decays of a celestial being. But that is a sign of impending death. Although it is somewhat similar, it is actually very different. Now, not only are there sick cultivators at the foot of Daluo Mountain, but the scale is also very large, not just 1 or 2, not 30 or 50, but everywhere. And what is involved is not just foundation building. There are golden elixirs, celestial beings, and even true immortals. In an instant, even Zaya couldn't help but frown, and a rare trace of solemnity appeared on her indifferent face, feeling that things were not simple. So, she slowly said, "Junior brother, let's go. Follow me to Beijing Palace." Lee Soo, who was looking at the situation at the foot of the mountain in surprise, couldn't help but look up in astonishment, and instantly jumped from a spectator to a party involved. Any questions? Zaya looked puzzled, tilting her head to look at Lee Soo. Lee Soo opened his mouth and suddenly realized that in terms of legal principles, there was no problem. After all, he had worshipped the ancestor, lit the lamp of the human religion, and entered the door of the human religion. Thinking of this, he was numb. It seemed that the timing of his entry into the religion was a bit bad. He hadn't enjoyed the benefits of Abaka yet, but trouble came first. With such a large number of monks falling ill, he knew with his feet that there was a big problem. Taking a deep breath, Lee Soo said stiffly, "No." Chapter 798. Lee Soo was dragged away and quickly came to the front of the Beijing Palace. There were already quite a few people there, most of them were disciples of the human sect. The 3rd senior brother who had met once on Lundao Mountain and the 5th senior brother Dan Chai and Sheng who had met once in Tangshandao were already there. Seeing Zaya, many disciples couldn't help but show a look of lingering fear in their eyes, even though they knew she was not in danger. The disciples of the big sects are basically trained from childhood. Although there are also those who enter from outside, because of their excellent talents, those are often talents from subordinate sects, and they still start from childhood. If you become a monk halfway, there is basically no possibility of integrating into the core circle. After all, you can know a person's face, but not his heart. Lee Su is a monk halfway, but his situation is a little different. He has inherited the Taoist tradition of the taking saint. The surface level skills of the saints, not to mention the problem of comprehension, are usually locked. People with ulterior motives cannot get the true teachings. No, it should be said that not being killed is a sign of the saint's good temper. So his original intention is not a problem. There is nothing wrong with his original intention. He still cultivates the taking yin and yang key. In the eyes of the disciples of the human sect, he is undoubtedly naturally close. Therefore, when they saw Lee Su, many disciples smiled and nodded to him kindly. Well, they always maintain the same enthusiasm for Lee Su. Zaya is a little different. In a sense, she is the nightmare of most disciples of the human sect, the shadow of childhood, and the wolf-grown mother in the children's minds. After all, even Lee Su felt a little numb after staying with her for a long time, let alone the weak disciples. Fear, as one of the human emotions, is very scary. It didn't take long before the child seemed to have reported it inside. The 3 people of the human sect walked out with a bit of an ugly face. Disease? How can you believe that kind of ghost thing? It's okay for mortals, but how can such a funny thing happen to immortals? Especially those who have diseases. Not only foundation building and golden elixir, but even immortals are affected. Immortals can still get sick. So what kind of immortals can they cultivate? So there must be something wrong with the matter itself. When they came outside, Master Wu Yu immediately said, "I'll go downstairs and shock the people first to prevent the panic from spreading." After that, Master Wu Yu moved and disappeared. The next second, an extremely horrifying breath rushed into the sky, and there were terrible waves that spread out in all directions with Daluo Mountain as the center, solidifying everything around. Obviously, this is to use magic power, to seal off everything under the mountain, to avoid chaos caused by emergencies. As Master Wu Yu left, Master Wu Wo looked directly at the crowd, and when his eyes swept over Lee Su, he smiled gently, then said, "Brother Wu Wo, I'll trouble you from now on." Soon after the child came to deliver the message, Sansu had almost grasped what happened at the foot of the mountain. This person had a problem with his body, as if he was really sick, and the situation was not good. Of course, this degree was not enough to make the entire NGO panic. After all, this was a big sect with saints. When they were in the palace, they had already reached out and scooped up a sick monk one by one to study. Soon, they found the corresponding solution. Detoxification pill. Although the cause was not found by them, what to eat to relieve the condition was quickly found by ZHIGLUO. But there was undoubtedly a problem. That is, there were not enough medicinal materials. How many monks were there at the foot of the mountain in the myth world? There were no less than 200 to 300 million people coming here alone. It would undoubtedly be very troublesome to deal with them all. Even if there were some in the inventory of Rinjiao, it was still far from enough. Wu Wo Zenran said directly, "Dan Shai and Sheng, go and gather the children, to find and prepare these medicinal materials. There is no upper limit on the number. The more the better. If there is none, go and collect them. If you can't collect them, write down the names, and send them up the mountain." After saying that, he raised his finger and a page of paper filled with medicinal herbs flew in front of him. Disciple obeys the order. Dan Xianxing stretched out his hands to catch the flying paper, turned around and flew down the mountain, and soon disappeared under the sea of clouds. Watching Dan Xianxing leave, Master Wu Wo said in a deep voice, "Other disciples, wait where you are." Yes. Undoubtedly, this scene was somewhat different from what Lee Su had imagined. He thought that he would be busy next, but he did not expect that ZRLUO would appear on the scene with a bang, and then with a bang, he took over most of the things. After dealing with them, they had almost nothing to do. As expected of ZRLUO, you have to know that the scene under the Daluo mountain, even Lee Su was a little frightened. If there is someone behind such a large-scale disease, he can't help but feel a tingling scalp whenever he thinks about it. Can an ordinary person dare to challenge the Rinjiao? Impossible. Dan Xiancheng acted quickly, and it didn't take long for the news to come. All the medicinal materials needed on the paper had been received. and there are only 2 kinds of them as medicine guides, and the quantity is not large. Even so, if the furnace is opened to refine the pill, it can still refine about tens of millions of pills. Is that so? Master Wu Wo murmured, and then said, brother, please watch over here. I will go and refine this batch of medicinal materials into pills and let the disciples make them first. I will go back to find the missing ones. Okay. Master Wuxin nodded. Master Wu Wo nodded, and his figure disappeared directly, and he went to find Dan Shai and Cheng to get materials for refining medicine. The reaction of the human sect was very fast. An event that would definitely cause the earth to crack, and the sky to collapse in the central region. No, even in the upper region, was suppressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially when the flames that shot up into the sky not far away appeared and disappeared. Countless children of the human sect took action, and gave the medicine in their hands to the sick monks. The number of sick monks began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. The extremely serious situation was suppressed little by the hands of the 3 masters of the human sect. Seeing the abnormal aura below quickly subside, Li Su, who was among the disciples of the human sect at this moment, couldn't help but touch his chin. He had not expected the fate of the great Laura Li Fengxing, and it was also the fundamental reason why this matter was quickly suppressed and ended. This was undoubtedly a good thing. The disciples of the human religion, who were originally a little nervous, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Facing this scene, Li Su was a little flustered. There was no way he would not mention his own experience. Before reincarnating here, he had read countless novels, most of which were imaginative, and he had seen countless routines. Now this situation made him feel a little wrong. This large-scale illness was strange, and it felt that things were not simple. Even if it was said that the terrible virus really appeared in the myth world, and even immortals could be infected, the number of cases was too much. It was not the characteristic of the disease to break out at the same time without distinguishing the order. No matter how powerful the disease was, it had a sequence of order, and it would not be so neat. This was more like poisoning. Since it was poisoning, there would naturally be a so-called poisoner, that is, the mastermind behind the scenes. And if there really was such a person, such behavior would undoubtedly be equivalent to provoking the human religion, and provoking one of the 8 strongest forces in the myth world. Being able to use this kind of poison that can make immortals sick, and it was carried out in the territory of the human religion, one of the 8 major forces in the mythological world. This mastermind behind the scenes can't just be hot-headed, or a fool, right? So, what is his purpose? There are 2 reasons that can be thought of. First, to see the effect of the poison, and see how the great religion responds. Second, there is another purpose. Everything he is doing now is just distracting the attention of the human religion. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help shrinking his eyes, because according to his conclusion, the possibility of the first reason is not high. As for why? Because this is a human religion, and the human religion is best at alchemy. In a sense, the human religion can basically be said to be a doctor in the mythological world, and it is a miracle doctor. Even if you don't expect the 3 Su of the human religion to end immediately, the other party should understand that the act of poisoning is basically the lowest lethality for the human religion. Of course, it is also possible that the power of this poison is beyond imagination, and the other party is confident that, even if the human religion is the great LUO, it doesn't matter. That possibility is not impossible, but the probability is undoubtedly lower. Therefore, the other party has ulterior motives, and the probability that this large-scale illness is just a diversion of attention is very high. Thinking of this, Li Su's face changed slightly, and his relaxed mood immediately became extremely solemn. After all, although he has entered the ranks of the strong, he still cannot stand up to the table in the face of such a direct provocation to the human teaching, and is no different from cannon fodder. Expectations. Everything is just overthinking. Junior brother, what's wrong? Just as Li Su's face kept changing, the second senior sister Zaya couldn't help but ask. As she spoke, many disciples of the human teaching turned their heads and looked at Li Su. Even Wuxin Zenren was attracted by Zaya's words and looked over. Feeling the gaze on him, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath, and after a slight hesitation, he still said what he thought in his heart. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's okay to think too much. It can only be said that he lives cautiously. But what if he didn't think too much? Listening to Lee Su's analysis, everyone was fine at first, but as time went on, not to mention the disciples of the human cult, Wu Zenren's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Because Lee Su's inference is not impossible. Wu Zenren frowned, and his magic power spread out immediately, landing directly on Daluo Mountain. With his actions, Daluo Mountain began to shake, and a huge light rose slowly. It was the human cult's formation, which was being activated by him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an extremely huge hand swept from the sky to Daluo Mountain. In an instant, the sky and the earth were red and white. Looking at the huge palm that seemed like a star, everyone's face was only white, and their thoughts were gone. Chapter 799, The Daluo Mountain Attack. They actually attacked the homeland of the human religion. Did the old man live too long, and decided to eat 2 kilograms of arsenic to celebrate? Lee Su couldn't help but start to complain. The direction of the matter could be said to be super expanded. To be honest, although he was uneasy in his heart, and felt that things would not end so easily, his analysis was also very logical. He once thought that the people at the foot of Daluo Mountain were sick just to divert attention. But he never expected that the other party would attack Daluo Mountain in that way. This is not the backyard of the neighbor's house, where you suddenly run in and wander around. This is the holy land of the human religion, the homeland of one of the 8 major religions that rule the myth world. This behavior itself is a provocation to the order, established in the myth world for hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, what shocked Lee Su the most was not here. What really shocked him was that in the face of the sudden attack, Wu Zenren immediately reacted and also attacked. It has a large range, and is extremely powerful. If it is allowed to fall, the ancient Daluo Mountain may not be in trouble, but the people on the mountain will be in trouble if nothing unexpected happens. But what was the result? The result was that Wu Zenren was struck by lightning and did not win the victory he should have won. Instead, he was repelled by the big hand that stretched out, and there was blood dripping, and he saw the collapse of the universe. The invincibles at Areluo, the 3 residences of the human sect, whose strength is the top existence in the entire myth world, actually fell into a disadvantage. This is simply an incredible result. Not to mention Lee Su, all the disciples were stunned. The impact was really extraordinary. You must know that, since the establishment of the Great Sect, this is definitely the first time that the myth world has had an external enemy. Not to mention that they dared to launch an attack on the Great Sect's homeland. The strongest Zidorelluo of the Great Sect was actually injured by someone who was not from the Great Sect. This news was simply a bolt from the blue. When it was spread, the entire myth world's east and west domains had to tremble. The 8 major sects in the myth world are equivalent to the Dinghe Shinsen, which should be indestructible. Its shaking is of great significance. Lee Su couldn't help but jump again and again, and his expression was very wonderful. Although it is said that the general trend of the world is that after a long period of separation, there will be unification, and after a long period of unification, there will be separation. The 8 great religions in the myth world actually exist, and have ruled the myth world for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the 8 great religions have not entered the stage of serious internal corruption, life and death political struggles, or the people under their command are in dire straits and can't survive. According to the development, peak, and decline in the Empire trilogy, the status of the 8 great religions at this moment is undoubtedly still in the heyday, when there are countless high-level strongmen, countless geniuses in the middle, and many talented people below. At this time, someone jumped out and did such a thing, which is really incomprehensible. Moreover, thinking back to everything that happened not long ago, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to be caused by impulse. The person who came was undoubtedly well prepared and targeted, and the human religion was really caught off guard. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but flash the last scene in his mind. The other party's move not only shocked Wu Zenren to vomit blood, but also was only the incomparably huge hand fell down, directly grabbed Lucian, and wanted to pull him into another world. To be honest, Lee Su couldn't help but admire the person who took action. Not only did they take action, they also planned to dig up the roots of the human religion and directly take away Daluo Mountain. The saint naturally noticed such a big thing and was on the scene. Then, the sky was broken. Lee Soo couldn't help but raise his head and looked at the sky above his head. In the distant sky, not far from the sun, there was an extremely huge hole without any sign of healing. You can clearly see the boundless starry sky outside the sky. The sky was pierced. The war burned directly into the outer space. Although I don't know what happened over there. After all, since the saint took action, everyone has been offline. Lee Soo did get a glimpse of it. After all, he has a treasure. When the saint's power penetrated the heaven and earth, the Xinhuo flag glowed slightly, protecting his soul and making him wake up in advance. No, this cannot be called waking up in advance. It should be said that he was pulled closer to another surface layer and was able to glimpse that trace of appearance. The burden was huge. Even though he had achieved the realm of Tai, he could not even hold on for 0.0001 second before being drowned by the river of information. The world of saints was too terrifying and too unsolvable. It was like a real fight between gods. In 0.0001 seconds, his brain was stuffed with so much content that it almost stagnated his thinking. Lee Soo still had a headache for several hours. The information formed something like a block in his brain, blocking his brain. In the end, it took him almost a whole day to clear it up. However, after the hard work of cleaning, he did not get any useful information. There was only a blank space besides a bunch of garbled characters. Obviously, even if he saw something with his own eyes, the content he received could not be processed because of its excessive size. Just like a grain of sand falling into the ocean, it was impossible to identify it. This gap was really hard to accept. He was in the realm of Tai. He was only one Daluo away from being a saint. In terms of the result, the gap between the two sides was greater than that between mortals and Tai. When ordinary people look at Tai, they can at least understand that the other party can move mountains and seas and can carry the stars and walk. But when Tai looks at the saint, he can't even understand how the other party attacks. It's no longer a difference in strength, it's simply a distance in the dimension. No matter how high you raise your hand, you can't touch it. Even Lee Soo couldn't help but feel his heart tremble at this second, and it was a little hard to accept. Inhale, exhale. After doing this several times, Lee Soo calmed himself down. After all, many days have passed since that day, and the shock has been reduced a lot. Sure enough, time is the best healing medicine. No matter how big the impact is in front of it, it will be gradually covered by it. The attack on Daluo Mountain basically ended from the moment the saint left the stage. They, the Tai, saw a frightening excitement. Afterwards, the two great masters of the three Su of the human sect, Wuxin and Wuwo, disappeared for several days, and the uncle Zhu Jianzhen also disappeared. Obviously there was a follow-up, but it was not something that these disciples could participate in. This incident had a great impact. Among them, the Human Religions Once a Century Alchemy Conference was the most affected. The conference, which was supposed to continue for about a month, began to accelerate. The transaction that could not be completed quickly due to the price was quickly completed after both parties took a step back. In fact, starting from the second day, some people quietly left. However, in more than 10 days, the total number of people who left had reached an astonishing level of 1/2, which means that hundreds of millions of people chose to return. Everyone was in a panic. Although they did not see the Saint War, the sudden large-scale disease, although it was quelled extremely quickly and there were basically no casualties, still shocked most people's hearts. In addition, the scene of the big hand that pierced the sky and went straight to Daluo Mountain, no one could remain calm. When a crisis occurs, going home is undoubtedly the instinctive reaction that most people will make at the first time. Even if this home is not necessarily safer than the human religion Daluo Mountain. Exhaling a breath, Lee Soo went out of the hall. He was now in the residence of his uncle, Blood Sword Master, and he had been staying here most of the time these days. Although some accidents happened, he still had to do what he had to do. Over the past few days, his strength improved rapidly, mainly because of sufficient resources. Not only did he get 1,100 high-quality stars from his senior sister in the Chan sect, but the long-awaited compensation from the Heavenly Court also arrived. The one who brought the money was a disciple of the heavenly court, a person with an extra eye between his eyebrows. His aura was very strong, and he was in the state of Tai great perfection. He was undoubtedly a genius, giving Lee Su a feeling similar to that of facing the second senior sister of the human sect. A full 7,000 star cores, as well as a teleportation token for a habitable planet, and the things that the old man in the heavenly court promised were all in it. With a full 8,100 stars in hand, Lee Su naturally became generous and began to practice madly. In more than 10 days, the energy required for the third level of the galaxy stage in his body was basically gathered by 90%. At most, he should be able to break through in 1 or 2 days. "Are you going out?" A gentle voice came, but it was not from Blood Sword Master. In fact, after the attack that day, Blood Sword Master briefly explained and did not show up again. He should have gone to follow up on what happened that day. Lee Su's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the person who spoke. It was a senior brother of Jigio, and a strong man in the realm of Tai great perfection. Not only that, his name was very familiar to Lee Su, and it was exactly the same as the senior brother of Jigio in the ancient times. His name was Duobeo. Chapter 800. How great would it be if I were a disciple of the Chan sect? Not only the names are the same, but also the identities are similar. The person in front of him is also the eldest brother, who is at the Tai realm of Jigio. He had been staying in the Hangmeng mountain in the sacred land of Daluo mountain of Rinjio to gain enlightenment. He returned after the attack. After a few days, they got along well, and were considered to be acquainted. Lee Su smiled and said, "Yes, senior brother. Be careful." Duobeo replied, and quickly closed his eyes, and continued to practice. This person is undoubtedly a practice madman. I have never seen him chatting with anyone in the few days of contact. After returning, he has been practicing every day. Even if he opens his eyes and talks to me, he has not stopped practicing. The word practice seems to have become a part of his life. His aura is amazing, not worse than the second senior sister of Rinjio, or the three-eyed one in the heavenly court. He is definitely a genius. There are many legends about this person. He was also one of the ordinary disciples of Jigio, with average talent. After all, this is the original characteristic of Jigio. There are no special requirements for disciples below the Daluo realm. As long as the 10 fire limits are broken through, and they can advance to Daluo, it will be fine. According to the information Lee Su got from the Jigio fate card, this brother is definitely a typical example of a slow bird that flies first. It took him 5,000 years to reach the Tai realm alone. Even if you look at the Jigio, it is still in the middle and lower ranks. But since then, he began to soar into the sky, and his strength has increased amazingly, as if he had opened his mind. The practice of the Jigio Lingbao Sutra was unstoppable. In less than 1,000 years, he broke his own shackles at the Tai surface level, and entered the myth. Not only is he highly respected in the Jigio, but he also has a great reputation in the entire western regions. The most commendable thing is undoubtedly his attitude towards practice. This Duobeo brother is definitely a madman. There is a terrifying record of continuous practice for 1,000 years, and he stayed for a full 1,000 years when the speed of time was different from that outside. That is, a full 10,000 years. Looking at the entire mythology world, people who can sit and practice for such a long time are rare, not to mention Tai, even Daluo. You have to know that at that time, he was not even Tai, but just a true immortal. From this, we can see how passionate this person is about cultivation. Even though Lee Su also loves cultivation, he also asks himself that he can't do it to the same extent as the other party. After decades or hundreds of years, he always has to take a break. Although he once achieved the achievement of sitting in seclusion for 1,000 years in the fragments of the world, it was more because his wife was taken away by someone. As a man, he couldn't swallow this bad breath. After leaving the palace, Lee Su did not leave the Beijing palace, but turned around and walked directly to the East Chan sect. The distance is not far, just separated by a door. East Chan sect, G sect, West Chan sect, Heaven, Buddhism, Inner Ghost Gate, Demon Court, Black Mountain. The worse the relationship, the farther away. As for why G sect is between the two Chan sects, it is not that the human sect deliberately disgusts people, but because the three pure ones are originally one family. In fact, if they are guests, the human sect and Chan sect go to G sect, or the human sect and G sect go to Chan sect, which is basically the same arrangement. Lee Soo is going to the East Chan sect, of course. Although a super expanded event has occurred, a deal is a deal. Since it has been agreed, there is no reason to back off, and of course there is no reason to return the money. The extra 1100 stars are undoubtedly very important to Lee Soo, very, very important. Although the old man in the heavenly palace had people send all the things owed to him, it is obvious that compared with the rich woman sister Guo, the old man is very ordinary. Not to mention the habitable planet, a look from beginning to end, can only be said to be average. As for the star crystals given to him, they are the most ordinary ones. Therefore, the crystals obtained from Sister Guo are very important, which is related to whether he can advance to the 9th level of the galaxy. In the past few days, he has visited many people. After all, there are obvious signs that the alchemy conference will end early, and it may end that day. Lee Soo naturally has to provide services before the end. It is obviously impossible to return the money, and it is even more impossible to be short of weight. First of all, practitioners pay attention to cause and effect in everything. If you owe a debt, you must pay it back, otherwise this cause and effect may become a stumbling block to your progress at some point in the future. Secondly, the further he goes, the stronger Lee Soo will undoubtedly be. The stronger he is, the higher his fee should be. In other words, if he misses this opportunity, he will definitely lose money in the future. And it will be a bloody loss. Lee Soo will not do a business that loses money. There are quite a few people on the Dangchen sect side. There are more than 10 disciples who came. One of them is the Taiyid master of the Dangchen sect. He is also Taiyid Akwan, above the 14 fire mythology. And like Guo Yuan, his Taoism and magical powers have formed a certain leap and stepped into the realm of 15 fire. As for Guo Yuan, she ranks 3rd in the Taiyid realm of the Dangchen sect. There is also a senior sister above her, who did not come this time. In addition to the disciples, there is also a big boss in the palace. One who is Ianzen. She was originally from the Western Chan sect. After the big event, after Li Huozun left, Wan Huozianzen did not leave, but stayed in Dalo Mountain. There is a gap and rift between the Eastern and Western Chan sects. The reason began in the ancient prehistoric period, when several of the 12 golden immortals joined the Western Buddhist sect. After the destruction of the ancient times, the legendary disciples chose to leave Buddhism and return to the Chan sect. Because of the gap, the East and the West were on the same level. But the situation was different from the dispute between the heaven and the demon court. Both sides inherited the Chan sect and were surrounded by luck. It was like breaking bones but connecting tendons. Especially the one who were immortal venerable. Her status in the East and West Chan sects was a little different. As a woman, and with a special avenue, she did not have the kind of domineering attitude of supremacy. People in the Chan sect usually belong to you being domineering, and I'm more domineering than you. When encountering the one who are immortal venerable who is not domineering, and is still a woman, it is natural that he cannot be completely hard. For example, in this incident, the Li Huo venerable of the East Chan sect was undoubtedly bound to go, but the one who are immortal venerable took a step back, and said that he would stay in Dalo Mountain, to look after his disciples. Faced with this result, the Li Huo venerable naturally wanted to be hard. After holding it in for a long time, he said that he would share the news and left sadly. Damn, why is it Wan He who came? Are all the men of the West Chan sect dead? It was like a sharp knife stabbing into cotton, a painful stroke. The above contents were not Lee Soo's guesses, but were shared with him by senior sister Guo in her spare time. In the East and West Chan sects, there has always been a force that wants to guide the two separated sects to reunite, and this one Huozianzen is one of them. Therefore, she, who should have been in the West Chan sect, has been staying in the East Chan sect these days. All the disciples of the West Chan sect were also pulled over by her. Not far from the East Chan sect's eldest brother is a woman who has both the Taoist and Buddhist auras. There is a print on her forehead, which is a golden lotus, surrounded by thunder, and her aura is very strong. That is the Tae senior sister of the West Chan sect. It must be said that this Chan sect has a sign of the dominance of yin and the decline of yang. In the East Chan sect, there are 3 Tae Shianjuo, the eldest brother, the second senior sister, and the third senior sister. In the West Chan sect, there are also 3 Tae Shianjuo, the eldest sister, the second senior brother, and the third senior sister. Among the 6 people, 4 are women. This phenomenon is not only the top level, but also the remaining more than 10 disciples, 6 in one family, 3 in the East Chan sect, and 5 directly in the West Chan sect, 8-4. Facing this scene, Lee Su's face was full of weirdness. The conferred god list seemed to have never heard of teacher Yuking's practice, which is more suitable for female practice. However, when thinking that the 3 big guys, Manjusri, Samantabhadra, and Guanyin, seemed to have both male and female images, Lee Su's mind was not only a little drifting for a while. Teacher, it's really not that the disciple is thinking randomly. It's really this scene that makes people have to think more. Not far away, the immortal venerable of 10,000 flowers seemed to have a feeling, and couldn't help but open her eyes and glance at Lee Su. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This little calf, what is he thinking about being rude? However, it's really strange. The rigorous Chan sect can be said to be born with a dislike for the unruly G sect, even now. Seeing it, it feels like a cute little brother has grown crooked. It's strange that she can't feel it here with Lee Su. Not only can she not feel it, but she has the idea of watching her own baby grow up. It's really strange. Is it because he has mastered the taking Dao? That shouldn't be the case. After all, she didn't have that feeling when she saw the taking disciples. Why? Her immortal venerable was a little confused. Fortunately, when Lee Su came in, Guo Yuan also came out and waved to him directly. At this moment, senior sister Guo's eyes were bright. Although the battle between the 2 sides turned into a competition, and there was no life and death fight like at the beginning, for her who cultivated the Dao through fighting, these few days were very pleasant, and the anxiety in her heart disappeared. She looked forward to Lee Su's arrival every day. Junior brother, this way. Okay, senior sister. Lee Su nodded, saluted her immortal venerable politely, and greeted the other senior brothers, sisters, junior brothers and sisters of the Chan school, and walked in. Senior brother, you are amazing. Looking at Lee Su who disappeared with his own senior sister Guo, a junior brother couldn't help but speak. 10 days, once every 2 days at the beginning, now once a day, 2 hours each time. This frequency is simply the highest among humans. The other brothers and sisters couldn't help but nod their heads. Their admiration for Lee Su was like a torrent of water. At this moment, even the eldest brother of the Eastern Chan sect and the eldest sister of the Western Chan sect couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They were sincerely happy about the appearance of Lee Su. They had been asked for advice by their junior sisters many times before, which gave them a headache. They thought that there was no one in the world who could satisfy their junior sister, but they didn't expect that in the human sect, a senior brother of the G sect could actually feed her. It's not easy. After a few days, the senior sister became much quieter. Not only did she change her domineering and irritable appearance when she was in the sect, but she actually smiled at them these 2 days. It was simply a miracle. It was really not easy. Unable to help, a disciple sighed and said, alas, it would be great if the senior brother was a disciple of the Chan sect. As soon as the words fell, they resonated directly. The disciples of the Eastern and Western Chan sects couldn't help but sigh deeply, with regrets on their faces. After all, this was the first person to satisfy that senior sister. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.